even healing centers, and then after that we can recover. Because imagine this child that is 10 years and raped by 2 military guys. What will be her future? She will not feel right now, but once she's growing and she's now reaching the age of like maybe getting married, this is when now another attack will be psychological attack. We have already lost 4 generations psychologically, leave alone the killing or the shooting. These ones can be healed, of course. But what about the psychological, mental health itself? I'll just yield the mic back and say thank you. These are the points just I want to contribute.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Bianca. Actually, you finished on time. Brother Ojang?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jackson. And thank you, Kalamene, once more, the other people. I just want to say a few things. One, if I cannot stand myself for a person who raped me, can I stand for separation of the land? If I cannot stand for somebody who raped my own mother, can I stand for separation of the land? If I cannot stand for somebody who raped my wife, can I stand for separation of the country? So, Ejama, sincerely speaking, a man is a man. So, for me, what I can say, sincerely, Jackson, I'm not going to take longer. I have already listened to so many things. I'm not going to take longer. I have to be reasoning. Abuse or insult can liberate the country. I think we can abuse so much, like the way the Arab world, including Iraq, are abusing America. Let us reason. A simple example, first of all, you yourself, I or Jiang myself, if I cannot stand for somebody who come and rape me, I don't stand myself. How can I stand for the land? I cannot stand for the land if I don't. The Bible the Bible say that before you remove somebody, something from somebody's eyes, you remove from your eyes first, and then you see, and then you remove from that person. There's no need of talking somebody's problem. And I forget my own problem in my own house here. So, people, I believe the weakness to conclude, I know it is always irritating to many people. The truth is always irritating. Sorry for that. Forgive me for that. But I just love this forum. I love this forum. I love it. I love it. And to Jackson and Caleb, I will say that there will be a title that you are supposed to be like, how do you call it? Martin Nigel. You put it to you. They came to communists. I did not talk because I'm not a communist. They came to unionists. I did not talk because I'm not a unionist. They came to trade unionists. I did not talk because I'm not a trade unionist. And now they came to me. There's nobody who talked to me. So you are the people. Activists, very important in the country. They are the people who can judge wrong or right, left or right. You are very important. To my brothers who call for separation of the nation, I don't refuse separation. I don't refuse. Who deny that the government or Denka themselves are not even doing things? Who is that Denka who can deny that the Denka are not doing bad things to the people back home? Who is that person? Who is that person? If there's any person who come here with the behaviors of saying that while I Denka on Kira or Shino, Balabasa, it's not a part of the solution. It's a part of the problem. It's a part of adding so many hatred in the heart of the people. Talk the truth. My people, they are like this. And this is the solution. Mus Mujemera. Mus Ashwai. A solution. I will be more happy. Some of us will be more happy. I don't deny Baba Bukula died. Whatever you are talking all this way, you mean me. Whatever anybody talk all this way, you mean me. Because of somebody who is talking. I say, I am not for the unity, girl, unity, you know. Let us federate. Dinka, before, or Yapanai, Halogod ma Shuluk, Halogod ma Murle, Halogod ma Nyuak, Halogod ma Nuer, Dinka, Bebarakasal, Halogod ma Furtich, Halogod ma Chola, Halogod ma Agrab, Ezola Gadina. Our President Kutomo Nalimon Bihibude, Ana Bigulu Salva Kiir, our president. Stay in the power. Equatoria, manage your things. Baransal, manage your things. Apanel, manage your things. Federation is the best language. Federation. Our president is Salva Kiir. But we have a federal government. A federal government of the people of South Sudan. Equatorial guiding. You have right to recruit your police, to recruit your kids to be police, to be army or whatever. And you have right to control whatever borders you want, whether Nemule, whether Napata, Palo, or whatever. And then you have the power to decide to the people of South Sudan. You have the way. Barasal have the way. Apanal have the way. If Equatorial misbehave, and then Apanal will not cooperate with Equatorial. If Equatorial misbehave, and then Barasal will not cooperate with Equatorial. If Barasal misbehave, and then Equatorial will not cooperate with the Barasal. It is the union, and the union based on love, based on true peace of the heart. Federation is the best to South Sudanese. You don't believe me, but you are going to do it. In the future, you are going to do it. You are going to do it by all means. Based on the behaviors that I have seen here, you are going to do it. Like in separation, I'll go separation. Oh, we separate. Federation is always level to separatists. You don't understand me. Federation always level to separatists. Because it will give you a room to understand if we really separate, are we going to be really able to stay in peace? It will give you a room to correct your mistake. Because federation, it attracts boss. Federation is in between unity and separation. You govern yourself while you are looking unity. Maybe our brothers from Upper Nile, they change their behaviors. Our brothers from Barasal, they change their behaviors. I will start looking, we are all brothers. What's wrong? Like the way now, like the way South Sudan now. How many people from the north are feeling now? Wallahi, I wish Lokanana can be in Sudan. But they have no choice. Federation give you to separatists a room to prepare yourself, whether you want to really succeed or whether you want to understand something more deeper or more less. Federation is good. I'm appealing to you. And federation is good to Dinka, to Arab people, whether Baragasal or Upper Nile. Because why?
I think he muted himself.
John. Okay. Federation is actually Arabs. Sorry. Federation is actually Arabs. It advises Dinka, it advises Equatoria, it advises anybody. You don't behave, I leave you. Equatorial don't behave, anybody can leave you free. Because you don't behave according to my rules. Upper Nile don't behave, okay, Upper Nile, I leave you. Federation give you a room of both opportunity. Either to come together, harmonize your people, and live together. It make you to respect me. It make me to respect you. If I need unity to you, I respect you. If Upper Nile need unity to Equatoria, the Dinkas who are in Upper Nile, they will respect Equatoria because they need unity. If Baragasal need unity of the people of South Sudan, they will start respecting Upper Nile or respect Equatoria to make unity attractive. But if they don't respect, and then hell with it. Stay your own way. That is federation. Federation educate all of us. Equatoria, one, if Uganda attack South Sudan and they push more to Mali, they push more to Kaya, Keji, it is the work of the federal government. People will come whether from the wherever, north, Baragasal or Upper Nile. They will fight because it is South Sudan being invaded. But if they don't come and fight, and you are fighting, and then you will say, okay, hell with you. You leave me alone. You let me triangle of Eastern Equatoria. You are going to fight after some years in the future. You are going to fight with Kenya. If people don't help you, okay, hell with it. So, Yajama, I don't see, for me, I'm basing the topic on debate with my brothers, the separatists. Forget about the rest of the people who come with the advice. And to conclude, Jackson, I really appreciate your forum. There's no need for me to open the room. Opening the room is always when people disagree and don't respect each other in every room. And it will go to the language of separation that we're talking today. You don't respect these people, They will be continuing talking about separation. But when you accommodate, you listen to them, you respect their grievances, and you change your behaviors, nobody will talk about separation, and nobody will open the room. This opening of the room, many of them, it is because we don't understand ourselves as South Sudanese. What is the point for me to go and open the room? While we are discussing here the same topic that I was supposed to open the room, you open it. Why? What is the point? That will be hypocrite. That will be hypocrite of myself. We have to finish everything here. And for those who have been waiting that John Ojang maybe will open the room so that we go there. Come here. Let us talk here. I will rest my case here. I will say, Jackson and Clement, go ahead. Continue moderating. But for me, I will just say that Baba Betai, Babula, we are not here to separate Yosa, my politics. Yosa is completely blind. Kawaja, Zol Birudu Kawaja. Arab, Zol Birudu Arab. Munu, Zol Birudu. Love is love. So there's no love in politics. We are just a siasa. Ita bijosu jata ada bilikida bishakil maaki. Ita bijosu ita bagon malu. Because you love the person whom you love, it doesn't represent siasa alita madero. Siasa alita madero. Mavi le mara olo le zol alita derude. Mavi. The politics that you hate is not present in the heart of a person whom you love or the person who loves you. No.
I think you're going out of point, sir.
So I have a question for you, John. I don't know if you can.
So therefore, for me, I advise you, my dear brothers and sisters, truly speaking, I will end up here by saying that the federal system of government is the best for you, to everybody in South Sudan, whether Dinka, Equatoria, Nuer, or anybody. Thank you for teach or whoever. Federal system. Focus to Paragasat, focus to Apanal, focus to Equatoria. That is all. And then we unite under one umbrella government. Of who? Whether Salva Kiir, whether Thomas Chirilo, whether Riek Machar tomorrow, whether whoever comes to power, we unite under him. But we have our Kapun. Thank you. Bye.
Moderator Jackson, I just want to ask John Chang a question.
Okay, you can ask. Yeah, go ahead. I think you can ask.
Yeah, John, there's a point that you mentioned earlier concerning, I don't know how, the way you're putting it, I have also my own side of it that I understood. By you saying, like, if I cannot fight for my wife that is free, I cannot fight for somebody. How can I fight for the land? But I just want to tell you one thing, Brother Jonathan. When we separated from the North, the main case that attracted this separation was just marginalization of the people. It was not about ammunition or fighting. Because if it is about ammunition and fighting, Khan SPLA would have taken the whole of Equatorial region. And when you brought the point of maybe Kenya, Uganda can attack us, it is all concerning, and this point is all related to bilateral relation, you know. When we become a nation, a state of our own, we will still have that interaction in the international arena. Sorry, I got interrupted. We can still have that bandwagoning with Kampala, with Kenya, with other countries that around us. In a sense that if we agree with them internationally, if we were Equatorians are attacked with any external threat, they can come and help us. If they are also having any threat, we as Equatorians also can help them. It's all about diplomatic interaction in the international arena.
I just have to interject. Yeah, Bianca, do not. Yeah, these things are not necessary to be spoken of, especially on the matter of this is a political matter that has no reason to anyone to know about it. But we already know what's uh, on the table for that. But just we have to be very careful because just the question direct to Mr. John on the remark that he said. What's his name, like, if you can't help protect your woman, how could you separate? Isn't that correct? So let him answer that so I can later respond to all he spoke. And if anybody have a question too for me, I'll be ready to answer. Thank you.
Okay, Odosi, I thank you so much, brother. I said before when I was emotional, not today, even long time, even since last year. Odosi, I said, anybody who call for separation, I said, let me repeat again, but forgive me. Don't be moderators, don't get mad to me. I said it clearly. Anybody who is calling for separation is a true coward. One society cannot separate us, cannot divide the nation. One, just one. No, never. We will divide that society and we will destroy that society, whether they like it or not. They will join us. They will join us. We cannot separate because of one separate society. Never cry about it. Never. So, if you can try to claim a separation because, somebody is being raped, he killed himself, and all of this, and this, and this. I am raped. Anna, Jangde. Anna Rajit. Niku Ginita Vtai.
Oh my goodness.
Anna Bimut Kida. Sukran Rajil Vtai. My husband. Welcome. Sukran. I will hug you. Then Niku Ginita, Niku. Lakin Anna Babi Mut Zaki. Ana mabi mwabi betai na kangu gisimtai. Mafi. Ana mabi masi na kangu gisimtai. Na kulukulu. Na kangu ana sikima. Na mood manas. Na mood manas mwana bikati pe paper. The paper, the pocket betai. Lakin before that, ana rugari ana gira mood. Lakin na mood manas. They household tabar gali say amuleo say agiga muskila ude rajil lakini amuleta yale tajakatu gisim tagi. Why do you kill yourself for nothing? Ite amul gisim tagi suno. That is wrong. That is one. Secondly, ina mabagde nonu su kalam tagale wala amulu kalam de kida wala shabab amulu kida. Shabab ba'amul le shabab. Ita shabab ta wen. Are you not shabab? De rajil yeta. Why is he doing to you? Ita algonus galiani. Ana mara ushiroshin. Ita mara. Ita rakabakil bitagi. Ita ma sama mara tande. Rakabakil bito. Akil bitagi magilu. Let us stop all this type of things. If you cannot able really to stand for yourself in a proper way, you cannot able to stand for the proper way of the land of separation. UN will never give you separation. Stand for your right. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, this is gonna be one. It's gonna be topic for us to discuss too. Why there is still UN in South Sudan? Why they don't want to get out from there? And instead increasing more UN, like armies there. So one day I believe we will discuss that one too. If they have planned to take over country, or what they're waiting for, exactly. Those are all things we have to discuss it or debate. So thank you. And sorry, Brother Jackson, do you have anything to add? Brother Jackson? No? Then we'll go ahead. I don't know, I'll give chance for Hakim.
All right, thank you.
I have to respond something later. Don't forget just on the remarks of Mr. John, because but I'll let the people go ahead because there's a lot of things I need to speak on that matter. But thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. So this is where we are here. Yeah, we'll give you a chance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, brothers and sisters. The topic is good. Can we restore hope, dignity, and unity in South Sudan? The title is very fantastic, but how can we do it? Due to respect. Did we have respect among ourselves?
Excuse me, I don't see Hakim.
Why do you want to see me? You want to date me?
No. Are you Babula?
Why do you guys?
Brother Jibril, you just Hakim, go ahead.
Somebody want to talk something, you interrupt, and then you make my mind go somewhere. You want to see me? It's not a place for dating. Come on. Anyway, the title is very fantastic. But where's the respect here? Without the respect, we cannot get this restore hope and dignity and unity of South Sudanese. Because respect is the key. We need to treat each other equal. We need justice, equality. We don't have all this. That's the biggest problem here. If we cannot treat ourselves equal, with respect, all this what we're talking about, this title, is not going to work. And we see it. It's not working. All of us see it with our own eyes. The problem here, federal system is not bad. But what type of federal system? Because we talk about federal system, people confuse. My federal system that I like son and daughter of Equatoria to govern their states. Let them write their laws. Okay? This is the federal system I like the one in America. Every state have their own laws, not against anybody, but to govern themselves. But we need to be very clear because people fear. Our brothers from Denka, they fear federal system. They say that the federal system that we're asking, we're going to chase them away. No. This is not the federal system we're asking. But we need son and daughter of Equatoria to govern themselves. All the borders, all the customs that within the Equatoria need to be guided by the son and daughter of Equatorians. You can live anywhere you want to live, that's fine with me. But you have to live under the law of that state. But you cannot live just anywhere, just I find a place empty. No. It's a system that you have to follow in that state. But now, all about what we're talking about, the federal system, it's not working. The government doesn't like it. So what next? The question here, what next? We've been crying for unity for how long? Unity. Unity is not attractive. So, on the case of Equatorial I don't want to say something, Equatorial nationalists, they have a good shot if they can put their X and Y and Z together. They have a good shot. They can get what they want. If they can represent their evidence, because there's a lot of evidence out there. It's not about fighting. If they can put their X and Z and Y together, they might get that shot, you know. But at the end of the day, we'll talk about this kind of topic, but there's no action on it. So what I see, well, unity is failing. This unity of just fake, you know, unity is not attractive. There's no sign that people really love to stay together. There's no sign. This unity of mistreatment, they mistreat the other tribes. So automatically, sooner or later, you will see everybody will just go apart from this unity of just sweet talks, humiliation, threats. How are you gonna unite? If you can see all the medias, a lot of threats. You know, we're not going nowhere. Come here, come to Juba. You'll see. This is no sign of unity. This sign of muscles. Okay. Sign of muscles. So I like the title, but it's not attractive in action on the ground. The title is very sweet and nice. Unless we need to prove ourselves that we need unity and forgiveness. And unity without forgiveness will never take us nowhere. All the killings that happen, we need to forgive ourselves. Let's be honest. You know, they went all the way to Rome. Pope kissed their feet. This is the time suppose everybody will forgive each other. Nothing happened. I don't know, maybe we have to wait for Jesus Christ to come from heaven so that we can get that unity. Okay? Dignity and unity of South Sudanese. If the Pope can kiss the feet of our leaders, and then automatically something wrong. Maybe we have to wait for Jesus Christ. I don't know when it's coming. So anyway, thank you so much. I don't want to take long. But Equatorian Solis, they have a shot. Just put your Z and X together. You guys can get what you want. And the people who complain about Uganda and Kenya, first of all, Uganda and Kenya is border with Equatoria. So they got no problem about land grabbing or fighting. Their brothers and sisters. Sooner or later, if they connect their X and Z together, they will get the shot. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Jackson,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah.
I have seen the wall here, and I have been looking wall even in my clubhouse. When I opened the house yesterday, I was calling him. The day before yesterday, I was calling him. So there's no need for me to do anything again. I will finish everything in your room here. And my brother, I want to Jackson Wall to repeat the same clear message that I was really loved to hear from him as a leader, as a chairman of the youth of Jeng. When he was saying that we will never give leadership to anybody. Well, I believe when your chance comes, when moderators give you, I think you will repeat the same things, echo to the people. That time you talk, you can takianin be kalamta adwo. Jere kalamata adwo to. I opened the show, they did not come in the number. They did not hear. But it is recorded. But I think they don't have time to go back.
Yeah, you can play it if you
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
try to search for it. You can play it. Wait, brother Kelman. Just I want to add something. You know, brothers, I have been listening to the wonderful speech that was, sometimes, we can agree and based on the high side that we see somebody. Sometimes you may label him in the way that you like. But I think what John Ojang, and it is not offended to separatists, but also it's true. What he have narrated is very clear that there must be, a good, good reasons why we wanted to separate. It doesn't, we should not separate because, Dinka are killing us. This is what I wanted to narrate, and he put it very clear. To me, I want this federalism. We need federal system, cooperative federalism, whereby Equatorial should not have his own money alone, should not have his own passport, but the governor of Equatoria is elected by the people of Equatoria. It's not selected, it's not appointed by president. We have one territory. You can move from Equatoria to Upper Nile, but the constitution there that you will find, the law that you will find in Equatoria will be different than the law that you will find in Upper Nile. So you need to be combined by the law of the Equatoria. Whether police that you find there, you need to work according to the law that they have. And this kind of federal system is the kind of federal system that we need in South Sudan. Why? Because number one, people can first of all respect themselves. Number two, it will give us, competition in development. So, for example, if Odysseus have built his house very nice, and then I'm here, and I here, I'm still, and we have the same revenue. So I will try to also, the jealousies will make me to to build my own house also. So this will even make South Sudan progressive. Number three, the reps and all chaos that is in the South Sudan now, even the territory that is being, the land of the people that is being occupied by others now, by a greedy, it will go to their people. Why? Because constitution, even themselves, that constitution, the police that are there will protect. Anybody will go. Upper Nilean will go to Upper Nile, will have a full right to be a leader in Upper Nile, but not in Equatoria. This is number two. Number three, Barakazalian, the same case. So, but you can go to Equatoria and then stay as a citizen of South Sudan, but not as a governor of Equatoria or a commissioner in Equatoria. This is the way that the kind of federalism that we need. But I'm not against separatists. If separation also is the solution to South Sudan problem, let us separate. Although we cut it into pieces, till it become a country, there is no problem, because we are just checking for solution. Those two things are too good. Federation, federal system, and separation. Those are the two options that we have. If there are solutions, then we deal with them. The one that we see has more appropriate, we use it. Thank you very much. Brother Odusi, I know you will comment, but the next chance will be you. Let us give chance to Will, if Will has stayed here for too long. So
yeah, because remember, I have a lot I need to say, so I don't forget it. And one thing about it, yeah, because there's a lot of interjection. So if let the guests, the others finish, so we can be able to speak, because he got Jibril and Wall, and then we can be with Eliza and John, because also Eliza earlier asked a question, and she was she was unable to answer because of that time people cut her off. So maybe later we can continue the topic. Because of course, as you see, as a nationalist, Equatorial nationalist, we are always targeted, and it's good. It's not a bad thing. We always targeted because of our narrative that we are not going to be part of South Sudan, and we have a reason. And people might undermine us, but it's all right, because at the end, all things that's going to have show up later is going to be clear. But thank you, though. I appreciate you also welcoming me to speak.
Yeah, let us give chance to one speaker, and then you come. After that, we give
time for what?
Yeah, you move your line, Brother Kellerman.
Okay, what can go ahead?
Yes, thank you so much, Brother Jackson John and Brother Kellerman. Are you guys following the line? Kalas Jibril, you can go. No, I'm not going to talk. I'm just asking.
Go ahead. The point I wasn't in, I was doing something. I was busy. be something. So this one.
It's okay, Jabril, come. Jabril,
you can go ahead.
Jabril,
go ahead, Jabril. I have enough time to be on the line with you guys.
Okay, Jibril, go ahead. Thank you, brother. Jibril.
Also, sorry, brother Jabril. Come.
Jibril.
No, it's okay. My network go.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Jibril.
Well, go ahead. Well. Okay, Kala, thank you so much, brother Jibril Malish. And أنا مستعجل. And لو في أي زول مستعجل برضه you can take it. I can even give you guys 4 hours. أكون معكم أنا. أنا طبعا
John. Wait. Sorry, because Odysseus want to respond. Let us give chance to Gabriel, and then you will come after Odysseus. It will be good. Because
Odysseus, you can come. No problem.
Oh, not Odysseus. Gabriel. Let Gabriel come, and then Odysseus come.
Okay, Jabril. Oh, the table is brother Jackson and Kellam. Yeah. We are actually practicing democratic here, and for me to ask my line is also part of us practicing this very thing that has caused us trouble. The topic is very good. I greet you all, and I also greet our people down there. The question you posed here is very good question. But I will make an example out of it. You see, the question is stated, how can we restore the hope, dignity, unity of South Sudanese? You see, restoring, we can say, the peace that was signed is to restore the hope of South Sudanese. And dignity is the justice, the interim justice that was to be delivered to people who were a victim of 2013. And the unity here is the unified system of government. That means you have a unified army, you have a unified police, you have unified everything. That will attract the unity of South Sudanese. But again, who is spoiling this is the regime and the system, right? So whatever you call it, it's not going to work. But let us give respect to our opinions when we debate with such thing as South Sudan problem. We also have to reason with our fellow South Sudanese who are now separatists or nationalists. We have to reason with them, because the solution is not in our hand, but we can reason with them. We can respect their ideas. That's the one thing I want to say, because there is something, even when we talk about, when we speak of petrol South Sudan to be, we are not inventing the federalism. It's already there in books, being discussed before some of us were born. And there are types of petrol to be applied. We're not inventing it. It's there. But the question is, do we have a system, or do we have people who are eager to implement this? I don't think there's no alternative for this. We cannot also say absolutely that we are not allowing the separatists to emerge. They are going to emerge anyway, because of the they have a lot of things that they're saying to us. Look, you are saying this, we are saying this. Look, you are saying this, you are if you are unionist, you are saying this, we are saying this. That you're saying this, we're saying this. You're saying that unity has to be attractive, but it's not. Look, what is happening in my region is this, ABC. The unity, it might happen if the like I give you an example up here. If the peace was to implement by now, we the unionists, we have the ground to say to the separatists, look, you don't have reason. Our government is working. Our people are happy. Our economy is booming. And all you do here is just sabotage. You don't have any substance to say to us. But in this juncture, at this point, they're proving us wrong because they're saying that no, even though you signed peace, this is not working. There's a lot of violence across South Sudan. And look, my reason is this. We are not going nowhere. But until then, to conclude or to agree with people, yes, petrol South Sudan, the petrol state of South Sudan is better because we, the Upper Islands, we will go back to our home and develop ourselves before we even come to whatever capital it is, be it Juba or Ramsal. Before we send our delegates to Ramsal or Juba, we have to vet them. We have to know them. Who are they? If we have tips, we will not send the tip to you to tarnish our name. We will contain them in Upper Nile. And we will make sure that the roads in Upper Nile are functioning, the schools are functioning, and then our people who we send up to represent us, they must come from our populations. They must respect our local populations, and that is the petrol South Sudan we are looking for. And if government is willing to accept this, well, let's go for it, because it actually solved the problem of land grabbing, people fighting over land, people coming from nowhere to live in Juba, crowded people land and fighting. This can actually as a big solution to Equatoria in particular, because people will go back to their land, and Equatorian will be allowed to cultivate their land and so forth, and they will be allowed to have their autonomy or a regional government that will look after them, just like we in Upper Nile, just like you in Bargasan, and then we will meet in the middle. This is the wonderful government that has program. If put in place, it make everybody happy, and that is a happy ending of our independence. But again, brothers, some of us who contribute here, we are nothing but citizens. But the people who with the decision making, they're in Juba. And we also have an important role to play here. We are saying that, look, this is the solution you are missing. The South Sudanese are tired of this. They're saying this. Some have reached to a point that they want to disintegration of South Sudan to happen. Some have reached to conclusion that the unity of South Sudan is nothing but raping and killing. Right? This is their own opinion, and you have to respect them. Okay? You somebody say, yeah, we don't need to brush them away. Yeah, he's right. We don't need to call names. All we do is we open a forum like this, let the separatists come up and explain their program to people of South Sudan, and let them state the reason why they're calling for separation. Not us. They have to explain themselves. But we are saying, we the unionists, we are saying, yes, federal system is okay for us to try. But from here, I think, John Wushan, I wanted to say this to you. I'm directing this to you. When World stated this, it was the conversation between you and World. And for you to come and bring him here, that's the stop back. Men don't talk like that. I end my thing here. Thank you.
Point of correction, Jibril, Brother John, I will defend you. It was in a forum like this, in a room like this. Ana Gultu, one of Gulu Dahni, later on when my chance come. So, Brother John, you didn't stop me in the back, please, and you don't have to respond to Brother Jibril. And Brother Jibril, thank you too for your concern. But I would advise you that no, John was very straightforward, and he said it publicly, and I said it publicly, and I will say it here again when my time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Ward. And then again, thank you, Brother Jibril. Jackson.
Yeah. Chances for Odysseus, yeah.
Odysseus, okay.
After that, then we give one, yeah.
But I think we're gonna give him more time because he got a lot of things to say. I don't know. Because 5 minutes, we're gonna cover him or not.
It's okay. It's okay. I will try my best. I know I have my team, so they will be able to respond to some things that was said earlier. First of all, I want to say thank you again, Brother Jackson, so much for your kind and humble acceptance. You know, to bring us up here to speak. I mean, of course, this topic is very important when you say how can we restore hope, dignity, and unity of South Sudanese. And as you remember earlier, I spoke before even Mr. John, before Miss Alyssa, and the other gentleman, Jabril, Wall, and all. There is so many things I would love to say here, but I will focus on this. John, it's really interesting. There is one thing I'm gonna say this. It's a proverb, and funny thing, this proverb I just created it just because I see the comedy that is happening, the tragic comedy that is happening in our country. I will translate it English. It's in Arabic. الويل لأمة لو نبيهم كان مجنونا. Okay, and then in English, woe to a nation that their prophets are deranged and demented. You know why I say this? I'll tell you. If the pain of our people that's going on right now, the disturbance that happened to us since we became a nation, does not really touch anyone who call himself Equatorian, I really wonder what else left in the personality of the people who don't see that. And I say this because really it irritates me to the core to see such gentlemen like you who've been in the SPLM, who know what SPLM was, with all due respect to you, that SPLM have committed so much atrocities and injustice against Equatorians, and then you yourself been ignored and mocked and said you guys did not fight in that SPLM war, right? And then come to the other points. You mock our women because I've seen you. You're trying to be wise, and also mocking the people who are calling independent. Let me remind you something, my friend. Equatoria was not part of Sudan. We were dragged to be part of Sudan. Okay, and if you look at the history of this so-called South Sudan, there is some tribes are not from South Sudan, are not from the territory that is called South Sudan. They come from the north. Let's be honest with ourselves. They were chased away by the Ottoman Turk, the invasion of the so-called Arab. Even if you go and check the DNA today of the North Sudanese, you'll find most of them have DNA related to the people in South Sudan. But that did not stop us from separating, right? Did not stop us from separating from North Sudan. Remember, Equatorians, they have a reason why. If you don't see it, I will remind you. Our land. You talk about federation, and I would love to debate with even our brothers in the opposition about the federalism and confederation. And I would tell you, I'm just gonna give it in brief. It's too late for this so-called federalism and confederation because we have passed something called there is no more trust and violence. Bloodshed has been spilled. If it was a political disagreement where there is no any violence and invasion of territory, we will understand, yeah, might be we can negotiate. But you imagine, they have murdered people, they have eliminated families. They have eliminated families from existence. Those who voted even for that so-called South Sudan nation. And some of them are now 6 feet under. They're no longer going to be able to speak or express what they feel now. They even feel regret when they voted and then they found out one particular community is taking over and said that we are born to rule and we are the one who took over, we are the one who fought. And you yourself have been undermined and chased away from even enjoying the hero welcome. You're not even welcome as hero. And then if we talk about UN marking all separation, we're not worried about what UN says and what international law says. Like they say, if there is a will, there is a way. We are willing and we are determined to be a nation because South Sudan, when it became a nation, it exposed to us something new. It clarified to us that we as communities that are living in so-called South Sudan, there is a lot of differences between us. If you talk about geography, if you talk about the history, if you talk about the background of things that we sometimes is very sensitive even to speak about, and the violence that happened in 2013 exposed it out. It just got it out from the grave. You saw Denka, they come up with grudge, said that they're killing Nuer because of what happened in 1991. When they did not say it, I wish they had that audacity to say it before we became a nation. And I will tell you, most Assassins will not even vote for something called separation. But maybe if Equatoria had some other way and saw some incorrect things and begin to research like we're doing now, bringing our information about our people, researching, finding everything that we need about our Equatoria, and I say this Equatoria region that they call us region, but we are Equatoria nation of our own. You know, there's somebody talking. Who's that? There is an echo. Okay, you hear me, guys?
Yeah, voice and clear.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. So, because I got distracted by this gentleman who came up with music, but you know, the interesting thing about it that we made collected search, and thanks to also to our brothers who support us and who work with us. You know, they get us information that we need, and we also don't we are not lazying out, but just waiting for people to give us information. We look for our own, and then we look at our history. We were surprised to find that there's hidden things that was not even spoken. SPLA denounced us. SPLA denounced even the existence of Anyanya. So there is a lot of history. Our people were, were heroic for the idea that we are one people as South Sudanese. They had that vision, but this vision is broken in 2013 because that exposed the reality of what South Sudan is. South Sudan is still behind to come to as united. And if you want to unite, let's start as regions, okay? But with me, I have already took my chance, and I already told you. We analyzed everything and we assessed it, and we found what is wrong and right. You know, like I said earlier, I gave an example of amputating your feet if it has a gangrene on it, like because either you die keeping your leg or you have to separate it so you can survive because it's your life. I can live without my leg, but I cannot live with my leg because I know my life is going to be short and I will die. And now what I'm saying this because you could see now the spirit of tribalism has been now another tactic the regime is trying to do, divide and conquer. They're trying so hard, but the funny thing, they forgot that Equatoria has a history. It's impossible for them to divide us because our history is living in the land that we call it Equatoria, then those so-called, South Sudan. The South Sudan that they're calling, this is just a name. It's given to us. Sudan even is not our name, nor the South. That was all used as a derogatory. Today, the North, they don't even call themselves the North Sudanese. They call themselves Sudanese. So why are we even in that circle? And then again, Equatorians have a real objective to see themselves now. If you want to say that we are angry or we are afraid of one tribe, we are not. If we are, trust me, the only thing we don't want to be part of this mess. We are trying to get ourselves out of the mess. That's why we amputeeing the feet that is crippling us from not walking and not able to live life as a simple, honest people to live in our nation. Today, our capital become a hostage. Our capital of Equatoria, that's called Juba, become a hostage, where everybody want to control Equatoria because Juba, that South Sudan is all in Juba. No, let us start with their own regions. Let them come into reconciliation first, then we can talk about unity. They are not even reconciled in their home, and we have to be honest. I'm not trying to put them down anyone, but if you're not reconciled among yourself, how could you tell somebody that he taking care of his wife and say, don't my friend, you got to tell your wife to do this, and your wife just responded to you in a way that maybe to this gentleman seems like it's disrespectful, but to you, you see, this is actually you allowing her to have an equal right with you as a man and a wife. But for the other man, he's an abusive. He abused his wife every day. He beat her up. He said, this is the way how a man control a wife. And we have seen this in reality with some people who don't even respect their woman. They beat them up. They feel like beating a woman is controlling a woman. While they see the person who communicates with a woman, even if they argue, that shows that this man really honor his wife, and the woman also respect her man to the point that they will agree to disagree, even to a point they might be upset, but they will come back into reconciliation. That's what real love and unity is. But the unity is not going to be under threat, under terrorizing me, and then you want to tell me. And then if you come with the solution of federalism, I tell you, my friends, it is so late for it. The same as confederalism. Because there is one thing. I will ask this question to Mr. John again. Uh, Respond to me. How could you reclaim the lands back? if we go to the federalism. And in what basis you're going to start this confederation? Because you're telling me on just a shallow thing without any clear point. Just get to the point and tell me this confederation. Say it's good thing. It's good thing for people of South Sudan. But what is it good if you don't explain it to the people? Because you cannot just tell me, you eat this thing, it will cure your cancer. Tell me what is the combination of it. Tell me what's the combination of this medicine that can cure me from cancer. So don't come up and tell me something just out of the because it's so popular. It's spoken by some well-educated, well informed politician, I would say, who are very well versed on the idea and type of what federalism is. Because I would love to sit down with those so-called politicians to come down and we challenge on that debate respectfully, because we want to kind of like assess this federalism and what type of federalism are you talking about, and who. And like earlier, I think my brother Hakeem said it, what type of federalism, because that's exactly what the question is. It's not just to come and tell me federalism will work. How it gonna work? And we already passed that. You know, we already been somehow semi federalism right now. If I'm correctly here, because South Sudan right now is so much states where majority of them Dinka hold territories, even territories that they just occupied. And I have to be honest, we're not trying to hate Dinka, but we're telling the truth. Dinka everywhere, they're claiming the territory belong to them, that they have rights. And then even they want to have the others say this land, we can go everywhere. No, you can't go everywhere. We are tribe, first of all, my friend. We come from an original natives of that land, that our ancestors had language of their own, have culture of their own, have their own traditions. You cannot just wipe it out in a minute by bringing a Western, a European, the Hawaja inak to get to Kutulen and to Gulen. This is how it's going to work. European, when they did implement the federalism in those colonial nations like America, like Australia, they occupied those lands. Even Canada is being occupied by the white people, because the native today they are no longer have existence. Their territory has been taken away. All the financial control, the governmental decision, all in the hand of white people who are descended of European. So when you come and tell me about federalism, please bring a federalism that works in Africa, not something that you just read in a book and tell me that you're already well educated, because that's not the way how we work. Okay? Equatoria have a reason for them to separate. I can go on and on. We have already spoken. We have already exhausted it. But what our reason is, we're speaking here. We're not here in social media. Like, also, I want to answer our sister Aliza. She said that people are always wasting their time. Trust me, if it wasn't social media, people would not know their truth, their right. Because before, when we separated from the North, there was nothing called social media. People were just dragged by the slogan that SPLM said: if you want to be the second class citizen, then vote for unity. And if you want to be, a free man, be for separation. They were just putting slogan, and they don't want to debate anyone. They just kept it to themselves, and people were just, also caught emotionally by the idea that we have oil, we're going to be rich, we're going to be like Afghanistan. I mean, not Afghanistan, like Saudi Arabia, Dubai. And imagine, this is foolish. That was immature of us. And I remember I was disagreeing on that. Even we wanted to put a debate. A lot of people were trying to dismiss it because they had an objective. And I want to ask the final question so I can give to others. What is the real intention of Dinka when these things happen? Because the violence that was committed against many tribes, we can include Murle, and we could include Nuer, we could include Shuluk, we can include Equatorians now, by whole community of Equatorians. We could include Bahar Ghazal. What is the intention of really Dinka? Because we're trying to understand. They talk, some of them will talk like, I'm a South Sudanese. Okay, then tell us, where were you behind at that time? Because it's not like something you can tell me now. Like you have now shown us that a chicken cannot track a fox. And when I say chicken, doesn't mean chicken is not strong. A chicken have their own strength in their own way. And I'm just saying, when a chicken and a fox cannot sit together, because the other one will know that the fox is looking at him as a dinner, and the chicken will know the fox is the enemy that's gonna eat him. So just want to know on that, and I'll leave it here for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know, Brother Jackson, do you have any more?
No, give chance to one, because it will be like, and then give to Aliza, then you can ask John.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So actually, I'm gonna give more than 5 minutes or because I believe in more person to be answered. So you can go ahead, Brother Juan.
Yes, thank you so much, Brother Kelman and Jackson, for giving us another opportunity for us as people to dialogue among ourselves. That is very, very beautiful. In other room, I nickname this kind of stuff as the true national dialogue. Is the people to people talk. So this is very, very beautiful. Thank you so much for volunteering for us. Actually, my comments and my contribution will be in two categories. One, the request of John, and then my contribution towards the discussion here. And I will start with today's topic and today's discussion. I will not say that much about separation, Lano, and in different rooms, I met some of the separatists. And when you try to contribute, some of them become very, very emotional. And unfortunately, some of them are even our sisters, and they begin to use profanity. They use bad language. And from the culture I come from, men don't insult women. So I will not say that much about the separation at all. I will leave it as is. What I will actually contribute on is the federalism. Brother John. I am a Dinka. I am a pro-federalism. I want a territorial federation of South Sudan because I believe in the federalism. It is the federalism actually that will bring a true unity. Lano, federalism there, every state will be able to generate its own revenue, recruit its own police, fund its own education. And so in the federalism here, you will, if you are the leader, if you are the governor of a certain federated state, you will want to have citizens that actually work and pay taxes. And so on that ground there, I think we will want to really have citizens that are productive in our states so that they can contribute into the state's revenue. And in that way, we can develop our state and even fund our school and develop as a state. On that ground there, Anna, I'm from Lagos State. I want that federalism right now, not tomorrow. Now, if it could happen, I want it right now. Also, going to the back into last year events, even in the national dialogue, in which many of the members of national dialogue, even the leadership of the national dialogue, was an uncle from Equatoria. The recommendation from the national dialogue was that we should go for a territorial federation of South Sudan. So the national dialogue even itself recommend the federal system in our country. And I think that is something that we should advocate for. I would little bit disagree with my brother Odysseus to say that, it is too late. No, it's not too late. It has never been tried. It has never been tried. It has been set up, but it has not been implemented. If you look at the structure of our government, I will actually give you the examples of the places that many of you here are familiar with. When you look at the Equatoria, the three states of Equatoria, there are about about 24 counties in the whole of the Equatorial region. Central Equatoria has 6 counties. I think Western Equatoria has 10. And Eastern Equatoria, I think, has 8. Gibel Finas Galayaki, federalism is not there, and then there is Equatorians are not being allowed to govern themselves and things like that. That is really not true. Because out of these 24 counties, the commissioners are from Equatoria. Out of the three states of Equatorial region, the governors are from Equatoria. The local parliaments of the 3 states are all Equatorians. Sometimes it's kind of weird here to really debate with some people who were even born in northern Sudan and then they came to the west. And they have not even tried to go back to see how things are. And yet they want to come here into social media and try to argue with those of us who go home maybe 3 times a year. This is kind of really not fair. Luz Lubang is an Equatorian. Emmanuel Adel is an Equatorian. He's a governor. I don't know the governor of Western Equatoria, but he's a guy from Zambia and so on.
Sorry, may I interject quickly? Who elected them? Because you're talking like Anu Ihna elected them. Did we elect them?
My friend, we're not talking about election here. I'm talking about the
So they don't
position.
represent us, my friend. Remember that, because
Look at it,
Equatorian.
Hold on a minute here. We can make that a different topic and a different debate. But let me just actually finish my presentation here. And Shili, in there, you were given enough time to respond. You will be given the same time
No
again
problem.
to respond. Yes. So when you look at this here, these are hard facts. Whether they were appointed or elected, they are sons and daughters of Equatorians. So on that ground here, it is not even fair for someone to come into the clubhouse here and argue that, oh, the Equatorians are not allowed to govern themselves. You know, that is really not cool. And in that setup there, when you look at it there, that is the setup of the federalism itself. The only thing that I know is not happening is that I don't think these states are allowed to collect their own revenue and fund their own government. I think all the states actually collect the revenue and they are sent into Central Bank of South Sudan. That is the only thing that is not good. The federalism should be implemented to the point that Western Equatoria, you should go to your state. Western Equatoria should even have authority to register the vehicle. Okay. That one I agree there. That is not the implementation of federalism is not happening in our country. But the setup of the federalism is there. Jackson, my network is giving me some sign here. If you're not hearing me, please let me know. So
You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah, the federalism is set up already, and it has advanced somehow. It just has not been implemented, and it is not being implemented only in the Equatorian state. No, it is not being implemented across the country, including my own state. We are given a federal state, but we are not being allowed to implement the federalism in it. That is a problem for all of us here. Okay, with that one there, that is my contribution, and I agree with Brother John. Federalism is what we should actually advocate for. Coming to your request, John, I will say it again. However, I would like to say it in the same way I said it last time. And what I said last time is this. When I look at the list of the leaders of today's opposition in our country, I don't see any leader that I feel comfortable with as a Dinka man. Because when I look at them, they seem to invest their ideologies in the tribal incitement, the hatred against the young people. And I repeat again, if it happened that one of the leaders of the opposition, for example, okay, this is the new example, but I didn't say it last time, but I will say it now. There was a time when we had some of the opposition soldiers in the bushes of Equatoria. They were singing, and the song that they were singing don't sound good in the Dinka community. Some of the SPLA-IO troops were singing song of a pure hatred. Nehna Madar Dinka, Nehna Madar Dinka, Dinka was canin. Kade Zola Lindu Judge said, if he becomes the president of our country today, Mustaqbal Dinka Bukun Sunufijin of Sudan. Huh? On that ground there, Clubhouse in it. I will say it again. Those kind of people, when I look at the list of all the opposition leaders that we have now, I don't see any leader that we can allow to lead our country. Because you cannot show us that you are going to destroy my community and we just hand you the power like that. It cannot happen. Even if you take it by force, Anna Bifil Clubhouse there, one of the shield Taskara right now, one of them of Sudan, one of the shield machine gun Hagi, and one of the song Hagi, and we will storm Juba.
I love that. Try it, please. I will support you.
Exactly. Yes. I will storm Juba. Even into John Ushangatu, if you go and you become a president today, and you want to implement Ajata Gulas of the social media, I will go and I'll pick up my machine gun and we will attack you. The Mahajara gun under the table. And it will go loud and clear. Unless you come up with an opposition, a national agenda for all of us. From Can interruption. Zola al-Bakr يعمل promise indeed. He will implement the federalism. I don't care. Can it be Equatorian? It be munu. Al-Mahim Naijin of Sudan. If you can do that for us, that is my national concern. Lakin lama taji bejej butagal bukula na madar dinka was kanin. My friend, it will not happen, and if it happens, we will bomb the crap out of Juba. Ana Gultu, well, and thank you, John Ushangana Gutelek at the same time, Ana Begula, and remember it. Remember it, Ana Gultu, remember it, and I'm glad you remember it, and that is why you remind me here. And I will also encourage Nazal Ganyas Mosoti to remember that too. A leader of the opposition, Alindu Jajal Bukulino Madar Dinka was Ganinde, will not make it.
Can you tell us who's this man? Because
that is how I would respond to you, Brother John. So if you think like I have not said it clear enough, maybe you can remind me. But I do remember that is exactly what I said last time, and I'm not afraid to say it to anyone. Moderators, you can take the mic back.
Yeah. Okay. أخوي ودوسي.
بس درنا نوقف النفاق ده لأنه في نفاق هنا شديد. That's a big lie. And the same man who hosting عجائز بتاعهم تاجين council ده اللي almost going to the grave there. إنت هسه قاعد تتكلم كلام ده والنازل أكدوا لنا. عجائزكم ده اللي خلاص ماشيين قريب كورين جوا كورين برا من مقابر ده أكدوا لنا. What is the plan of جين council؟ ده تقول أنت بتشيل رشاش تدخل في جوبا. أنا بتحداك لأنه كلام بتاعك ده هسه بوري تزول جبان. I'm sorry to say, because only a coward will say this. لأنه أولاً opposition ده إنتوا ما دارين تجيبوا معاه من بداية. أنا ما agree مع opposition في حاجات أنا وريتهم موضوع. But you will incite tribalism, even mocking Equatorian في مكاناتكم تا Jing talk, and then you come out here try to pretend you're nationalist. Yes. Yes. Yeah, عشان بس أنا ما دارين منافقين يجي يتكلموا أوهام. Yeah, thank you.
ندوا فرصة للناس القاعدين من قبل بنخلوا الأول بنخلوا هنا يقول لأنه عندكم أسئلة لكن
كده كلامنا ودي ولا أجهزة يعني تورط كده يتكلم كلام سوية كده فرصة بالنسبة لك
ول ولا منو؟
لا أليزا
أيوة أليزا يا
جاكسون وكلام أشكركم تاني تحت الفرصة تاني من جديد. زي ما أنا قلت لكم قبل يا جماعة في بداية الكلام بتاعنا كنت بتكلم عربي، وأنا بتمنى يا جاكسون ويا كلام الناس اللي كنتوا قاعدين من فتحتوا الروم ده من ماشي هسه 5 ساعات قريب، بتتذكروا كلام بتاعي واحد وحرف والروم ده مسجل. أنا بتمنى وممكن نرجع تاني للروم ده يوم من الأيام ونسمع الكلام اللي قلناه ده كله. زي ما أنا قلت لكم في البداية أنا ما زولة سياسية. أوكي. تاني حاجة أنا زولة ما بتحدى زول بالموت. أوكي. ما في زول، أنا ما بتحدى زول بالموت ولا زولة دموية ولا زولة عنصرية. أنا سودانية وجنوب سودانية قبل ما أكون دينكاوية أو نراوية أو أي قبيلة موجودة في السودان. أجلدة بتاع انفصال، أجلدة بتاع كونفدرالية قبل كانوا قلت لكم كلام بتاعي فوق، والكلام ده أنا كان قلته قبل 3 يوم 4 يوم في شو بتاع أخونا مجاسف لما هو كان قاعد يفتش عن الحل أو جذور المشكلة. الكلام ده أنا قلت اتكلمت فيه قبل 4 أيام. مجاسف في ده ممكن أكد لكم الكلام ده. أرجع لأخوي أوديسون. أوكي. زي ما أنا قلت قبلك أنتوا لو عايزين أصلا تنفصلوا أنا واحدة بقيف مع الانفصال، ولو قالوا عايزين كونفدرالية أنا واحدة من الناس بأيد الكونفدرالية، لأنه الحكومات والسياسيين اللي قاعدين في جنوب السودان، وأنا هقول الكلام ده تاني زي ما أنا قلته قبل، وأتمنى إنه ما في زول يعمل لي مقاطعة لحد ما أنا أخلص كلامي. إنه الحكومة دي قاعد تستخدمنا نحن الشعب الجنوبي ككل مجرد بتاعت حديقة خلفية لأجنداتهم الخاصة. لما نتكلم خاصة حياتهم هم بس رقبتهم. أوكي. إذا كان القبائل اللي موجودة في جنوب السودان دخلوا فيهم خوف، والكلام ده أنا تاني بقوله هنا. أوكي. وفي النهاية ما في جنوب بتاع جنوب السودان قاعد يستفيد من حاجة. كلنا بنمشي نموتوا في جنوب السودان ده باسم تومستريلو، باسم سلفاكير، باسم منو، وبيجوا بخموكم كلكم يدفنوكم زي الجراد. سوري انه ما في بني ادم بيقولوا له كلام زي ده، بيجي بحفر لكم حفره واحد بيكبوكم فوق كلكم. لا بيقولوا ده استواء يدفنوا براه، ولا بيقولوا ده دنكاو يدفنوا براه، ولا بيقولوا ده جينغال ده يدفنوا براه. هم يخمروا حقهم ده مريض حقهم ده وتجوا تموتوا فوق كلكم. اوكي، وهم قاعدين ولسه مستمرين، والاجيال اللي جايين ورا هيكون نفس الموال. انا لما قبل قلت لو انتوا عندكم اجلت وجبت فيه اسم بتاع السعوديه اخوي اوديسون، انا ما قلت حنكون زي السعوديه الان وعندنا بترول، نيفر. اوكي، الكلام اللي انا قلت يا جماعه، اذا كان الامم المتحده قدر اقنع السعوديه يغير سياسات اسلاميه في دوله السعوديه، اوكي، البلد اللي فيه البطش بتاع اسلاميين، الامم المتحده قرر ولا اخذ قرار انه غير الدوله دي. انتوا كانفصاليين، كالناس اللي بتتكلموا بكونفدراليه، لو عندكم بجد اجلده بطلوا النقه والكلام الكثير والقعاد من جروب لجروب، ناس بيقعدوا 5 6 7 8 ساعات، اوكي، من روم لروم من روم لروم، زي سكارة بتاع مريسة، زي نساوين بيشربوا في جبنه عشان يقعدوا يقولوا نفس الكلام زي اللبان. لو في كلام زي ده، دقيقه بس حبيبه، لو في
لا
كلام
ده الفاظ غير محترمه. لا انت لا ما ده نسالك يا اخت، ده كلامك انت زعلان من الانفصال؟ واو. يا لانه ما في زول قاعد يسكر هنا، انت قاعد تشرب احنا ما قاعد نشرب. سوري. اللغه بتاعك السيء يا اخت، اللغه بتاعك السيء، غير اللغه بتاعك. شكرا.
تسلم كثير اوديسون، ما تنسى.
لسه سوري.
انا ما تسلم.
wait sister. على يا جماعه خلوا زول يتكلم وبعدين ممكن تعمل ريسبون بكون كويس يعني ما هنا yeah you continue.
Oh, excuse me, can I interject please?
No, wait, your time will come.
Yes, no, I just wanted to tell my colleagues.
Yeah, tell them.
Yeah, what I want to say is أنا أخذ تعرف، أنا ما بعرف مبدأ شنو، لأنه قريت عقله ولا ما في. اللي عاوز يقولها أنه شنو يعني كتر الكلام ما عنده أي أهمية بقدر ما هو العمل هو اللي له أهمية. يعني ملخصة يعني يعني الكويس أنه شنو it's good to listen to someone when he finishes then he will come up with a conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you brother CJ. Brother Lucy.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
كلم
انا بحتذر لو انا نبست زول، لكن برضه في ناس كانت بتستخدم اسلوب اكعب من حقي، ممكن يكون ده حاجه مفورني انا زياده شخصيا. اوكي، لما قاعد تقول لي قبل انه انا قلت قاعدين نجي ناس تيجي تقعد في الكلوب هاوس وتتكلم عن نونسيس، اوكي، انا ما قلت نونسيس، لكن لما الكلام يقعدوا يقولوا نفس الكلام بشهور وبسنين وبدهور ما بينفع. لو عندكم انفصالين، لو انتم منفصلين عندكم ورقه، امشي قدموا لليو ان، امشي شوفوا العالم ده، قول لهم احنا عايزين ننفصل، دايرين نعمل دوله برانا. اوكي، ما في زول رافض انكم تعملوا دوله، انا شخصيا واحد من الناس بشجعك انك تعمل دوله. وقلت قبالك في المدخل بتاعي الاول، لو في طريقه اصلا انه جوبا ده ينفذوا، خلي جوبا ده ينفذوا. اي زول يرجع منطقته، اي زول يرجع مساكن حقه، يشيل بقر بتاعه، يشيل دبس بتاعه، يرجع مساكن بتاعه ويطالب بحكم ذاتي. وين الغلطه بتاعي اللي انا قلته فوقه؟ اذا كان انا بقول يا جماعه انا خلاص اناف، الناس دي بيجي بينادونا، بيجي بيشيلوا عيالنا، بيجي بيشيلوا رجالنا، اخواننا بيطلعوهم بيقتلوهم، اوكي، باسامي بتاعت حركات، باسامي بتاعت هناك، يجي يسوي لنا مانيبيوليشن، يجي يدخل لنا حاجات في رؤوسنا ونحن بندفع الثمن كشعب جنوبي. ده الكلام اللي انا قلته. جامي انا قلت ان احنا كجنوبيين واحنا كناس منو عندنا بترول حنكون احسن من السعوديه. نو، انا قلت الامم المتحده اقنع السعوديه انه يبطل حاجات اللي هو كان قاعد يسويه في دولته. ده الكلام اللي انا قلته قبلك يا اديسون. ونفس الكلام الثاني برجع بقول لك، لما انا قلت الكلوب هاوس بقى محل بتاع مشاكل ومحل بتاع جوطه ثاني، انا بقوله لانه بقينا ما عندنا حاجات دايرين نعملها فعل. اوكي، كلام ما حيفيدنا في حاجه. انا ليه داير اكون انفصالي؟ بنلم الانفصالين بتاعي، بنشتغل الشغل بتاعنا، بنقدم شغل بتاعنا، وبنيجي نوريكم بيان بالعمل يا حدان احنا عملناه. انت داير حكم فيدرالي كده، ورونا داير تسوي كيف حكم فيدرالي ده، ورونا جيبوا لنا بيان بالعمل. لكن ما في انه كل الوقت كنا قاعدين من كلوب هاوس لكلوب هاوس، من ما بعرف شنو، بقينا كلنا سياسيين، بقينا كلنا مستفزين، بقينا كلنا قاعدين ننبذ بعض، بقينا كلنا ما قاعدين نحترم بعض. اوكي، بيكون الناس قاعده بجروب، انا ما عندي جروب بتاع زول، انا الله ورقبتي. بكره يشيلونا يزولونا من المحل ده، ما حيخسر معي حاجه ولا حيفرق معي في شيء. اوكي، انا ولا بشيل سلاح ولا زوله دمويه ولا زوله مناي، الدار ينفصل خليه ينفصل، الدار يعمل يخليه يسوي، لكن الكلام الزول بيقوله خليه يقوله في عينه، خليه يقوله بعينه، وزي ما الزول قالوا يقولوا الكلام ده بس، وما اكتر من كده. انا قاعده من قبلك ماشيين 5 ساعات قاعده اسمع في كلامك، سامع الناس قاعده تتكلم، وفي ناس نبذوا، وفي ناس عاديل جو خشوا بب قالوا كلام سخن سخن، لكن ما في زول رفع يده قال له يا فلان صلح اسلوبك، ما في. سكتوا خلوه قاعد يتكلم، لبس كده نمن الله خلاه ومشى، ما في زول قال له كلامك انت قلت ده غلط. اوكي، دوك احتمال حتى حاليا في ناس جداد جو عايزين تغيير بتاعت لغه، لكن كان في ناس قبلك موجودين يتكلموا، وهذول المودريتورز قاعدين. انا بحتذر لو انا اخذت من حق زول ولا نبست زول، انا ما كان قصدي، لكن دائما ابدا لما الكلام يطيل ويبقى طويل ويقول لك يا فلان استنى عندنا لك سؤال، والسؤال اللي يجي سالوك به يا هو نفس السؤال اللي انت قلته قبلك، ويجي عملوا ديفهم، ده الكلام اللي انا ما بمشي معه. انا ما رافض اي حاجه انتوا عايزين هناك في جنوب السودان، لو في يدي الليله حكم بتاع جنوب السودان او في حقي انا الليله في يدي، والله العظيم يا كتوريا بقول لكم تعالوا حكم، وروني الحدود بتاعكم هنا مع جنوب السودان ده وين بس، بقطعوا لكم حدود بتاعكم ده، بيشيل ناس بتاعي، بيشيل بقر بتاعي ده كله برجعهم مساكنهم، بقول لكم حاكم امشوا. ده الكلام اللي انا قلته من بدايه بتاعه، الكلام ده انا قلته في روم بتاع ثابت، في بتاع ثابت مجازف، ثابت لو في بقول لكم الكلام ده. انا ما عندي حاجه، ما عندي زول بمثلني، لا حكومه القايد، لا المعارضه القايد، لا جين الدس القايد، بمثلني حاجه واحد اسمه دوله بتاع جنوب السودان وعلم بتاعي جميل بس، وطنيه بتاعي الجنوبي. انا بكره هنا في جاسبر بتاعي ده كان حصل لي حاجه، ما دنكاو القاعد في لندن بيجي بتفني، ما دنكاو القاعد في امريكا بيجي بتفني اخويا زنداوي القاعد معي هنا قريب، بتفني اختي من كاكوا اللي قاعد معي هنا قريب، بيتفني اخويا اللي ما بعرفه من وين القاعد معي هنا قبل ما يجي دينكا في غربه بتاعي انا قاعد فوق ده، وما في زول بيتحداني في الكلام ده. ساو السودانيس ما في زول حيطلعني من ساو السودانيس، لكن ما في زول بيمثلني من الناس اللي قاعدين يكوركوا ديل، ما في زول انا بمثلني خالص، بيمثلني معيشه حقي مع الناس اللي انا عايشه معاهم فقط وما اكثر من كده. بيمثلني اسرتي اللي انا بحاول افهم انه الناس ديل قاعدين يستخدمونا استخدام سيء لاجل ده بتاعهم. بيخدمني اختي بنت اختي راجل اختي راجلي عمي جدي، انا بقول له يا عمي ما تمشي لناس نازل ما عندهم حاجه لينا، ديل اللي بيهموني، لكن لا بيهمني اتيانور ولا بيهمني جين الدس ولا بيهمني منو ولا بيهمني منو. لما نيجي نغيره كلنا نجيبوا زول يمثل جنوب السودان ممكن انا بقف معاكم، لكن وقت ما عندنا زول يمثل جنوب السودان انا ما واقف مع اي زول، انا بقف مع الناس اللي قاعدين معي تحت هنا بس. الدار انفصل خليه ينفصل، في انه قالوا اللي بيشجع الفوضى شيطان، انا ما شيطان، لكن انا شفته الشيطان لعب في عبنا، نزل كراهيه فوقنا اكثر مما يكون اللازم، وانا بحتذر ثاني وثالث ورابع لو انا اخذت من حق زول. وانا قاعدين في الكلوب ده حنسمع في ناس بعد شويه بيجوا ماركين حينبذوا وما حيقولوا لهم حاجه، في اني انا ما نبذت زول ولا سيت على اسم زول. اوكي كلنا اذا كان ما انتوا بتشربوا في ناس كتار بيشربوا، وزمن لسه عندنا نهارا لسه ما شربت كان قاعد نشرب. تسموا كثير حبايبنا ونشوف اللي بيحصل شنو في بعد ده، وبنكوراج للناس اللي عايزين.
هلا قبل ده انا بس درنا اعقب على كلام اخت ما فهمتني اليزا. اخي جاكسون بس درنا صحح، لانه في حاجه هي ما فهمتني في كلام السعوديه ده. انا اصلا ما قاصدك في كلام ده، انا قاصد جون تشينج على اساس انه الانفصال ده الكلام ده. كده انا ركزت عليه معاكي، قلت لك في كلام انت قلته كبيرك في بدايه، اتكلمت عن موضوع بتاع انه الناس اللي قاعدين هنا 24/7 يعني. I can't remember it in that in detail، لكن تكلمت عن ال
just write it down because
yeah لانه شنو okay because I'm not gonna respond back, I'm not gonna focus on that, but I just want to remind her yeah لانه ده الكلام انا كنت قلته، وانا قلته ليه؟ لانه الناس عندنا نوريك هسه احنا اللي انا قبل قلت السوشيال ميديا ده لو ما كان موجود اليوم، الوعي اللي في المجتمع الجنوبي اليوم في الوضع اللي هسه حاصل، الوضع اللي احنا ما عندنا ما خدتنا بالنا فوقه بقى واضح. لانه زمان كان بيمشونا بس بيقول ده قائد بتاعنا فلان جاي من ياتو منطقه بنقيف معاه، لكن اليوم بقى الناس بيقيفوا على اساس حاجه واضح انه زول ده ماشي بالمبدا، عشان كده بتسمعهم بيتكلموا، وده ما عيب، ده ما ضيع وقت. بعدين كنت تتكلم عن ورقه trust me you don't know what we're doing. عشان كده انا قلت احنا قاعدين نتكلم هنا زي انبياء هسه، بنوري الناس بتاعنا يجهزوا حالهم. احنا ما محتاجين الزول بيقبل ولا ما يقبل، لكن احنا عاوزين نوصل المسج، عندنا قضيه جايين نوريه والعالم لما يكون عشان يقدروا يكونوا في نفس الصفحه. ده all I did. You don't have to worry about يا إيكواتوريان هيعملوها كيف، احنا هنعمل الانجاز ده، ما محتاجين زول يورينا كيف بيعملوا. بكل احترامي لك، شكرا.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, brother Ustaz, I think Ustaz Lam, yeah, chance is yours, and then we goes to others.
Sorry كان مفترض ديدي لكن
Okay, first of all, thank you guys for this impressive and entertaining topic that you guys brought. Thank you, Brother Jackson. I hope you guys can hear me, Brother Kellerman and the rest. Nasir Kellerman Gibel. But to be honest, this topic does not represent us or does not apply for us as Junubin. And the reason is that when you say restore hope, dignity, and unity for our people, we don't have that. The word restore, it means there's a root cause. Restoring is a result of root cause. Okay? So until we identify the root cause of the problem, then we cannot restore the problem. So when we highlight the word restore, it means that we have a problem. And everybody have to admit that there's a problem among ourselves. There's a problem that we need to address first before we restore the problem. Now, we have pride, we have dignity. And those two things, if we do not fix it, my brothers and sisters, as this nation will tear apart. This nation, this country will tear apart to my that we cannot restore it again. And the act can prove, the way we act now, it's a proof that there is no restoration for our people. Until now, we have not identified the root cause of our problem.
Are you serious?
If it's a land issue, we left it behind. If it's Lukande Mashakal between 2013, 2019 and 1, it's still hanging there. Lukan Gabelia is still there. Where are we going to start to restore our problem and hope for our nation? Everything is hanging. If you have a flat tire and you go to a shop to be fixed, the mechanic will not just put the air without looking at the root cause why listed. So the mechanic will have to put the air and identify the root listed the way in first before to قبل ما يصلح المشكلة. لو عندك air عندك الاستعجال أو لسه نزل, there's a reason ليه لسه نزل. Maybe if you hold, maybe there is something wrong with the tire, that's why it doesn't. So you cannot go just air it up and leave, So the mechanic have to look for the root cause. If you're sick and you go to hospital now, the doctor you have to tell the doctor your symptom that you're facing. Then from there, based on your symptom, they will give you medicines according to your symptom that you have. They will not give you medication without looking for the root cause why you're sick, right? So therefore, in order for us to have restoration, in order for us to talk about the hope and for our nation, then let's focus on the problem. Look at the way we are talking now. Look at the way we are accusing ourselves now. If I just mention Nuer, Tawali, Nuer will go. If I just mention Equatorial, Tawali, Equatorial will go. If I mention Denka, Tawali, Denka will go. So what restoration are we talking about? Where is the hope? There is no hope until, to me, there is no hope until we fight as 64 tribes. Then from there, we are going to respect ourselves. Just like what our president said. International opposition, them to shackle. But then, lo hazmukum, ta'al fi Juba, awad zamara. Then I will defend you.
Wow.
This word come from our leader, come from our president. It is shackle barakum. Lo hazmuk, you come back and sit like a woman. So which means a woman have no value to. This is a question mark there. So what dignity are we talking about? There is no dignity. Matter of insan for our nation. You know, if I'm the majority, I will assume or I will think that I have a power. You know, and look at the way my brother Wall was talking. It's a threat. So understand, if you go to Sudan, I will take guns. I will fight against Equatoria and all this. One person, do you think one person can fight the entire region? Let's be logic. Logic for the way we talk. When we start threatening ourselves,
Interjection,
Asma, wait. Wait. Ya jamana, interjection da mu tani ba. Ina ma da irin lanu bishir zaman. Ba da ita zaman bitak. When your time come, then interject. Interject, write down the point that you need to respond. Then when times come, when your turn comes, then respond. Even those of
with respect to your moderation, I'll do it that way. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you we will give you a chance. Yeah, go ahead, Ustaz.
Yes. So what I mean, my brother Wall, it's not like the way you act, the way you behave, the way you are threatening. This is a threat, Alafika. I will take my gun and I will take my knife and go and fight. This is a threat. You know. So until when we have to realize that we're all into this. كلنا في مشكلة ده. ما في زول بيقول إن أحسن من الثاني، ما في زول بيقول إن أقوى من الثاني. You know, me and you are Denka and I'm Nuer. We are cousin and we remain cousin. But cousin can fight. In the end, they will go back and live together as brother and sister. You know. And لو ما حلينا مشكلة بتاع cost the problem and we keep fighting. Do we really fix the problem? No. You know. عشان كده أنا قلت إنه let's fight 64 tribe without bringing any outsider. ما نجيب ناس من برا. لأنه المشاكل اللي حصل في 2013 لو كنا ما جبنا ناس من برا ساعدونا أو خشوا في intervene في السودان. By now we will know who is the man and who is the woman.
Ridiculous.
Okay. Equatorial now they're asking for separation. They have a right to say they have right. If somebody now choose to live, if you're living with your wife and you choose to divorce, you know, anybody have a right to go. If you're not living happy with that, if you go to court, they will grant you your right to live. You know. So if Equatorian are asking for, they want to separate, they have a right. Why is that? But let's look for the root cause. Why are they asking for separation? We do not fix that problem. Now, Nuer and Denka, they're fighting. What is the root cause of the problem? Every time when I mentioned 2013, they will go back to 1991. Now, we fix the problem? We do not fix the problem. So if we want to fix the problem, let's fix the problem to 1991. Now let's go back to 2013. Then we can live together as brothers and sisters. But if we just want to everybody we are not fixing a problem, my brother and sister. You know, until we fight, زمان لما كنا صغار شباب يشاكلوا بعدين لما بيحزمون تاني ده بيكون ما بيرفعوا شيء تاني ما بقدر يتكلم تاني. You know, so جنوب السودان اي زول بيجي شنو ما بيحترم الزول اخوه تاني، ما في احترام خالص. لكن لما نكون ناس بيشاكلوا كرجال then بعد كده شنو بيكون في احترام. That's what I can say. Otherwise there is not going to be freedom. ما بيكون في restoring dignity في السودان. There is not going to be hope. Actually now we learn from genocide اللي كان حصل في رواندا. بعد ما هم شاكلوا they realize انه شنو مشاكل ما بتقوم يمهد. Now Rwanda is one of the best countries in Africa. One of the cleanest country in Africa. It's the peaceful country in Africa. Now they went through this and they should overcoming they overcome the problem by identifying the problem, the root cause of the problem. So if we don't identify the root cause of the Mashakil of Sudan, we will live like this. And believe me, trust me, my brother and sister, our generation will not fix this problem. Let me repeat, our generation will never fix this problem. You know, we all like احنا بنردافع اي حاجه بتصير بنردافع اي حاجه بتصير you feel انه خلاص this is the mistreat of my tribe and all this. اي زول بك lawyer اللي يجري بتاعه القبيله بتاعه اي زول بك جاج القبيله بتاعه. How are we going to fix the problem? You know, until we realize that there's a problem, we sit together as problem. If it's a land issue, why would we have a land issue problem? Land? Why people are crying for land issue? That's mean there's a problem. That's why people are talking about land issue. When we're talking about everybody go to their states, you know. So to me, my brother, I'm not attacking anyone, but let's be logical. You know, the way we talk on social media have a big impact on it. Can damage our people here, can damage our people back home, can even our friendship. It will destroy our friendship. You know, that's going on. That's the group. When are we going to fix our differences? Until we identify the root cause first. So now we don't talk about root cause. We are talking about restoring. We are talking about hope. We are talking about dignity. That will not take us anywhere. Thank you, my brother and sister. Thank you. That's what I want to say. But the struggle continue. To me, if we do not fight like men to men, then Mabu could be salam to Beled.
Thank you, brother Ustaz Lam. Brother Kellerman, just line up the line. We could have given chance, but just give one person because people are too many, and then we give chance to him.
Okay.
Since we have agreed that both of them, are debating, but people also have a chance to talk. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
But anybody who is up here, brothers and sisters, we don't want interjection. Just consume your full time. After that, if there is anyone who have interjection, just write whatever somebody talks, and when we give you a chance, then use your interjection there. So.
So it is your turn, Sister Didi. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Clement, for giving me the chance. I think I will say that I thank you guys. You're doing a great job, but I think if you guys don't like a lot of interjection, I think like you said, let's keep moving forward to the rest of the people, because since we came in, we saw like agitation of same people who've been speaking, been given many times again and again and again. So that's what is making people to interject. For me, I had wanted to come and ask you a question, but if I were allowed to, since this is a debate, if I were allowed to give something a little bit and then ask my question. I listen to a lot of things here that make me really, it agitates me a bit. People talk about, threats and this and this and this and that. My issue here is like, if people are serious really about resolving the issues of South Sudan, first let me just jump into to you, my brother Lam. Thank you for your good words that you put in. But you have elaborated on the root causes. We should identify the root causes and then, like, for example, diagnose the car, take it to the mechanic. I love that. I like driving cars, fast cars, and stuff like that. So I do understand where you're coming from. So so take it to the mechanic and diagnose the issues and stuff like that. But if you have followed up, a lot of people have already been diagnosed with these issues.
Excuse me, Sister Didi.
Yeah.
I don't know your Your voice, something sounds.
Yeah, you are right. There is problem here. It's not, there is echo.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know how to fix this, but okay, let me try to fix it. Hear me now?
If you have any device on, you can
Okay.
turn it off. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. So yeah, I understand that, you know, the diagnosis and stuff like that. But a lot of people have diagnosed this issue, talking about it in many different ways, from Facebook to Clubhouse here, and you know, we've already known the diagnosis of this issue. What is the root causes of the problem? And I love the fact that you pointed out and say that you know, the fight between the Nuer and Dinka and stuff like that, and your cousins and you know, cousins will fight and will fix the issue. Yeah, this is, let alone you already identified the root cause. Thank you very much. And we all agree that, you know, what happened in South Sudan that ruined the country is the fact that the tribal war that has started between the Nuer and Dinka, that, you know, and to me, if I say, people think that I'm taking a side, but I have a feeling that Nuer has been a victim of Dinka, you know, over the years. You know, just by assessing the, you know, briefly the situation, you know, you need to look into, you know, the fact that some Nuer has given up the fight completely, like such people like Nimeri, you know, I have respect for him. You know, for them to come and say that, look, we don't want to pay back. We just, all we want to do is move forward. This is really a very wise, like a wise king, you know, reminds me like a Solomon, who, you know, intercede and resolve the issue between two women and a child, that, you know, the other women is jumping up and down, you know, let's cut the baby, just, you know, like what Dinka are doing now. And the wise woman comes up and say that, you know, look, you know, just take the baby. That's what Nimir is saying, you know, just take the country. I'm leaving, you know. I just want to save my people. I don't want my people to die. You know, keep South Sudan, and we just want to move forward. This is really wise, and that's, he really, from there, I had a respect for him, really, from the mentality of just want to go and pay back, and you know, he's looking new generation, new dawn, new different things. He wants the greater things that he sees in the world. He wants for his people. He really earned my respect over there. Yeah, I really have wished that he's here, really, to hear what being said here, that Dinka and cousin. And the matter here that, you know, a quick liberation in this, that if Dinka and Nuer are cousin and they are fighting, and cousins will always fight and resolve their issue, then why should we be a victim in between the two cousins which are fighting? I'm not your cousin, I'm not related to you. The rest of South Sudanese are not related to you. We're not related in any other way. Why should we suffer the consequences of two brothers fighting? Why can't you just go back to your territory and fight over there? Like, or do like the back in the days, the things in the valley, you go and fight in a certain valley or certain desert or somewhere, and then until your heart's content. But what becomes the issue for us all is that the violence has been escalated all over our region, you know. And it's the same, for the same matter that made me assess that you know, for me somehow Nuer would have been the victim of Dinka in, you know, in the face of, you know, the payback. I have to pay back because, you know, I have to defend my people and stuff. And they've been viewed as villains sometimes, you know, because they somehow ended up mixed up in the situation of paying back. You know, I have to defend myself and pay back. You know, so we have seen Dinka destroy the whole region around them. You know, the region of Upper Nile, the region of Bahr al Ghazal. They moved over there everywhere they go. They destroyed everything. You know, and they just want to claim them from here and there. This is not a speech of hate or anything, but this is just the obvious thing. That you look at the situation and see who's the common denominator in all this problem. If you're having an issue and the same person is popping up as this common denominator, you already know that this person is the issue. And then going back to the you know, to this topic, saying that, you know, how can we restore the hope and dignity of South Sudanese? You know, the only way for us to restore the dignity of South Sudanese, if anybody really cares here, just let's go back to regional, you know, this regional politics or something. Return back to your place, organize yourself from there, fight these issues that we have in South Sudan. If it's a tribalism, you know, fight it within your tribe over there. Eradicate this tribalism mindset from your place. Now, as an Equatorian, I could not begin to embed my thinking and my ways of understanding and living into a Dinka mind or to a Kartik mine, or to somebody from a different side of Bahar al-Ghazal, or Luo, or Nuer, or something. I cannot. Because you have your ways that you think, and you have your ways that you understand, and stuff like that. As the people of a nation, that a group of different nations that came together, yes, I understand. But this does not, you cannot hang it over my neck and put it as a burden over me, as if I'm your mother, I'm your father, you owe me something, or I owe you something. I must be part of you. You cannot separate it when your behavior is not right. When your behavior is a behavior that destroys the country, a behavior that has drowned my people, a behavior that has destroyed my home, a behavior that has sent some of my people to the grave innocently, very innocently. They don't even know you. They don't even know whether you exist or not. They don't know where you come from and how you know how your travel affairs started or where it's going. They don't know. But what happened here? This tribal war that is happening brought you all right into Equatoria. Did you see why Equatorians are fed up and tired? And this is not the first time that this is happening. In the 80s, everybody ran into Equatoria. Why do you guys always run into Equatoria? If you guys are serious, really, I see people beating their chests like Godzilla and stuff like that. Okay, talking and taking with forces and stuff like that. Why do you always have to run into Equatoria? Is Equatoria the only region? Is Equatoria the only South Sudan? Is this the entire country? If you really think that you care about the country, your home is good enough for you to start fixing from there. Your home is good enough for you to start fighting from there. Don't depend on Equatoria. Every time there's a problem in South Sudan, the war has to be moved to Equatoria. People are always fighting along Equatoria. What is this secret that I want to know? Why the war is always in Equatoria? Is it to annihilate the people of Equatoria? Is it to create a lot of casualty in Equatoria? Is it to get rid of people of Equatoria? Is it to destroy Equatoria? Why are you guys preserving your places? Why are you guys in your places are quiet? And this federalism that people are talking about, like one brother asked you as if Hakim or something, what type of federalism? Because Jama, if we come to our common sense, I feel like South Sudanese are people who are being driven by emotions and by ideas without assessing, where this is going and where this is coming. If we talk about federalism, okay, if we look into the nations of the Western world, who are running this federalism system, okay, this federalism only they do it in countries whereby they have colonized the country. This is not their native homes. And they're doing this because they don't care about the natives. And these native people do not even want the federalism because they don't have the power. They are powerless to fight the federalism. We have known, all of us, these people, we live in their countries, that it's been turned into a Western culture. And these countries are not even of the West. Some of them are part of Asia, some of them are part of different places. But they're running it, they call it as a Western culture. Can you imagine? These are colonizers that have colonized these places. Why do we take their system and take it over there to our native home? Now these people came from a place called Europe. We see them, they have their cultures. If they want to go back, they go back home. If in their marriages and in their times that they want to practice their traditions, they do it in their home, in their occasions. If they want to go home, they go back to Europe. But why do we want to destroy our home South Sudan just because some people, just for some reason, they are forcing people, okay, that we should have federalism? Why don't you have a federalism in your region? If federalism is so good to you, why federalism must be a force over me as Equatorian? Why can I also force that I don't want federalism? Why must it be a force? What is it that you're running from? Is your home not good enough? We are native of Africa. You have your land. You have your home to live in. Before we started crying this federalism back in the days, we were living, all of us, all in our own places. We don't have any problem. Equatorians whatsoever don't have any problem. We don't have any issues of fighting each other, killing each other, one tribe invading another tribe. Now these people who are coming with these accounts of Equatoria, these are all lies. These people have their own interests. That's why they're talking like this. And we all know these are all lies. That's why Equatoria remain a safety place and a peaceful place, a very good conducive place that everybody runs to. If we really have a barbaric tribal war in Equatoria, what are you guys doing there? We could have gotten rid of you guys and gotten rid of ourselves. We could have been the first people to be running into Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal. But the issue here, I want to say that, Jama, خلي زول عنده فدية شوية كده leave a little bit of فدية leave a little bit of سترة لنفسك. انت حاسس انت homeless انت جريت من بيتك انت تدوسك كلام بيت زول تاني. You're forcing that South Sudan belong to everybody. South Sudan belong to everybody. South Sudan does not belong to everybody. Maybe South Sudan belongs to the people that want South Sudan to be a South Sudan. It's just a name, geographical location name that people call it South Sudan. But we are different nations, different kingdoms that we all know together.
Sister Didi, don't touch. I think your time is then I'll give you like
Please.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Yeah, Jama, we all know that this is blasphemy when people coming up and say that God has put us together. God has put us. This is blasphemy. This is satanic. Really, we know that we all have been living different. We all been living differently. Jama, decentralization happened. How did you guys live in your regions? What were you guys doing, Jama? If you guys love each other, you love yourself, you said you call yourself South Sudanese or Southern Sudanese back then, what were you guys doing? When Mashakil, the tribalism, they're starting in the region of Upper Nile, if you guys really into Roha, if you guys have the nationalism, within you, why didn't you guys solve this issue over there? The people of Upper Nile, why didn't you diffuse this issue? Why? You could have diffused this issue before this issue gone out. And the people next to you, or even the people of Bahr Ghazal, why don't you jump in and help? Since you guys all want to jump in and talk about federalism, if you guys all have issues in Equatoria. But then Narja quickly, like I look like I'm not gonna have time to say all the things that I want to say. Narja like Kalam Gibel, Aliza, you said you really insulted us so badly. Not all of us, me, I wasn't in social media in this app Gibelic, I was out. I came in briefly and I know the offenders that like to sleep here. They neglect their family, their husbands, their wife and stuff. All the cities will sleep here and be here all day. But don't jump on everybody. Please, don't put it on everybody. Some people don't have wudu. If they have to sleep here all day, all night, they don't mind. But for you to come up and start insulting us separatists, that we just Mafi Hajatani Geroniga or Mata, and then you want to deny that you do not insult us. A bunch of drunk people, like bunch of drunk people and people who are sitting over coffee and stuff. I'm one of the people that who get tired when I sit in the shop for so long and I begin to, complain, So I also like to go from place to place to learn different places. I don't want to get stuck in one place for so long. So don't generalize everybody the same category just because you assess certain individual and then you want to put it on top of everybody. And for Equatorians, if they want to elaborate and talk about their issues, they have the right to talk about their issues. They have the every right, because a lot of allegations have been put upon Equatorians. We've been called Japanese, we've been called, we have killed people, we have done this and that and that. So yeah, we have to diffuse this thing.
Yeah, Didi, I think your time is up. So for us to give other people chance also.
Can I conclude, or you just gonna cut me like that? Because I've seen you giving many chances to people, you give long time to people. If that's favoritism, then that's okay.
You can go conclude and I see something. Most now you can go ahead.
So I just wanted to say, yeah, Jama, let's be fair. Lofizol Alela God, they want really this federalism, and you're from Bahrain Ghazal, and you're from Upper Nile. Try this federalism in your region. Try it over there first, okay? If you think you have a solution, if you think, the system is a problem, maybe go over there in Bahrain Ghazal or in Upper Nile, try and resolve your issues from there. Alela ya Jama itu nasa Bahrain Ghazal or Upper Nile. You have never laid any foundation whatsoever. You talk about development. You talk about, in my conclusion, just let me say, you talk about development. You should talk about big ideas. But I've never seen, even in the days of decentralization, to tell to this day, you guys have never done anything to your place other than you guys just are throwing around threats. Like, if Equatoria did this, we will invade you. We will invade you. We will do this and stuff like that. You guys are just like barbaric Islamic people that I've seen these radical people that talk things with no sense, Italo, barbaricness target them in your mind there, or the zeal of war that you have. Why don't you war against your brother in your region that is destroying your region? Why don't you go over there and put this effort and create security, good security in your place? Go over there and lay foundation, an example to your people and teach your people. Don't be worried about Equatoria, what is happening in Equatoria. Don't force Equatoria to be the capital city of South Sudan. When I say Equatoria is Juba, but when you say because Juba has been just a temporary capital city which has been expired already, and some people already declaring the whole of Equatoria is a capital city and they must live there. If these ideas are good enough for you, take it to your place. I don't see you now or in the near future about to do that to your place. But then you want to talk from Equatoria. Everything you want to do it in Equatoria. You don't have any rights. No any given rights for whatsoever. You're disgracing yourself. Alela, in my final conclusion, let me just say, Alela, if your home is dirty, if your home you did not fix wherever you go, if you took dusa, you beat your chest about somebody's home, you will never earn any respect. No respect for you whatsoever. Until then, I want to respect you guys, but go home.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, I don't know, but I will respond to her after some people spoke. Let me give this chance first of all to Brother John. John, we give Lucy chance before, and then some people talks, and then we'll give you chance also. Then we give people chance to talk, and then we give rest. Yeah, welcome, John. Bianca and Gatluak will be after John. Yeah, John, are you there?
I think CJ did not speak.
Okay.
And it's not Galwak, Galuk.
Yeah, Galuk. Okay, John, are you there? John, I think John is not there. Bianca, you can say something.
I wanted to respond to Elisa,
I'm here.
but she's not here. I don't.
Yeah. Continue. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I thought maybe she's here, but I think she left.
Hello.
So
yeah, John.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
John. Okay. Welcome.
Yeah.
Chance.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have been listening. I'm always a man who's good in listening. I love listening than more even talking. But I will always come when a discussion provokes. But in terms of discussion and respecting also people who control the rooms, we always do respect. And I like that. Truly, sincerely, brothers, I say clearly, separation is not a solution to us. It's not a solution. There are so many signs and symptoms, and we have to read history. History tells us a lot of things. We have been in the union or socialized for a long period of time without any problem. But when it comes to politics, we are different people. We differ today with the Dinkas because of politics. And we could not able to find a solution for that differences. And when I oppose the separation, I don't oppose separation because that it is a bad idea. It is because when we try to look ourselves, we are one people. If we don't look ourselves like one people with the Dinkas, we can look ourselves like one people with the Chola. The Dinkas will look themselves together maybe with the Nuer. But we look ourselves together with the Chola. We look ourselves together with the Nyuak, with the Murle, any small, with the Mabana or whatever, any small community around there, with the Chola. They are in our basket. But they are not with us in the same region. If I am selfish, I will support separation. Equatorial, I repeat again, is a region that is defined itself clearly without even any question. It can become a country. Whether I like it or not, it can become a country. By definition, by geography, clear. Our brothers, the Dinkas, they try to contaminate it, to plan the future maybe after 20 years or 50 years, so that the map of Equatorial itself will become confused. Oh, we have Dinka here, we have whatever. But that one is not going to work. You just live like the way you just live, maybe whatever. But you're a visitor. It's not your place. You just live like a visitor who came to the house, you live, you sleep, you're a visitor. Tomorrow you are going. But what correct today problem is because you sleep in somebody's house, you want to own the house, that this is my house. You are a visitor. You are being given to sleep. That is a problem. But geographically, this region can become a nation. I don't dispute that. But I oppose the separation because of the suffering of other people. If we separate today as Equatoria, the Shuluk, the Anuak, the Vortich, the Chola will become the Nuba and the Darfurians of 1950s who were fighting Tanyanya. There was no Arab who died during the war of Anyanya 1. It was our fellow black Africans who died because geographical location defined them and defined us with them as enemies, not ideology. But when John Garen came up, he made ideology to define those people as our brothers, and they fight with us. That is why we succeed today, South Sudan. So, the issue of South Sudan, we have talked to the brothers. Even when we are going to federate, we don't federate because we like it. But our brothers force us. Our brothers' behaviors. My brother Will, my brother Deng, whoever my brother down here, he forced me to federate. He forced us to come with the ideas of federation because we love him. We tell him this is wrong. He don't listen. Now, you are my brother. You have your wife. Let us remain brothers. But control your house. I control my house. But our father is William. Let William B remain our father. Federation is the best solution. I can live in a Dinka land, but under federation. The number plate of the car, if it is registered in Dinka, in Upper Nile, like the way it is registered in Quebec here in Canada, my car have to be registered the same. If there's no insurance in Equatorial, the car drop free. You kill a person, you pay it by yourself, not insurance, like in the United States right now. There are so many provinces in the United States, there's no insurance. Maybe recently, but before, some places in the United States, there's no insurance. You drive a car they want the way you want. Some places in the United States, like Utah, where this king of the ghetto living, I can have any woman who love me. Nobody will talk anything, as long as I can support that woman. But you go to some places like New York, Texas, or whatever, you are not allowed to have a wife, 2 women. But in Utah, you can have. As long as she loves you, you support her and all of this, you can have a woman, 2 women, like in Africa. So if that is applied in Upper Nile, of course, I can live there, have 2 wives, 3 wives. As long as I can support, I have no problem. Federation is very good. It gives us in Upper Nile to reflect ourselves. That no. Now I'm by myself. I don't see my brother from Baragazal. So something is wrong. Can I make a life attractive so that I can be loved with somebody from Baragazal? A person from Upper Nile will really make himself attractive to somebody in Upper Nile. And a person from Upper Nile will make himself to be attractive to a person in Upper Nile. And the same to Equatorial. So unity become a unity of truly love, not unity we force to people. Not unity we force, we are all South Sudanese. Let us force, united. No. It will become a unity of choice. A unity, I feel that William, Wallah is a good guy. Let me make unity attractive. We make unity attractive and we become people. If it is a matter of leadership, that will become a problem. That maybe presidency will become another problem. That the people fighting over president. Okay. But Asal, you come. You come as a region. Don't come as a tribe. Upper Nile, you come. You come as a region. Don't come as a Suluk. Don't come as a Dinka, Bor, or don't come as Nuer or Anyuak. You come as a region, as Upper Nile, with one voice. Let us see. Jama, if presidency become a problem, Barahasal, Upper Nile, Equatorial, here is a solution. Okay, where's the solution? Okay, here's a solution. Let these people go by election. Let anyone from those people, let them come. If it is a method that we want to make whatever, let us rotate the presidency. Upper Nile, rule us. for the period until you know. When the leadership come, when your time is over, stand in election. Other people. Equatorial rulers until the period you know. And then we go like that. We go like that. Until we reach to the level of generation of South Sudanese who doesn't know tribalism. And then they will come and fix it, their time in the future. But during our time now, our generation, the generation of tribalism, federation is the best. And then presidents, if it become a problem, we rotate it. We rotate. After rotation, we will come with a solution. But separation, my dear brothers, especially my dear brothers, the Equatorian, I told you, I don't call Dinka like enemy. I don't call any South Sudanese like enemy. But when we go to politics, Dinka will become enemy. Shuluk will become enemy. Why? You want to separate and you leave me into a problem with somebody who is a bulla. Well, I get you the hell out of your policy. Shuluk will not be happy with you. Nuer will not be happy with you. Forget Dinka. They will fight you. And they will work seriously to destroy your separation. Shuluk as a tribe cannot be a country unless they join together with the Nuer. And then they will have a vast region. So therefore, the lies of the solution, whether we are talking for separation or we are talking for federal system, it lies to our brothers, like this of my brother Wall and Dusi of the other Dinkas. Your mentality make people to look a solution because people love you. People don't hate you. People love you. And we look a solution that can accommodate us together with you. And you love us too. I don't think Dinka can live by themselves without Equatoria, without Chuluk, without any tribe. I don't think so. Even in Clubhouse here, if the Dinka talk by themselves alone, you see Dinka, they will fight among themselves. Why Equatoria is so unique, Galia, maybe Equatoria are going to talk and they don't fight. Because a union of different tribes. Dinka cannot stay by themselves alone. They will be having a problem. Nuer cannot stay. Even Equatoria. When Equatoria separate because of the Dinka injustice, there will be another Equatoria who will behave like Dinka. Even when we were in the bush, there were some communities in Equatoria called Dinka, whatever. I don't like to mention their names. Because the way they act, the way they behave, they are being labeled Dinka whatever. There will be another Dinka who will come out from Equatoria. And then Equatoria will start complaining again. And then we will divide again. There is no end of policy of division. Only ideas we sit down, we make it in a very good way. and we build it in a very respectable way. So therefore, instead of taking long, I like to listen from other people a lot. So that is why sometimes when you call me, and I was just taken really by words of people like this of Didi, like this of Wall, like this of Odosi, and like this of Alicia. I just enjoy listening to them because they are making point, although I disagree with them, but they can make some point. Each and everyone make a point. It is always good to share together. So therefore, in conclusion, my dear brother Kelemen and Johnson, I really love it, the discussion like this. This is the way how we can come together as South Sudanese. Why? Let us agree and disagree, amicably. We don't hate, we don't abuse, we don't insult. So, Odosi, my brother, your vision of separation, I emphasize a lot on you. Like before you said that I was meaning John, Anakangasit John. I know Itagasitana because I am opposing you. But I'm not opposing you that day, I differ with you. Separation will be the last solution. If a federal federation system is not working, of course, I will say, okay, yours will be okay. Alas, my wife doesn't like to live with me, or my husband doesn't like to live with me. Let us go. Then we can go together. But for now, a federal system of government. But the problem of a federal system of a government in South Sudan, our education is still very small. Even although we talk a federal system of government now in the ears of some people, they will mean separation.
Yeah, Brother John.
No, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Continue with the line, brother.
Yeah, I think time for Gatlo.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much to the moderator to give me this chance, and thank you too for the people who actually came up with this idea. Like in these three words, hope, dignity, and unity are the very core humanity that people are living with. Whether you live in the United States, whether you live in China, whether you live in South Sudan, whether you live wherever you are. These are the three things that make a country, or a society as a society. So you guys did sort them out really good, whoever come up with it. So let me start with this. I've been here now for quite some time right now. I hear a lot of people, they are talking about their areas, they're talking about South Sudan in general, and also they are focusing on these key three words. Let me go back to one of the points that was made by Jibril. Jibril is from Apnal. I am from Apnal. So he said one thing that I will start with, and that is, let's hear ourselves. Let's have a dialogue. El Nas Bugulu, we are for El Wahida Sudan, Junub, or those who are saying, you know what, we tried this, and this one is not working. Let's try something different. This is exactly what we need now in South Sudan. Other issue. Enough fi Afna. What is it that they have now? So, like since beginning of this country, like since we get our own autonomous from Sudan, what do we have? Enough a unity state. the war started right away at the time. In Barghazal, the same thing. In Afi, Shoye, the same thing. But what we need now, I think, to answer these three things is to go back to history. That, like way back then, maybe we will not say South Sudan. Let's say some other country that they actually documented their how they come to be. For example, Europe. For those of us who have a chance to go to school, I think we realize that Europe actually was created based on tribal alliances. They tried a unity like what we have now, but what happened is it brings them a lot of war. That's why we have this war, we have that war, and then the last one was Yugoslavia. So to me, the reason why I was here long enough to wait until maybe I have a chance to talk to you guys is to give you that very point. I personally, back in 2017, spelled it out. For those of you who know me, I said, you know what? Based on my assessment of South Sudan will never be a country that will be called a federation country. Why? Because when you look at it from the very beginning, we did not have idea of a country. South Sudan was not formed based on ideology. There was no ideology for South Sudan. Like now, for example, people are talking in Equatoria, you know what, we need a federal system. So they already know if you are from Equatoria. If they said we need, because I've been hearing this word from like long time ago. When they are talking like that, they actually know it, what it means. You need to live in peace. You have to respect your own land. Because if you don't respect the land, how can you respect the people who live in that land? And this is the thing that South Sudan was not born out of. We find ourselves where different people have different ideas for something to be called South Sudan. Like in South Sudan, you know, we did not sit and talk about it. And now we find ourselves into this. Somebody like me, when I said in 2017, I am from the Nuer. When back in 2008, I went, now I'm actually in Canada. So I went back and I saw the situation myself. I was leaving from Khartoum to Malakal. Pimal Paloj area, Jamal Malus, if you know those areas. There is a place called Jalhag, I think. Laman Mashirina, there was one guy who happened to be a major. He pulled me out of the bus. Hey, Azul, Kumpo, ya comrade, I'm there to get in. So I was looking with this guy. I said, I buy a ticket. I buy this seat. Min Khartoum. How come somebody who happened to be in Jalal said, you need to leave this seat? Why? I paid for it. Then I realized that, you know what? We have a country by mistake. Even if we try to push ourselves, you know what? This one will never happen. It will never work. Because this guy is a soldier. If he's a soldier and he know why we have a country, he would have known that they were fighting because people like me who were not in uniform at the time be free. Where I can buy If I have money, I can go anywhere without anybody asking me where I am going to. But Yumdak, I realized, Mininak, I said, you know what? Something will happen into this country because the people who were in the uniform at the time, they think that they own everything. That's exactly what killed South Sudan right now. Because people think that as long as you have a uniform, as long as you have a gun, then now you can own the country. When those 4 billion was sent from United States and wherever, then people just grab them, send them everywhere. Because they think, now, we got exactly what we want. So to me, to answer these 3 points that you guys actually were able to sort out and bring here today, here is the thing. I think to me, South Sudan will never be a country unless we go back to our root. Somebody actually said it before, that you cannot just, let's say, you cannot wash clothes if they are not dirty. Unless the clothes are dirty, then you go and buy a soap. Then how can you go and buy a soap to wash them? So South Sudan, in order for us to have a hope for the future, to actually restore our dignity, as an issue, you cannot even go to Cuba and be respected. If you are from Azandi, Loita min Belinda, people will look at you as if you are not even a human being. How can we live in the same country like that? Someone, as a Unimist camp in Cuba, there is somebody who's a whole man who cannot even walk, but he was a soldier. Was fighting for this country, and now he's dying at the Unimist camp. How can we say that we will have a country? I see my brother Wall, I think maybe he's from Dinka. He was saying if somebody say Dinka are like this, and then I would go to Juba. My brother, listen. With our Chulu who were in the border of my Jalava, without the Nuer, without Mabani, without all people who were actually in the border with Jalaba, we cannot have a country called South Sudan. Dinka are nothing without Ban. And that's the reality of South Sudan. Dinka are right now, of course, they have the license of the country. If we are talking Dinka did this, it's because they have the license of the country. President Kira Dinka, he's the one who appointed everybody, including Mayor. If something is wrong, how can you say that other people will say it's not a Dinka who are doing this? And there is something called Jail Council of Elders. What is the advice that they are giving to Silver Kid?
My brother got look.
Okay.
Your time is
Okay. So to me, for us to actually see these 3 key words, we have to understand that South Sudan was formed out of no ideology, and for us to be able to come back together as a human being, I think we need to go back to our root. And the root that I'm thinking, like anybody else who were talking before me, is that South Sudan is good now. See, we have 3 identical areas: Barak Gazal, Equatoria, and Afanal. When we go back into those areas, to me, I actually propose that other people will propose something called confederation. Because in the United States, let's say if you live in the United States was a colony of 13. Confederation. I hear somebody like John, he was saying he's from Quebec. Canada. Canada was formed out of 7 confederation until they know themselves, and then now they have a country. This is exactly what we need in South Sudan. Lakin, I don't know who called my name. We need to talk. I've seen people, me and the other lady now, I think Gigi was called on. But, let's have a dialogue. Because that's exactly what Javel said. We have a different opinion. We have a different of what we have to say. Lakin, let's talk. Because when we talk, then we will be able to identify what the problem is. And when we identify it, then from there, we will be able to solve that problem. To me, for these three things, unless we go back to our root, and one of my proposals, like many of the Equatorian, let's go to our region and form confederation. And instead of pushing ourselves into unity that will only kill us. Because you can, like now, for example, how many people now in Juba? All politicians now are in Juba. And what they do? Nothing. They just hate themselves. What if we put some of them in Juba, some of them in Malakal, some of them in Wow? Then we divided the Boston into 3 areas. That's exactly how it works in other countries, like Yugoslavia, for example. When the Europeans tried to put Yugoslavia into one country, what happened? Killing every day. But after Yugoslavia in 1992, what happened? There is no war whatsoever when they put them into their own places. There is no war whatsoever in Europe. This is exactly what we need to do in South Sudan. We cannot force ourselves. Unity is not something that can be forced up on people. It's like a marriage. You cannot have a husband or a wife that is forced on you by your parents. Even if you guys produce kids, those kids will end up somewhere else in the end. And to me, forcing ourselves to have a country called South Sudan will only produce kids that will be killing themselves forever. Let have a dialogue. Let have unity. Let respect our opinion. Let have a dialogue, not unity. Dialogue first, and then unity will come after. Thank you.
Can I interject something, a small bit? Yeah, Clement.
Okay, go ahead. And thank you so much.
Okay, just only 1 minute. Just only. John Luke, Angela Luke, what you said, the confederation is different from federation. Confederation is an independent country like South Sudan and Kenya and Uganda agree to come one nation, like East Africa nation, like what they call now East Africa. They agree, Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, to come one, and maybe to come one and form one president. That is confederation. But federation is a division of the country into region with the powers allocated to them, but they are remaining one country. When we federate, we don't separate. We remain one. Our president will remain one. But the powers will go to you. You elect your own people. Like, for example, now, in Upper Nile, do you see a governor being elected by people? No. It is a president by degree. But if we have agile federation, it is you to elect a governor. Our leaders today don't look into the suffering of the people because they look into the suffering of Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir is the one who gives them food. But when we elect our people, like me, I become a bad leader. My people will kick me out. So, federation will remain united, but the powers from the president are reduced, given to the people. The president will only remain with the foreign policy. and then the defense of the nation. There will be orders of defending the country. If South Sudan want to go in war with Uganda or with Sudan, it is the president who will say that I declare the war. So the rules, it is the only one that will be reduced. Because it is our behaviors that make us to have a problem. So when you go to Barasal and whatever, I have said it before. But anyway, this is, I had wanted just only to interpret to you. Confederation, it is a union of independent countries to come together. That is called let us confederate. But when a country like South Sudan said, South Sudan, let us federate. Federate, we just divide the powers into our regions. But the resources, the revenue of our country, we share equally by the central government. But we remain united. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yeah, if I can correct, yeah, let me just 1 second. If I can correct what you said.
Yeah, so in our case, I think two things apply for us: confederation and federation. Both of them apply. But I believe the best way Trump can apply might be a federal system. But both of them, of course, can apply for South Sudan. So thank you, John. So you can go ahead. Got look.
Yes. So so one thing that I want to also clarify to my brother over there. Yes, we know the difference between federation and confederation. If you see our document, myself and Dr. Akim Daro, we actually give people an option when we say that, you know what, we try this federation. But if you're still thinking that this federation that we have in South Sudan has anything left, let those people come. But we offer it. We know that there is a difference between federation and confederation. And for us, when we propose a 3 autonomous region, we have in mind that confederation is actually best because people will govern themselves autonomously in Equatoria, in Afana, and in Bargazal. It will be up to those people from Bargazal to elect their own people. Like you rightly said, as if you know, Mafi Zolin do have except to carry loan.
Look, confederation, my brother. Only a person who is looking for separation. Wait. Let me say this.
I think we're getting out of hand.
Only if you are looking, no, just a small.
Yeah.
Confederation is that unless Equatoria is a country, independent country, Upper Nile, independent country, Barghasan, independent country, and then when we want to unite these people all together, we will call confederation. Because a union of different countries come together, melted in confederation. But federation, it is the country giving powers to the regions. The country is not divided. You are not united that day, you are dependent, you whatever. No, you will still remain in one country under one leadership. The leadership can come from any region. That is a confederate.
Yeah. So let me finish my thought and I give it to rest. So because to me, yes, when you are being given a autonomous, that means you actually govern yourself alone. And we give example. Even today, I actually give an example. In Canada, there were 7. And those 7 countries, confederate state, they were under Canada. The same thing like United States. 13 of them, like way back then. So 13 states, they call themselves Confederate, but they belong to the United States of America. That's exactly, if we try that now in South Sudan, I think it can actually work. So thank you, and I will give chance to other people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But why we mentioned that? Because, you see, the majority of Equatorians, they believe that Equatorial, of course, it is true. Equatorial is
Your voice is far away, Mr. Clement.
Huh?
Yeah, can't sort of Clement. Now it's clear. Now it's clear.
I said that, because Equatorial used to be like total different in terms of system, or like different total in terms of government. So if you believe so, both words can apply to the situation of South Sudan. Yeah, so thank you. I think I just I'm gonna give for GJ. Yeah, I mean
CJ, yeah.
CJ, do your turn, please.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, just working out. Okay.
Well, let me say hello to everyone. Thanks for the opportunity, and I believe Jonathan Kang is here. Well, what a controversial guy you are, man. Well, as I've said, today with unity, the next day you say it's your separatists. That's great. Somehow, let me go to your topics. When we come to the topic that you've just been talking about, which is how can we restore hope, dignity, and unity of South Sudan. I hope you are looking, South Sudan today is totally in disarray. There's no government, as you can see. There's chaos, there's blood, shed, there's no accountability. People are just pushing us, kept on pushing us the way how it is. Ever since 2011, when people vote for independence, unfortunately, you can see now where we are. When there's blood, there won't be any hope easily unless we stop it. We have to stop the bleeding, first of all. The country bleeding, particularly Equatoria. That's why what we're saying is that, separations will come first. And the best model I can give you is the Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you may need to make some research and go to Saudi Arabia. How did that countries, which was once separate entities, tribal, in conflicts, in continuous conflicts, in similar way how things are now running in South Sudan. So through Lawrence of Arabia, and the British, as well as many others at the time, they managed to separate them, put them to, place them to the way how they are looking today. So they are the same people who are almost resembling us today. So separation is the best way. I agree with the young man here who says, people need to go back to square one, which is we were once kingdoms. As we have said, Equatoria is not South Sudan, and South Sudan is not Equatoria. For those who are still holding the name South Sudan, we know why. We know their intention very well. They're the one who refused to lay down their guns. Among them, I'm afraid, it could be, those whom you have fight once, John, people like the SPLA, those who are calling for the liberation of South Sudan, of Sudan. Those who are calling for a new Sudan, remember that. There are those people who are still hanging on to this title, South Sudan. That's why they don't want to give it up. Make no mistake, those people have a history. Now today you can see them jumping left and right. They wanted to occupy. They become occupiers. That's what I can call them easily. They are occupiers, the Dinkas, and their allies. They're there with a little bit of some of them who are really denying that idea, who are genuinely saying we are South Sudanese and we should be proud of that. It's unfortunate. So, about unity cannot exist at this particular when there is war. As far as the separations that we are calling for, it is not in our intention that we have been pushed to. When there is no government, tell me if there's government. I challenge you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I challenge you. Tell me if there's a government that can kill its own people, a government that, a group of people who were once volunteers fighting for liberation of the entire country, of the 64 tribes. It's unfortunate. Today, it is only one tribe, which is Dinka, who are wanting to dominate. As you can see, the guy who have just spoken a few minutes ago. Well, it seems to be adding the fueling the situations. We know what that is. So I urge you guys, you the South Sudanese out there, to come to a sense and understand that if we are to push on with the same system today, what so-called revitalizations, guys, we are going to be in a parallel line. There won't be any connections. There won't be anything, any hope for so-called unity. So the issues are clear, guys. We're in a turmoil. The world are looking at us and loving us. So what we are saying is everybody should go to his respective territory, where it was. Let us say, even during the one Sudan, where there was decentralizations. What do you think decentralization is? It was a form of what you are called federation and all that kind of things, where there's a specific area where you can be like, an army, may have an army, a system of government, as you have said. Well, that would have been there. Did you ask yourself, those colleagues of yours, why did they give up bringing, holding on after they hijacked the government of the people? Why wouldn't they hold on to the 3 equatorial states, the way how things were playing in 1972? In 1972, during Lagu time, when he managed to get with Nimeri into a negotiation table, settling the issue, there was a systematic issues that took place. I wish every one of you would have been aware of that. One of them was that they didn't make a joint, for instance, there had never been a joint South Sudan troops. There were 3 battalions. Upper Nile has their own battalions, as well as Bahr al-Ghazal, all right, and Equatoria. So those 3 people were different. The idea was, during that time, remember, I hope we would have learned of that from that. Remember what Jalaba says. They know very well. They says there has to be a term, a period of time where there will be an integrations. That means after 5 years' time, there will be an integrations of the troops, North and South. They will come together. So today, what we're looking at is a jungle kind of a system that is running in our country. Nobody cares. Remember, under the 3,000 United Nations troops, leave alone the neighboring countries, business people, and all that kind of things, leave alone those who are in the camps today. Don't you have a feeling, my friend, to say unity? How could unity come? How could we have a unity when you have internally displaced persons, when you have refugees? Don't you think that, those Equatorians who are now in millions outside the neighboring countries, does mean tell you frankly that we have been pushed to a separation? Something that was not in our intention? So why don't you come to a sense, my friend? And you out there who's listening, who seems to be in parallel line or means disagreeing with us as Equatorial Civil Association Council, why don't you come to your sense? The country have fallen based on the United Nations reports, is that we are just self-reliance. We are not self-reliance, but reliance. As you can see money goes to a specific group, the Dinka, and their allies. If you're a good friend of Dinka, like you probably, I doubt, I don't know, I may question. Sooner or later, if you don't have anything, probably they will reach you, bribe you, and give you something to talk the language you are doing. No, we shouldn't be that way. You know where Equatoria is. Don't tell me, okay, I'm related to those to Lua or Dinka and all that. Then why wouldn't you? Did you tell me whether or not during the Nyanya ones, the period when Lagu was fighting, did Letuka come up and say, okay, we are related with Louis? Did I hear of that? I didn't hear of that, my friend. I hope you tell me about it. So there is no any opportunity for us at this particular point of time, in the absence of legitimate government, or transitional government. No, we will have no hope. There will not be hope. There isn't any hope that you can talk about. There isn't any dignity that you can talk about, my friend.
Mr. CJ, your time.
Yeah, I appreciate it, my friend. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, indeed.
Since I am the center being attacked, I'm the only one defending.
No, it is not an attack, my friend.
No. Many voices are directing, especially like you now. You said it. You are really what a confusion. Let me tell you one thing before you go ahead. I want to tell you that one thing I want to tell you. I myself, I am very sensitive and irritating to the language of separatists and Gen Council of Elders. You are all the same kind of the people. The Gen Council of Elders plus the separatists. Your languages cannot bring anything good in the country. Thank you.
Wow. Are you serious, Mr. John? Wow. Wow. I'm really. This is the same man who disrespect our Equatorian women and who want to talk that.
I wonder.
Wow.
It's something that to remind
You're a funny
my
guy.
friend, I understand you're a rebel. You was once a rebel, somebody who fought, who might have killed some other people. Have you gone through some, let us say, some kind of, let's say, for instance, what I mean is that, when you get
brother CJ, let's give chance to others. I don't know, Kalaman, who is coming?
No, hold it, man.
You got him. He was trying to put a point there. Then
I think I'm next.
he's Babula Tai and then Harun, I think.
No, Babula Tai. No, already.
No.
CJ, please.
Yeah.
Just now go.
Can I conclude, please?
Huh?
Can I conclude?
Yeah.
Well, two different things, my friend. Young Council of Elders have caused the death of thousands of Dinka, and also as well Nuer, as well as Equatorians. They were the engineers behind Kir. How could you compare those people as me, my friend? How could you compare me when I'm saying my right, I'm calling for a self-determination, and that everything's on the table, starting with the peaceful means. Did I kill someone? Did I come to storm your house? Did I talk the language how your friend was talking a few minutes ago? That he will storm Juba when he's already storming Juba? When Juba is already almost under storm? Where people are, pissing inside their houses? Where our graves, our ancestors' graves have been taken out? My friend, what I'm talking is the logic point. The facts, the truth. I know the truth hurt, but you have to hold it. Because, when you come to a media, you start speaking, putting all things on the table, you need to know the consequence. That is exactly what it is. So you don't have to skip. We are all sensitive, as you can say. If you're sensitive, well, I am as well. But what I'm talking, I've been cornered. That's why separation is my goal. Because to get my land, guarantee me my land under what you call federal system or confederations. Can you guarantee me my land? Any inch of my land, can you do that? Look to Israelis and Palestinians. You don't know what's going on there, I believe. I hope you understand that. You wouldn't have talked about this. You would have been crying as Equatorians. So as somebody who have fought for 21 years, I wouldn't expect you to talk that kind of language and say unity when somebody have get to a house, grabbing your women, and you're saying and everything.
Thank you, brother.
You start to say,
CJ.
hold it, man, my friend, hold it, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. No.
Can I have a chance, please?
Yeah,
I'm coming.
Your chance has finished.
I'm coming to an end. Yeah.
I just want
okay, thank you. I get it. All right.
To allow to favor other people.
Sorry, take
Let
it easy.
nobody hide behind the rule.
It's okay.
If the rule is 5 minutes, let be 5 minutes. Don't increase.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, but just a quick point
Because
here.
it will create chaos.
I'm listening to Mr. John responding and saying things and even giving time, but when we speaking, and it's not a problem, I'm not complaining. I mean, this is the facts. We are fighting a battle for our people. It doesn't matter who, but if people want, you put a good question there. How can we restore hope, dignity, and unity? And if no one can be allowed to express,
the matter is not like that.
Yes, sir.
Odusi. Brother CJ has already spoken. So, and we are now giving him another chance, double chance of his speech, which is not good. And there is a lot of people who want to speak here. Yeah. So that is why.
Because John interjected.
But if that's
John
debate
interjected.
Separatists also in it, if separatists could not answer, what's the use of the debate if it's going one-sided?
No.
Can I ask you
but never convinced me, really.
Can I ask you?
Wait. The debate is not about CJ. It's not between.
Yeah, simple question, my friend.
The debate is between Odusi and John.
Really, I don't consider it a debate. I'm just trying to correct him. But John thinks it's a debate, but it's okay. But one thing, CJ is also a nationalist Equatorian who wanted to say something because John interjected, so he wanted to respond to correct him because John came peacefully saying that this is the language of separatists, and he compared separatists with Jin Council, which is that's wrong. Jin Council, we are not Jin Council. First of all, Jin Council is the most tribalist, the most primitive, backward group that ever. So John to say that's even ill of him and really disrespectful of him to call people who call for the right of Equatorian. So Mr. John, you need to check yourself in that point. Thank you.
Jackson, just 1 minute at a time. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Jackson, the title that was being brought up, the main point, the theme is to divert our intentions as people who are calling for self-determination of all right, you understand? Let you understand that, please. I hope you understand that. That's why this guy has been, this is not the first time. The guy has been playing in the ring. So what do you expect when you are fighting in the ring? Do I have to be silent? Thank you.
No, you have consumed your time. I consider anybody who is here, who is up here, whether you are a separatist or unionist. So I consider you guys have your own representative. We have two representatives. We have John and Odusi. So whatever they will speak, they have more time than you. So anybody who is here, whether you are separatist or unionist, you have 5 minutes. When you have 5 minutes finished, then you stop there. If Kellerman favor you with 1 minute to be fixed, there is no problem. But it should not go beyond that.
Can I just intercede? Can I intercede something that John said for the first time? Can I just interject in one thing that John said?
The line will come to you. The line will come to you. Kellerman.
All right, understood.
Continue with the line.
You have to wait.
That's my time. Brother Jackson, I just want to say when someone is almost finishing, even if he consumed his time, you will have to add like 1 minute at least somebody to learn his playing down. But if you cut someone halfway, then the message will not reach, That's why most of the time in other rooms, you'll find when you finish your time, they will at least alert you and give you 1 minute to learn so that you can conclude that sentence. This
is what I have told Kellerman. In that whenever somebody has completed his 5 minutes, you have to update him so that he can wrap up within the 1 minute that you will favor to him. Okay, that is what I have already said.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Harun.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to greet all of you guys, the moderators and penalties and the viewers. Thank you. This is a wonderful topic. How can we restore the hope and dignity and unity of South Sudan? Dignity to have a lot of things to to describe about the dignity. The hope of South Sudan. There's no hope. That's my belief, and that's my opinion, and that's my own prediction. Because the South Sudan, as we see today, it's not the South Sudan that our people fought with the Northern Sudan. And I've been writing all these statements down here, and also I will go back all the way to one of the brother, Will, was his speech. I will respond to his speech also, but I will go talk about the dignity first and unity. Unity is very important, and also dignity is also very important. When people united and to understand and respect the other people's opinion, I think that would bring a lot of changes among us South Sudanese. I always think about civilians first, like so many IDPs in South Sudan, and also the killing and raping and land grabbing. This is the most, it's very dangerous in South Sudan as we see today. I been in a war, enjoy like the wars, all my family see, they enjoy the war in Blue Nile, with Malagazari, Yusuf Kua, with all these people, these people that left behind, they left out. Without South Sudan, we will never have a peace. We will never have an independence in South Sudan. That I want just the world to know that. Because the reason why we have an independence in South Sudan, because these Nubian mountains, they also involved into the war. Blue Nile also involved to the war to bring the South Sudan independence. When we come to the lands, I'm really disappointed. Disappointed in Jingnom Talk. One of the elders said, if you go to live in Melakan, you're not an owner. You can live there. You just live like in slavery. That country, South Sudan today, is a slavery country. It's a dictator. It's not a country. And killing. Where's the government? That's not government in South Sudan. Constitutional, what kind of constitutional they had in South Sudan? There's no constitutional. I believe there's no constitutional in South Sudan. If there's a law in South Sudan, the killing would be, the killing, those who killing civilians, those kind of killing supposed to be in jail, or they have to be stopped this, or we can jail them. There's no constitution. That government, they just representing only one tribe or two tribes in South Sudan. They are not representing the whole 64 tribes in South Sudan. Even though 63 contribute during the war, they're not representing them. They're not representing Denka. That's it. If you listen, anybody that listen to Wall speech, that is a threat. That is a threat. You don't have to examine it, so you don't have to, think about it. That is a threat. Wall, you better listen, better careful. Any mess happen in South Sudan, like you said, you go to Juba and then take weapons and then go fight. You will clean up that mess and be responsible and hold accountability. All of South Sudan, everybody fought for South Sudan, sacrifice in South Sudan. You cannot say that yes, we the one who declared the war in South Sudan. 1983, some of my band people, they also contribute. They went to Bilpam. Even John Garang wake up today, John Garang will remember their names and some of the heroes that fought, during the war. Forget that, but if you have a problem with somebody personal, you can deal with that personal, you can deal with it. You don't have to bring the whole population inside, like Denka majority, all Denka, to get involved with those kind of fights. There's a lot of civilians out there. Even Denka civilians out there, they're innocent. They don't know nothing about Facebook or whatever they call it on Facebook, WhatsApp, how you doing on Facebook, they don't know nothing about it. Those kind of activity, those kind of behavior, you gotta take it somewhere. No.
Can you repeat what I said? Can you repeat what I said, Ladita? You look at it, you misunderstood me completely.
No, hold it. Just don't cut me off, please. Just don't cut me off.
I wanted to repeat what I said. I'm afraid that you did not understand.
No, hold it. What do you say? You say that if anyone, if South Sudan, if the new governor, if they want to take the governor, so you're going to get a ticket from here and go to Juba and then take a gun and fight against that, whatever they're taking over. Okay, that means it's a threat.
That is what I'm afraid of. That is what I'm afraid of. You people understand
that's a threat. Yeah. That is a threat. Okay, just let me finish it up and I will give you. I'm not going to say that long, but I will give you a chance to speak. Okay, that's a threat. This is not the first time that I've been listening to your speech. Last time also, John was, when John was hosting the show, I was listening to your speech. Like you kind of like supporting the GSC. You supporting the Jim Nomtok, which is a Denka, the elders. You supporting them so they can have to come together united and fight against another community. That's not good because this is not a country that we fought. And I'm talking to you. I lost my family. My brother, one of the generals, he got killed after the independence of South Sudan. He's been fighting since 1996, all the way to 1998. Because for us to liberate this South Sudan to be independent. And today, most people forgot about it. They said, okay, yeah, we're the one who fought for Northern Sudan to bring the South Sudan independence. That kind of nonsense, we need to stop it. And I don't have any personal with you. But be careful when you're giving a speech. Sometimes your speech is threatening. It can be dangerous to you, it can be dangerous to your family back home. If you look at Upper Nile State, I'm from Upper Nile State. We border with Denka, we border with Arab, with Jalaba. You see, if the war is going to break out in the Upper Nile State, what about those Denka that live in Upper Nile State, where they can go? Let us think with logic. The war that we're doing over here in Facebook here or Clubhouse or whatever, that's a small issue. Like last time John said, I come to Juba. Like we all go to Juba, we can solve the problem. But if we go to Juba, because I'm the one who's talking to you right now, I can be a victim in Juba. Because, it's not going to be safe for me. But for you, because you're Denka, you go to Juba, you can be safe. They can protect it. You can be protected. But the government of the regime.
So,
and I think I will stop from here and I will yield the mic back to the.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Harun. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Harun. So you have narrated many things. The issue why people are quarreling always, people are too hungry to themselves. It is because dear place have been damaged. I always stand with Equatorial, although I am not from Equatorial. Do you know how bad it is when somebody take all your property, for example, take your land, chase your people, kill your people, take, and also bringing into your place like a cow, everything, these things is very, very, very bad indeed, Now, as we all know that Juba now is the center of everything. Even cow is going there. And cow, bigger region, it's not a center, it's a region. Equatorial become a region. So even cow that goes there during the flood, they remain there. They will not even come back. Peace agreement remain there. Rebel remain there. Everything. You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. Let us, try to make the whole nation, and value everybody. This is where dignity, the dignity that we are speaking about, is lies. You need to give dignity to everybody. You need to respect the view of the people. When you dignify anybody, then the hope will return. And when hope return, then the unity will return. Because people are disunited. Even when you use, when if like, for example, somebody says a few days ago that there is a home of some Equatorial or house, a big house, how do you call it, Congress or whatever. So it was, broken, all the windows, the doors, so that it will be made as a hot lock for a cows, a hut for a cows. So they make it like this one. The reason it is because people are not being dignified. People are not being treated with the dignity. So when you say something, you got killed. No, that is why I used to to support Equatorian for their separation. That if separation will take them out of this mess, it's okay, because there is no good government. There is no good government. But if also there is a federalism system whereby nobody have the right to come and interfere into any other person's business, it's okay too. Because we need just only to separate ourselves with the mess that we are in now. This is what we need to do. We need to let our people to sleep, because they have sleeplessness. We need to let our people to relax. People are running always. So this is what we are seeking for. And that is why, I used to look at any corner. Anybody who is saying anything, we just accept it. Because it is the way that he's being treated. He's being treated harshly and badly, as if he was not a human being. So this is not good. So at the end of the day, when person become too hungry, he will take a guns and kill you. No, there is no doubt in that. So if I become so angry and you are not hearing me, I take guns and die. So how there is a lot of people who have lose hope to the level that it is better for them to die now, not tomorrow. There is some people who have lose hope by saying, as I found a young South Sudanese saying that it is better if God could have made me a dog in USA rather than make me a human being in South Sudan. What does that mean? It means that you lose a hope to the level that you even hate yourself. You don't even feel like you are a human being. You don't even feel like your people are being treated. Today, as we speak, there is hunger displaced people in South Sudan. In 21st century, worlds are talking about development. People are building their houses with a mirror. And people in South Sudan are still hunger. They are still, building their houses with the grass. They are still living in Rakuba. Do you think that is not bad? People are still killing themselves to the level that even, how can I describe it? Mafi Rahma Adil Kid. There is no conscience. Anybody who is calling to whatever he is calling for has a full right. And if he is, if he can achieve this and he will be, we will God rest on it, it will be okay. Bukun kwes raya napsu, uraya lenaida. Lanu, tab de ma bumfa yani, ma bumfa. Yani Junubu Sudan siladi yomalela da muftarat kan yakun dola, asma dola, be crucial serogoda, asma dola, kan mashi tawali wara dul, kan Kenya ismu junu, kan Rwanda den gan kalau fi walela kan ma haja min Junubu Sudan. Lo ma ligine rais قبلي وعنصري وما عنده هم على شعبه بس الهم بتاعه هو اللي بس كرسي ده بس ما يمشي منه ده بس شال الناس كله يموتوا الناس كله يعملوا شنو كرسي ما يمشي ده يو هم بتاعه بس. لكن لو كان لقينا الرئيس عنده وطنيه وعنده انسانيه والله كان جنوب السودان صدقوني كان جنوب السودان حسي كان ماشي ورا يوروب. كان عندنا سكاي كريبر in South Sudan today بكروش السرقو بموارد اللي عندنا بترول اللي عندنا. حسي الليله كلامكم ده. No one is being asked all about the taxation. يا اخي يو اس نينا قاعد نتكلم فيه يو اس الليله 50% بتاعه 50 من 100 بيجي من taxation. جنوب السودان taxation بمشي وين؟ taxation بمشي وين؟ بمشي في جيوب بتاع ناس معينين في حدود ما في زول بسال. taxation بتاع حدود للناس حدود ال 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 اسمه المؤسسات اللي قاعدين في داخل الدوله ذاته taxation بتاعهم ما معروف بمشي وين. اي taxation في جنوب السودان ما في taxation ده بيدفع لكل اي جيش في دوله داخل دوله في taxation وفي شنو مواطن يقعد 5 شهور 6 شهور 7 شهور ما يصرف 100. ده كلام وين؟ لانه قروش بيمشي لناس معينين بترول بمشي للناس معينين taxation بمشي للناس معينين اي حاجه بمشي للناس معينين. وجنوب نينا قاعد نقوله جنوب حلو وجنوب كويس وجنوب فيه معارض اي حاجه. الليله ليه كلامكم ده الليله جوهنديس كينين بجي من هناك من داخل من حدود بتاع اكواتوريا بيشيلوا تيمبا بتاع اكواتوريا بيشيلوا حصل بتاع اكواتوريا معارض بتاع اكواتوريا ده لما يشيلوا بكره بعد بكره هم بيبنوا بيشيلوا. الليله انت لو مشيت في يوغندا عندهم اسمه شنو عمودا بتاع كهرباء بتاعهم ده ما تيمبا بتاع اكواتوريا. لو مشيت اجومني ديستريكت مشيت ناس يلوغو ناس منو عمود بتاعهم بتاع كهرباء عمود بتاعهم ده تيمبا بتاع اكواتوريا. لو انت هم بكره يعملوا بشنو. You are saying that people should not separate. ده بتاعهم بيشيلوا why؟ عشان تخلي جنريشن بتاعهم بكره يكونوا قاعدين في الناي ده يكونوا قاعدين في الفخ تسرق قروش كله تخطه في الدول الاخرى تعمل you know these things is very bad indeed. This is what we need to tackle. We either tackle the government and remove it completely ونحاسبوا جماعة وبعدين نجيبوا federal system of governance whereby Equatoria الولاية بتاع إكواتوريا ناس بتاع إكواتوريا يعملوا انتخابات بتاعهم يجيبوا والي بتاعهم يجيبوا محافظ بتاعهم مش رئيس كلام فارغ ساكت يا أخي مش رئيس ناس معارض بتاعهم يقعدوا هناك حكومة ناشونال جوفمنت الرئيس لو في رئيس يشوف برنامج بتاع دول دبلوماسي بوليسي يعمل حدود ويخرر اللي اسمه شنو لو في ايمرجنسي لو في حرب لو في شنو يكون ده شغله. لكن اي حاجه الرئيس هذا رئيس شنو نائب رئيس هو يو براو بشيل اي زول في لمن بيجا ماجستي دي بيجا كينج دي كده كينج قال انه انا هندي هوريه نعمل اي حاجه ومنو زول واحد بس يو كرب جنوب السودان كله زول واحد بس عنده حاجه الليله يجي يطلع الناس دول كله يجيب ناس دول كله خارب دوله ده شنو ده. Don't we have other dinkas لو ده دينكا يقدر يعمل رول ما في دينكا تاني كويس ممكن يبني دوله ده الا غير الفقير بس الفقير كلام فارغ ساكت يا اخي. Please continue your line Kalaman.
Yeah, Maris Jackson. So this is our situation. We have to really have to work, to change our country. So thank you. So Brother William,
may I say my point or I still have to wait online? Just asking because earlier I was expecting I would be able to speak also.
What was my plan? I want to give chance to actually 10 of William. After William, I want to give some time for Wall to respond back. Then after that,
because just to remind you guys, because I'm not gonna stay here longer, but because I was expecting to kind of like interject what Mr. John, and then later we will be doing other stuff. But I understand.
I hope you're not going to take longer.
John has spoken longer, but I understand you. Yeah,
My response, I want to let you guys know I am back, but I am not in a rush. Thank you.
All right, sir. I know kalamna شوية سخن.
I'm gonna give it just 3 minutes. Please.
Okay, no problem. I can deal with it in 3 minutes, of course. I hope kaman later to kunu fair kaman ma Johnny Jonah Cheng. So let me be put a point والله. طبعا احنا what do you call it Equatorial nationalists as a separatist of course كلامنا سخن دايما قاعد يكون حريقة شديد, but it's all good though. But one thing I would say, I like what Mr. Jackson said, and I appreciate Brother Jackson speaking from his heart. That's good. But remember, في حاجات to remember the conflict, تعريف ذاته is need to be put clear. Then the continuation of the conflict, who's fueling it? Who's fueling it? And today you hear this so-called regime, the regime illegitimate al-Qaid في جوا power ده الماسك الباور في جنوب السودان, claims that Nasta social media already fueled the fight and all the division and the hate, but al-hate ده ما بدا هسه. الهيت ده بدا من ايام تا SPLA existed, وكمان الهيت كان رجعنا عنده تاريخ ذاته قبل ال SPLM. All right, let's go back to the history. Let's go back to the history of our ancestors, and let's study or kind of like investigate which regions used to be always in a conflict among themselves, and which is the most troublemaking tribe in South Sudan. Because we have to be honest with ourselves. Can Hajjadema put clear? Don't expect Equatorian who always take pride that our ancestors have left us a great legacy on the idea that we as one people who understood how to govern ourselves regardless can the Western system or just our traditional system. We are better with our traditional system because our ancestors did it. عندنا ذاته معروفين الزول بيعرف جنوب السودان إكواتوريا كويس بيتذكرنا السلطان أندريا. Those are one of the great leaders who can't judge. Like, can you imagine his legacy? He was wise enough to put Equatorial in the map based on his way, how he deal with things, And then we have a lot heroes like Agrija Deng, and others like Yahoo Joseph Lago. God bless his soul. Continue blessing him with long life. Those are the people that have been shufum, have made something. And then you look at Equatorian right now on facing the challenges, unless they're facing it. Equatoria is not asking anything much, but it's right. يعني حقوقه, like هسه احنا في الناحية بتاع الطلب بتاعنا احنا ما محتاجين نسأل من اي زول ان ايكواتوريا يكون دولة. ايكواتوريا بس عاوز يزيح من المشاكل. انا understand في ناس تعبانين في على بحر غزال ده ما بننكره. زي قبلك جون تشين قاعد يقول يا اخي it's selfish for us to do that, but let me remind him it's more selfish than to leave your wife getting abused and raped in your home and you want to save the neighbor's wife. All right, I want to remind him that it is more selfish when you see your wife and children being abused and raped while you want to save the neighbor. I know في echo أنا قاعد نسمع وأنا قاعد نسمع في interruption. I don't know who's up there. Yeah. Well, I hear an echo.
Can I make my short interjection just
okay, so I've been interrupted again, but go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Didi. I'll give it to you. No, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No.
It's me who interrupted you.
No, it wasn't you. It was, there is echoes and I heard it from the background, but just go ahead. You can finish my point. It's okay. Go ahead. Let's not do 2 minutes. 1 minute and a half is possible. Thank you. I'm done. Go ahead, Didi.
Okay, I was there from that time after William. You have to line it up a bit long. The other thing with William, but after that, I want to listen from war.
1 minute will do for me. I'll shut up just like the rest of the time I've been. 1 minute just will be enough. Because you just
go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to say that to clear out something that I know not only my brother John, which with John, my respect to you in the hard work you're trying to put, in the unity and stuff like that. But I feel like sometimes you're disabling, the Dinka when you begin to speak about, with love and stuff like that. And what are they gonna do and stuff like that. This is you're disabling the people of South Sudan from equipping, giving them and equipping them from giving them a chance, to go back home and stand strong, on their feet and begin to take accountability and also look on what they can do right now. Because all we do is like we waste time in talking about, oh, if we love each other, it's like obviously we're not going to love each other. The love that is going to be there, we're different nation. We're not going to sit as a lovers between a woman and a wife, we're going to, live in one house and sleep together and stuff like that. That's never going to happen. So yeah, but the only love that would be there is like, let me say that politics is like a good business, you do business with people, you see, it's about give and take. What can I benefit from you? If all these decades I haven't been getting anything good from you, what do you get to offer right now? Tell me. I want to sit down with you. What do I get to offer? What do you get to offer me? And what do I get to offer you? It's not like a one-sided thing that I'm always just like sacrificing myself to you. So,
okay, Didi.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to tell John that let's stop disabling these people from standing for themselves, being responsible. Let's give them the quick equipment and the chance for them to build themselves up and encourage them to stand as men, not as children, not as dependents of Equatoria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Didi. So, brother William, so it is your turn. So it's yours. And then let us be member. I mean, so you have a lot of brothers and sisters waiting. So maybe at 5 minutes is okay. It's according to our rule. If there's anything, just I can edit for you like 1 minute or 2 minutes. So you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, a greeting to all of you. First, the question is saying that how can we restore hope, dignity, and unity of South Sudan? To me, is one of Southern Sudanese, a question Mushfi Malo, because the unity of Southern Sudanese, were we united before? When we start the war, we just went as a tribe to fight a common enemies, which is Northern Sudanese. And then when we signed the peace in 2005, we have a government that's supposed to bring the ideas how to unite these different tribes who fought as one against the enemy. But did it happen? It never happened. We experienced the killing and many bad things that is happening now. So where were you united here? So if the question is, how can we unite the different tribes in Southern Sudan? That is where the idea of social contracts come in. It's supposed to happen in 2005. We all know the Constitution. John Luke, Alayera Hamu is not here. The Salva Kiir and others. They didn't care about the Constitution, which is supposed to address this unity of the people of Southern Sudan. So, when we talk about the unity, there are principles maybe we have to consider. Principle for peaceful coexistence. Because if before this modern state called Southern Sudan, we have a tribal state. So each tribe is a independent countries has been peacefully living side by side with their own people, So that was, there is a lot of hope and dignity and unity within that particular tribal countries, like the Shulu Kingdom, or Nuer or Nuer or Danka. We have peace and we have hope and we have dignity that time. So, but it never happened when we tried to build these countries. So, in terms of if we relate our situation to the other countries, or if we put ourselves as a tribe
with their own countries, and we're trying to build a new country and it's not going ahead. There has been a coexistence between neighboring tribes. It's the same as a modern state today, that where there is a mutual respect for territorial sovereignty and integrity. You cannot go today as you are Kenyan and then you just go to Uganda and do something wrong there. That is a declaration of war. You cannot go from Sudan to Egypt and then you just do whatever that is declared. So you need to be respectful to other people's territories. But in Sudan, southern Sudan today, as we are talking, we have people going from Jungule to everywhere. What is the respect to the other people territories? There is no. So how can the unity and hope be achieved under this environment in southern Sudan? So again, to make it short, because my minutes are very limited, so who to be blamed is the government, because we don't have a leadership. The people who are in power, they are the people who are supposed to say, let us come up with principles that will bring the life in the villages, Garan said, to the modern state. But these people, they don't have vision. They don't have leadership qualities. They don't have vision. And they don't have a leadership quality like to protect, defend, and provide. They don't have it. So for me, for us to realize the hope and dignity that has been in the villages, we need to bring change. The government which is there now, we have a document already which is the peace agreement, but still they are refusing. They are refusing. When I say they are refusing, we have Gen Council and Salva Kiir and his cabinet. They are refusing. And you can see today, brothers and sisters, there is something called Namtok, that the same mind. The same mind. Look at the title, Namtok. So you decide as one, what kill everybody, because there is no diversity. There is no diversity in opinion. And then this Namtok. So we all become blind. So this hope, it will come when Equatorian calling for separation and the Shulu calling for separation. If they want, Nuer will call. If they want, and everybody will call. Because the unity didn't work here. But if we decide and said, no, we don't want Equatorian to go, we don't want Shuluk to go, we don't want Nuer to go, and then now that is the time we will sit down. Okay, then what we have to do? We have to respect the hope and dignity of every single tribe in southern Sudan. And then we have to build a constitution that will accommodate each tribe right. So that is the time now the hope and dignity will be realized. And then we now have a unified southern Sudan. But for now, let everybody fight for what he or she believes is right, because there is a threat for our being. So yesterday I mentioned that we define our grievance already. Our grievance is that this government is killing people, is grabbing land, is displacing people. So under these circumstances, unity and hope cannot bear. The language now is how to change this government. And lastly, I can relate this to you guys, because many people who are talking here today, we try to please ourselves, or even to please ourselves about how professional we are. To look like doctors or to look like a lawyer or to look like a professor. It's not a time for that. It's a time to say enough is enough. There is injustice in Southern Sudan. When our people start fighting in 1955, they start with arrows and bow. No choose, nothing. But they know there is an enemy to fight, to be confronted. And even Dr. Dunyaba, who usually come here, he loses his limb. You know, they were in the front line because the language that time required that you go to the front line to kill or be killed, right? That is the language. But the language we're trying to use today, you need to frame yourself to bring a sophisticated language. And we know already we're talking just about land. We know already talking about people being slaughtered, you know. We already land being taken. There is no philosophy here, is that there is injustice, it has to end. And all of us, whether you are professional or you are a doctor, or you are a lawyer, or you are ordinary person, we speak the same language. It's a time to correct the injustice, and to do it, this government must go. Or if they accept a tolerance, they need to start implementing the current peace. So thank you, brother, for opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Brother William. So, okay, go ahead then. I think you want to say something.
Yeah, Brother Jackson and Kellerman, I would love to stay, but
and then
now
I forgot to put a juvenile for a word. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to put my final words, then I will just drop myself, if it is okay with you guys, the moderators.
Because this is already late with you guys there, just you can go. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to go back to the point of federalism. I just want to say, this federalism that people thought maybe if it is implemented, it can bring peace. We're just lying to ourselves, and it will be something that can bring disaster, catastrophic disaster, especially in our region of Equatoria. And when I'm just looking at the federalism, I'm just taking Yugoslavia as an example, because it's the same issues like ours. When I look at my region itself, I look at the economy and the political challenges that it will be there, even if it is implemented. As long there is high manner within that region, if we come to economic side of it, we will also be dealt with. In politics, the same thing. So it's not going to help anyone. The only solution is just Equatorians need to separate. Because if I'm talking about economy, because I don't know what else is going to come when Chinese start to stop giving loans more to the government. If we look at the control of the economy itself, leave alone the politics itself and the mentality, because if it works in other places, maybe it is different from us. But there are some countries that have gone through the same thing of federalism, and it brought more disaster. So the only solution for the restoration of hope and dignity and unity of Equatoria, Equatorians have to separate and be region of their own. And from there, this is when now the dignity of their people will be restored in another way, different from what we think. And the unity itself now will be built, the unity that has been divided by divide and rule and conquer way of, ruling. Because with all this, even if there is hope, if the system is not clean, nothing will be established. Even for the Equatorians who still believe that unity is the only solution, it will not work. These are the points that I want to put, but I just want to also ask my sister down there. Earlier on, I want to comment something. She disappeared, but now I saw she came, she disappeared, so there's no need again. I'll just say thank you, Jackson, Kellerman, and everyone that is here. Until next time, goodbye.
Thank you so much. And really, I want to give chance or give to all. And why I'm doing that, because there was a lot of allegation. He has to defend himself. He has to clear. So what? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Brother Kalamata. I actually listened for almost more than 2 hours, and I just want you to bear with me here at Shantinas Qatar into some of the things that I need to respond to. Harun and Ustaz Lam Kalamum Wahid, Sana Burulum, in one comment. Ukaman, I want to let you know, this is going to be my last contribution here. And if any one of you have something to say to me, hold it up with you. If there is a show in this room again, you can come back again and remind me, Zema John Uchangamulagabil. Brother Harun Ustaz Kalam Kumwait, Anna, I was threatening in my speech. Lakin, as you guys just cherry pick. You just choose what actually represent your opinion, but you did not take the whole statement of mine. And this is a big problem in the social media when it comes to South Sudanese people. If you want to quote somebody, give us the full quotation. Or lozol majority belo yegulu yekar kalamu. Zema John Uchang Amalekabel, John Uchang did not say what I said. Usalni, he asked me to repeat what I said, and I did it. Ukalamana Gultu under topic that John Uchang, and John Uchang was talking about how Dinka are afraid to hand over the leadership due to the fear that is being generated against them. That was what he was actually talking about. John Uchang, he can agree with me or he can prove me wrong. And then he gave me a chance to respond. And John Uchang, the way I look at the opposition, Ahliyan, El Mujid Beledna, there is too much of a threat that actually created a lot of fear in the Dinka people. That the Dinka cannot trust any of the leaders from the opposition today to even give them the power. Not only that, even if one of those opposition leaders take the power by whatever means, the Dinka will rebel against its government. This is exactly what I said in that show. When you look at the way some of the soldiers of some of the opposition, the kind of song that they sing, for those of you who just came in late, I said it a while ago, the song suggests, Nehna Mader Dinka was canin. Zolan du Jej Zede, Bakter Kure is Zola Kev. Mafi Dinka we Bekal Kalambe. Hata Ana ma Bekalo. Bolo Musi Juba, Ana Bukus Vishil Kalanjuko Babe, what a Beharibo. Lana Ana Dinkawe, Ana Minjunuk Sudan, Ana ma Wasaka. Ana Mamkin, Yani, Tejini Bekhari Lindu Jej, El Begulino, Ana Wasaka. I cannot accept that. Ana go to Yomda, what a Begula Hasi. And it is not a threat. It is a preparation for the hate mongering. We are preparing ourselves. We are not threatening anybody. Lakin lama zole kulana zole ashal klanyu kofi yedenu. Ubugulunu dinkawi wasaka. Now, don't you see here threat time and when? Somebody holding a
Alex, remember when you threaten us, you say you rule in Equatoria as supreme leader? You say that to us in a room.
Sister Didi, please.
Thank you so much, Galaman. So you see somebody with Kalashnikov in his hands. He's calling Dinka people Wasaka. Now don't you see them into threatening? Anyway, if you think like I was threatening, I'm not threatening anybody. Lakin, I would prefer myself for anyone that think like I'm a dirt. And I'm a Wasaka. And I'm more than Genovese. These kind of people, these are the people we say that cannot lead our country. And we will not allow them to lead. If you come from any region and you stand up for the national agenda that we all accept, such as federalism, I am for federalism. John Wishang is for federalism. If we have anybody that will actually implement this idea of yours, I and John Wishang will support him. لو في زول بيجي ويشوف مواطن من جنوب السودان تاني بيشوفه كوساكة, we cannot let that happen. And that is not a threat. I'm preparing myself. لزول اللي بيقول أنا وساكة في بلدي ده, I will prepare myself.
اسمع جوبا ده بيت بتاعك ولا شنو؟ جوبا ده بيت ابوك ولا ده بيت إكواتوريا؟
Can I interject him, please?
No, brother, So just respect us. And then there's a lot of people down. Let us respect each other. So,
thank you so much.
That's what I'm wondering. Somebody's not proud of their home, but will be proud of somebody's home when they call my home.
No,
Just surprised. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yeah, respect the moderation. Okay, you guys were given your own chance to speak, and this interruption was not happening. Okay, that's a part of a dignity to command. If you dignify me, if you want dignity, dignify someone else too. If your time is given to you, is yours. If mine is given to me,
don't,
is mine.
Because last time you insulted us, you told us that you have the right to be Madina and Supreme Leader.
Come in your room, Didi, and we will talk about it there. Like this is not
I'm doing it later on. Come.
Please
don't disappear.
Okay. Anyway, coming to the dignity itself, you cannot indignify someone else, and you expect yourself to be dignified. Even the way we talk, the way we talk, it will tell us whether you dignify somebody or not. Alela de, in this presentation, Pikalam John Ushangalo Hene. Dinka may try to contaminate the Equatoria. And then he went on and on and on. When you describe certain community as a contaminant, the man another Bishopum Sinu, Wasaka. That if Yanhuma Lolamo Majalia Tani, if they mix with other communities, we couldn't feel contamination. Kalamde, a statement like this. Kalamde feel dignity? I don't see that. Odise, brother, Odise, command brother went on and described Gen Council of Elders as the most primitive, the backward, and the tribalistic. The most primitive, the backward, and the tribalistic.
Nice 10 on it.
This words here,
but brother Wall, this thing was SPLA Dinga was is not by SPLA in opposition.
Your voice was a little rocky.
That Dinga was so that's all. Wasn't by SPLA in opposition?
Yeah, it was SPLA in opposition, yes. It was soldiers from SPLA in opposition. I was using them as an example, yes. So when you look at the Kilmad El Ghana Gulu, the word that we say, they don't even fall in line with the topic in it, particularly the word dignity. Lamatiji Hine, Utagulino, Nas grandfathers, Nas Abilalier, who once led our country, Nas the Aldo Ojo, who once led our country, and Nas the Joshua Dow, who is a theologian. You call them primitive. The marriage, you actually really dehumanize them to the point that Itagatamulom, Mugarena, Mahasharat, or some kind of monkeys or chimpanzee. Is that a dignity? Anyway, coming to Brother William, yes, your words are a little bit okay. We can take them. They're not very hard. It's a good, young Namtuk or Namtuk, يعني بمعنى دمو واحد لا ده ترجمة غلط. الاسم الحقيقي بتاع النادي بتاع الشو أو روم ده بيقولوا جين نمتك جين una capta, جين una capta, meaning a dinka, one-headed dinka, and the reason it is called like that is dinka is not one. Dinka is not one. Dinka has big 5 branches. So they came up with this name here as sort of an umbrella that unites all the young people. It's not about our brain. It's not like you're trying to make it sound like, pulling a kalam agenda, but not pulling a white. No. If we have one mind, nothing as Carbino Wall, El Catalopi Lagos said, he's a dinka. He rebelled, he got killed. George Thor, he was a dinka. He rebelled, he got killed. That should tell you that, we don't have one mind. We young people think differently. With this here, this is how I would actually respond to these people here. Waitu nas harunda. If you want to share a big into the tasma kalam, utashil kalam al biajibak, kalam al biamul promote agenda that hatred butagde, ita wasil bo. Lakini ita la batashufu ni dinga del wasaka, kalasiel muksasa butag amshi juba, amshi gushum. Go and clean it out. Go and clean the dirt out. And that is also it is that it's a like the man is that you are denying me my own dignity. That is why I spoke like that, ya Harun, not because I wanted to threat to somebody. Ana fi baladi, ma fi zoli amulay describe ana wasaka. Uma fi junubi wasaka. All 64 tribes, none of them is a dirt.
Are you sure? Ita yom da ku gulto ina inda na 8.
Yana gulto when gulto here fi wala fi showta.
Asma, Al-Mem, just continue. Continue.
So anyway,
Clement, انت ما تدي فرصه لناس ثانيين، انت بتخلي الناس ده بيتكلم كلام فارغ، ما بتدي فرصه لناس. انا ما اعرف ليه.
لا اوجر كاس فوتو بتاعي انا بدي فرصه. انا almost done يا كلمه. يا كده thing about this. If somebody wait for 2
Oh my God, this is too much.
To give him 10 minutes or even 5 minutes.
Brother Work. I just want to ask moderator if it's okay, they can allow me to ask you one question and I will not talk.
Yeah, that's a moderator.
Is it okay?
Okay, go ahead, ask. You can ask.
Okay. My question to Brother World is this. First, I want to greet the audience, and my question is, Brother World, you seem to be, what's called? You seem to consider yourself as a SPLA veteran, right? Am I wrong in saying this?
Correct. You're not wrong.
Okay. And can you tell the audience, this question is not to benefit me, but to benefit the audience. Can you tell audience why you joined the SPLA and who you fought for and what were the reason in simple terms? And I will not talk. This is the only question. I promise myself. Thank you.
Okay. I will tell you in a summarized way. Why did I join the SPLA? If you actually break the word SPLA down, you can see the reason right there. You can see the reason right there, particularly the word liberation, which is represented with L. Liberty wasn't there. And I wanted to have a liberty for me and for my people. And for the sake of the liberty, I went to join. That's why I joined. And I did not join for Dinka people. As a matter of fact, from the village that I come from, we don't mind in the Jalabakan. We don't have Arabs in my village. Lakin Arab and Mutakat can gat fi Juba, can gat fi Ye, can gat fi Buletkum, can gat fi Malakal. Lakin Arab fi not mind.
Summarize in that time because we have long line. So please.
Shufta, Brother Tofik, and we can talk more about that in length. But to just like in summary, kill my elder or elder liberation day. That is why I joined. Liberty was not there for us, for me and you and your people. And I still stand for that. Just because of the shortage of time, I would have elaborated more and more, but the time is not enough for all of us, and some of brothers and sisters have been waiting in line. And if you want me to talk with you one-on-one, you can create a room, and I'll be able to tell you more on that. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you so much, Kelman. Thank you so much, Brother Jackson. And thanks for the panelists and the audience. And if you have something that you want to say, hold it. Write it down, hold it. In whichever room you meet me in that, ask me about that question. With that there, I yield the mic back to you, Brother Kelman. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Wall. And I don't know, Brother Jackson, do you have any word you want to say?
No, continue with your line.
Hey guys, I've been waiting since yesterday, guys. What's going on here? Can you guys give a chance other than you guys recycling, talk back and forth?
No, so this is we are moving forward. So, Mrs. Bay, it is your turn. Please go ahead. Mrs. May? Mrs. May? May is not there. Okay, Fortunato, can go ahead.
Okay.
Hey guys, Calaban and Jackson, what are the criteria for someone to join in?
Just be patient, brother. You will get there.
I've been patient since yesterday, man.
Asma, just be patient, please. You're a guest. We're all guests here. Thank you.
No. Wait.
Okay.
Brother Cameron.
Let's wait in our consultation. Okay.
I yell him, mic to him. I yell mic to him. I yell
I
mic.
don't know who came first between Fortunato and Julius.
Because Julius was here, then I believe.
Yeah, you just give him a chance. Don't jump the line. Don't jump the line because it will create a chaos.
Yeah, but I don't know who's.
Sorry, I was following. He did not jump the line, Mr. Jackson. He was going online. Miss May did not respond, so Mr. Fortunato came after. And then Julius will come after. Julius is impatient, but give him the chance.
Thank you.
No, can I give Julius first? Can I give Julius to talk?
I will come
No,
in
the
next.
matter is not the line that we are seeing. The matter is who come first.
Guys, I'm going down, okay? Thank you for the opportunity, okay? I already took my question, asked a question, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Miss May is already there, right?
No, not yet. Not yet. I'll come after the next speaker, please.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you for a little bit, confusion. Greeting to everybody, listeners, Jackson, Kelemen, John, Audacious, Babula Tai, Harun, William, Didi, Missy May, CJ, Kutu, David, Aliza, somebody disappear, and everybody there. The topic is very clear. How can we restore hope, dignity, and unity of South Sudanese? Unity of South Sudanese. This is very tough. But I will say, how can we restore hope? This is a question. How can we restore dignity? How can we restore unity of South Sudanese? How? This is very, very tough. We're already broken into pieces. There's no unity, there's no hope. Now. The only hope that we know we can restore in the country, only three issues that have been talked. Some of you were talking about federalism. Federalism has been there for a long time. Equatorians they have been asking this for over 70 years, since 1947. And the Minister of Federal Affairs already there. The government it is set up in that federal system of governance in South Sudan, but it is ethnic. It is centralized. It's kind of mixed up. Everybody is again picked appointees by everybody there. So that is giving us. I cross that out. So let's go to the confederation. Confederation. That means live together as a nation. But that again cross-check, because we have the land grabbers, we have the cattle keepers in Equatoria, we have invaders, all these killings. So that's cross-check. What is next? Federation. Federation is almost close to the administrative status. Last federation a little bit is better. So I will check that a little bit. Then we go to the separation. 3 regions. Federation and the 3 regions. It will be a little bit, 50-50 chance that we can have. But the 100% that we need separation, because it is too much. Federal system of governance already there. Federation, it will be a fundamental behavior shift once federal system of governance as federation will be in place. So that will be a little bit, help people to stay together and and talk as a nation. But the country is really a mess. Who brought this a mess? That is Jenkins of Ventus, Kir, and militias that are killing people in the country. That alone will make us separate. We are already, you can see the language that we are all talking about. This nation, our people, you as a citizen, you can tell about what Wall was talking about. Wall was saying that he cannot allow. Remember, he is a Dinka, and he projecting the power of the Dinkas that they have. He's not talking as alone. Any Dinka that talking over there, anywhere, is not talking as a person that is there. He's projecting the power they have. They're communicating back home. They see the power that they have. They say they will not allow somebody, as Wall said. But my response to Wall, I want somebody to record this down. Nothing is going to happen. Whatever Wall said, I said my response to him. It's never going to happen. Dinka don't own the country of South Sudan. Any Dinka declare war is not like a Nuer fighting. It is going to be all the tribe going to turn against anyone. If you think you are almighty, then you will be faced by 64 plus tribe. There's nothing going to happen, as you say. You are projecting the power because Kiri is in power now. He is not going to be there forever. If I were to be a president today, this is what I'm going to do. This is what you are not going to rebel, unless you're going to rebel in your own region, in northern Brazil or in a Lake State. You have no any ground in Equatoria. I will go to. If I were to be a president, I will do this. The Dinkas who are bringing the destruction in Equatorian land, cattle keepers, militias, all this will be disarmed. The national army will be put together a professional army. Will be diverse professional army in the country of every tribe, not as a Dinka militias, this and this. This will dismantle these militias, who are roaming around. Will be dismantled. We will have 3 regions. Each 3 regions will have the 10,000, or upon it will be an agreement. We have to agree how many troops that will be coming from army from Upper Nile, Bragazal, 10,000 in Upper Nile, 10,000 in Equatorial, 10,000 in Bragazal, Upper Nile, Bragazal, 10,000 each. That's 30,000 or more, depends. 50,000. So this will prevent the any. Somebody might on. This will prevent any tribalism, any leader that will use the army to protect him. World will never talk about going to fight somebody. Going to fight who? You're not going to have your own tribe militias around you to fight. And we are going to get you out of Equatoria.
So your time actually is
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Give me add me a minute, please.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. And as I said, Wall is not going to do this. He is singing this today because Kir is now in power, and he's not going to be there for the next 20 or 30 years. He's going, and we are going to change the whole thing. Separation will be, as Equatorians, will be determined by our people. So that's what I want to say here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajaksa. Do you have anything to say?
No, give chance to Julius, and then I will come after him.
But actually, I'm gonna give it to Mrs. May because or Mrs. May, are you ready? If not, Julius. Okay, Julius can go ahead. Julius. Julius.
زول اللي انتظر الصباح ده قالوا انتظر من امبارح. Mr. Julius.
Julius.
Can I add something? One, I forgot something, man, because I didn't write down.
No, these people are funny.
To add something. What I want to say, Kir is the last president, the first and the last president of Dinka and Jenka Sol. Jenka Sol of Elders. The first and the last. Mark my word. Thank you.
Amen.
Yeah, Mr. Julius, I'm so sorry if I did anything wrong, in case of, managing this case. So it is your turn, please. You can go ahead.
I think Julius is not around. Just give it to Miss May.
Miss May. She's going to respond again,
Let the next, sorry, Jackson, let the next person, I'm just getting ready to go to work. I'll speak in the next 5 minutes when I get into my car. Sorry for that.
Okay, Jesse, can go ahead.
You mean CJ or Kutu? Yeah.
Oh, CG.
Oh, Julius, yeah, okay. We hear you, Julius. I think I see his mic open.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. I don't even know where to start. I think I'll just maybe cut right in the middle or where most of the people left off. We're talking about separation. I think I'll take a different approach, especially to my Equatorian people. We Equatorian complain a lot that, the Dinka come and do this, the Dinka come and do this. And I think yesterday somebody said when they were in Kakuma camp, no Dinka go to the Turkana area and get the firewood. I remember that from last night. The only thing, if we really need to achieve separation so that we can be independent or whatever we call ourselves, we have to carry the gun and point at somebody. If we're not going to do that, then it's just waste of time. The only way these people, the Dinka people, can understand is when you start killing every single one of them. And I'll give you an example. When the SPLA came to our area, there is a place called Kilanya. There's a place called Kilanya. That's where most of the Dinka were killed. And they also in Chugudum, up to this day, Chugudum or Budi County is considered level 4. You go there on your own risk. That's exactly what we need to start in Equatoria, in Mali area, in Acholi area. I just came back from Sudan a couple of months ago, and I have seen what these people are doing in Equatoria, especially in Mali area, and also in Acholi area. They just farm and have their cows, consume everything that is on people's property. You raise your hand or you say something, they will shoot you right there. The only thing that we need to do as Equatorian is get the guns out and let's do it that way. That's the only way these people are going to leave Equatoria. If we keep talking, we can talk here until million years from now. They will never go back. They will never go back to Bor, Malacan, or wherever they came from. My advice to all Equatorians, I don't care whether you are either into Danga or later into Loharpa, you can use that. Other than that, I don't see any peace for Equatoria. let me ask you this. Are the Dinkas in Kaboita? In Kaboita area? In a town, yes, in Kaboita town. Are Dinka in Chugudum? In Chugudum, yes. Are they outside the village? Outside the town? No, they are not. Because they know these Dinka people select specific places they go to and bully everybody. So as we Equatorian, we need to stand with our brothers. If they need any help, we need to help them out. When I went back home, there are Dinkas in Chugudum. There are Dinkas in Kaboita. But they don't do what they are doing in Kejikeji, in Yei, in Mali area. You know, like nobody business. So sometimes we have to sit back and consider what are the actions we need to take. I see all Equatorians here have their emotion so high. When we talk, when you're emotional, you cannot achieve anything. But if you sit back and try to figure out exactly what you need to do for somebody to know that you mean the business, then we'll achieve something. But if we just keep talking, oh yeah, think and let them go, they will never go. I guarantee that 100%. They will never go. The only way these people will go to their own place.
The guy is ignorant a little bit. I will set him. I will straight him up.
Raising out, just like we fought Jalaba with them together. This is what we need to do to these Dinka people. That's the only way they will understand. There's no way out for us to say, oh yeah, again for us. We will talk until further notice. Let me ask you this: I'll dating a Dinka girl. Who among us here, even here in the Western world, who has a Dinka girlfriend? Maybe 1 out of million. That's how it's gonna happen. Like in pure 100%, Dinka, Abuto Dinka, Kedi Equatorian, Kedi Lord Rejosu. I have tried myself. So, like, you know what? They will say, okay, but Equatorial also know they use all kind of stuff. We need to stop this nonsense. The only way in about them create safe Equatoria is by separating, and the only way we separate is by taking guards out. Kando Harpa, Kande Tanga, Kande Sunu, like Anyadawan, we need to do that. After can be sim, can be Sunu, but we need to throw all these things out there. And this is the way I see we can achieve something. Like a kangal, let's sit down, or let's in the sitting badon, say, one of the guys Dinka or Sakanin. So we can come up with all kinds of stuff, but that's not gonna solve anything. We're just too emotional and we cannot solve anything. The only way, action. That's it. In order for us to achieve what we want, we need to carry guns. Somebody have to go on the ground, and then we'll achieve something. This is not a playground. And all this kind of thing. We can talk, we can criticize, we can shit on us, but if there is no action, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So I yield my time back.
May I say something?
And I don't know, can Jackson, any word?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Julius, you have narrated very good point. People actually should not, but they are emotional. The reason, is there any reason or no? So you need to ask this fundamental question to yourself. Human being has a level, have a level of approaching things. So when you speak emotionally, which means this thing is harming you, is paining you more. When we speak in a bland way, which means this thing has no effect. You see? When you will speak, you will smile, which means the things that you are smiling for is too sweet. It's very good. This is how the level of human beings goes. So people, when they are emotional, when they talk, when they abuse, when they what, this is because the things is paining them. The things is paining their people. And if such a person, you could give him any tools, any weapon, be it a spear, whatsoever, he will do things that you cannot imagine. The people that you see here is speaking with emotion. They have their loose one. They have loose people. Their land was taken by a degree, degree that used to be used by President Article 101 Schedule C, which is used in every aspect in South Sudan. Even the land of the people shall be taken by a degree. The deputy president degree, the governor degree, the commissioner degree, everything, even you who is speaking today, who is speaking here, if you want to be killed, just the same degree or the same power shall be used to you. If you need, even if you speak, bad things and you become so popular, like now you are, if you become so popular, you are well known in South Sudan, a degree will be, a degree will be used whether to appoint you in order to reduce the threat or to do something else. The only tremendous power that remains to be given to President Kiir is the power to create a human being. Just only remain. But the power to kill human beings he has. Is that a president? Are we led by the government? Or we are led by the people who are the enemies of the people of South Sudan? This is the question. Some of us used to say here a few minutes ago that the government is not for Dinka. Even worse, those of what they have been killed. This is some of us are saying this. Why? Because the greedy president that is on the throne just only is, just only care about his throne. He does not even knows the Dinka who try to talk and tackle his throne. He does not know any South Sudanese, but what he cares is his throne. Whatever going on in the country until the day that we are speaking, just only yesterday, or just only yesterday, 30 people were killed in Boer Town. Dinka people, 30 men and 27 men and 3 women in Dinka area in Boer. Last week, 30 people were killed by miseria. 30 people were killed by miseria in a will. Is that a government? And was that a country that we were being yearning for? Is that a government that those of veterans, those of don't fight for? Is it a government that Brother Wool said he goes for the liberty? Is that liberty is there in the South Sudan? Do the liberty of the people are protected? We got all types of crimes in South Sudan today, including the crimes of the liberty that you fought for. You say you fought for a liberty and the liberty is not there. Why don't you fight again? Today, your father cattle can be taken and your father will be killed. Is that not a liberty? Your people are being this, this dignified. Is that not a liberty? Your people are dying day and night. Is that not a liberty? Where is the liberty that you fought for? Where is the freedom that you fought for? Where is the nation that you fought for? Where is the nation there if there is no education? If people are dying just only of malaria, there is no hospital. If people are still dying until the day that we are speaking of poverty, where is the nation? And we know the principle of the government is to protect the people from outside and inside power, from terrorists, to protect the people. A government must be watchful, must have a watchful security that even to the level that even somebody crash a citizen, that person must be asked why you crash that person or why you slap him. What is the reason? This is a type of the country. This is the country. But if people are being killed and nobody talks about it, where is the work of security? Outside power and inside power are killing people all days long. Nobody talks. Just when you try to tackle, to talk about the share that he holds, you die immediately. Is that the government? And was that the country that we fought for? No any progress, and nobody talks about progress. The money is being taken by only special people. The money of the whole nation. The whole nation. Just only few people. Do you know how much nation will generate per day? From the taxes? From the petroleum revenue? Do you know how much? And you are coming here trying to say a thinker and whatsoever. People of South Sudan don't hate thinkers. People of South Sudan need a government that protects them, that protects their liberty, that allows them to sleep and to breathe. They are not breathing. They are not sleeping. We need that government. The government that we were been yearning for when we fight with Jalaba. The type of government and the type of the country that is in our mind, that is still ringing in our mind today. Just only 12 million people. 12 million people with a lot of resources that is there. They are not until today able to get stability. They are not able until today to build just only a bricks. They are still living in Rakuba with their own resources that they have. A rich country with the poor people because of the poor leadership and mismanagement of the country. What are you trying to say? Even your people, your own people are greedy. Look how greedy you are. Look how selfish you are. Even your own people are being tackled and killed by that government. And you are coming here supporting. Don't they have right to live? Where is the right of humanity? Right to live, where is there? They are not able to live. When they talk, they are tortured, they are killed. Is there no right of human being? That is why you guys who got chance to go to wherever you are, please try to look back home. Try to make few research about how people are living in the home. Even those who have been displaced by flood few years ago, they don't have something to eat. UN have reported to the people of South Sudan that 8 million South Sudanese need urgent food, humanitarian support. They need food because government have no services to the people. Government got services to the people who are in the government. Peace that you are talking is only for the people, for power sharing and the people who have fought that government. That is the peace. But peace has never reached to the people of South Sudan. What kind of the government are you talking about? They don't have peace. People until today are fearing. Look, it's a mashi for Sudan. It's a mashi cannot this guy red. Kai Vishan Mayakulu. دي هو ماشي بتاع ناس بتاع اي مواطن جنوبي ده الدوله اللي شغال يا جماعه خلينا نكونوا بس خلينا نكونوا نصوبوا نكونوا انسان نينا ما قلنا انه دينكا ما ياكم دولة دينكا ياكم لكن ياكم دينكا لندو انسانيه اللي بيحب وطنه اللي بيقدم انسانيه للناس اللي بيوفر امن لكل شعب جنوب السودان ويقدر يعيش ويقدر يمارس النشاطات الاقتصاديه بتاعه. This is the Dinka that we need. We need any human being. We need even atolo fi murle ila gadi gulu sakhayr de indu insaniye وبيحب جنوب السودان وممكن يقدم services to the people of South Sudan. Let them lead. مشكلة وين إذا مرلك قاعد الرئيس وأنت بتصرف مياه بتاعك والناس بتاعك ما بيموتوا وعندك مستشفى وعندك شارع وعندك حاجات كلهم أنت قادر تبني قادر تاكل قادر تشرب. What is wrong with it? But الرئيس يكون دهنكا وقاعد يقتل في ناس وأنت ما قادر تلقى ولا ما هي ساكن ما قادر تلقى وأنت لسه داير يكون رئيس. Is that the government that we need? People must resist. People must resist. No for Kirzio. Mafi Kirda Maya Gondola. No, who pick a rubber Nazar to Kala Ginubi. When do I get to Ginubin and Kulu Maya? Ginubin del Kalimudu. Kalimudu rather than Kir. Kumsumia, Le Kalamu Kalam Kumelela Kumsumia. And more than 500,000 South Sudanese died because of that throne, because of Kir to be a leader. Dinka Shuluk Nuer Kwakwa whatsoever in South Sudan have died. Why? Simply because we have no services. Simply because they say we don't need Kir. Kir the money do kulu is mission kulu degree. You can do degree. Get a leg jiba kunu. You couldn't do degree. You see, ancestral land between nas El Kano, Sutumia Sena, guiding field, after the Kiriji, Janaumbara, Ledo Umbara, you chill a lot of them in Nasdel, you do the Nasdani. Sutumia Sena, Nas guiding Filara, the bit of Kiriji, Alela, Ashan, Persuasion, Ures, hell with that nation. Kale Equatoria, Kale Gabila Yamshi, Kuna Magana Kumunufusna Gablikera, Makuna Kanaka Munufusna Budu race. هل كان في مشكلة؟ ناس قاعدين يحكموا نفوسهم وقاعدين لو كان رئيس يبقى مشكلة، لو كان جنوب اللي بيحلم ناس بيلم ناس كله يبقى مشكلة، خليه يزول يحكم نفسه برا وما يكون في دولة ذاته، ما يكون في الرئيس ذاته، خليه يزول يحكم نفسه. Why are we trying to be so aggressive? I'm sure أقتلوا نفوسكم هناك. Why يزول البدي في أرض دان بقتل؟ كلام فارغ يا أخي. Continue كلامنا.
Super, Jackson. You know, if we are talking about Israel, sometimes it is like something I don't know. Maybe even you can difficult for one to describe. You know, up to date, I mean, Tala, up to date, do you know how much ground or crucial lake, it's almost 10 billion. Plus that, they almost must have loaned to Geneva goes to 9 million. And then if you ask yourself, crucial Gero wins on. So if it can make one to be crazy, with this kind of amount of money, most of all, the government plus crucial oil that can get away. But crucial must have non-oil. Revenue they can match with. Even sometimes you feel like, really you run crazy. But this is our situation. Still there's hope. One day, Ajamiki will conclude. So, I don't know. Wonder jump is okay, go ahead.
أنا بس عاوز أطلع عن كلام بسيط في الكلام ده. والله في حاجات كتير
Guys, I've been jumped here. I feel like I've been jumped.
Just a minute, sir.
I'm going to give you your chance. Just you want to say something, just like one of the
والله قصة جنوب السودان زي ما انت قلت ده مشكله معقده، لكن حاجه اللي انا بقدر اشوف يعني لما بسمع حاجات ده، لانه كل زول عنده راي. هسه انا قاعد نسمع اراء اكتر من حلول، واراء ده كتير ما بس بيدعوها كده سنبله ساكت بدون ما يكون في point كده strong. وأنا بشوف كتير في target on us as Equatorian nationalists who call for separation, with all respect to those who agree. But again, earlier, John Acheng, I was expecting him here, but he left. حاجة اللي أنا شفته بعدين الأخ اللي قبلك يتكلم قاعد يتكلم عن he's saying that he went to Juba and saw some areas. I mean, went to the Equatoria and saw some areas been taken. Dinka are there. Well, and the ironic thing, with all respect, Mr. Julius, the ironic thing I see. Okay, just let me give you this example. If you got your mother and sister getting beat in the house by one of the brothers of the person you go to from the neighborhood, and you go there and you start telling in front of, say in front of the brother of the aggressor that, you know what, we guys, we've been talking too much. Let's go and do something. I mean, don't you see us standing here all the time talking about Equatorial issues? Before, we never hear people talk about Equatorial. All they just ignore Equatorial, brush Equatorian. I'm surprised, Naman, now the Equatorian National are speaking. Some people are trying to put them down as, oh, these guys are just talking. They're not talking, my friend. We are waking the conscience. Fina's mind on conscience for Equatorial. Still, they want to say things that does not make any common sense. لو كان الناس الهسه في علنين أي قبيلة في علنين قدوا مكاننا.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm not being rude. I just want to excuse myself, Kaliman. Maybe if I got time, I can just join you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you now.
All right. So the interesting thing, well, يعني أنا بشوف إحنا كإكواتوريين we know our issues. We don't need to even worry what talk about. Oh yeah, we need to carry weapons. حاجات ده كله معروف. في ناس already getting carry weapon down there. They're fighting, but are we doing anything? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. But for those who are serious about independence of Equatoria, we are working on it. And one thing I want to remind this brother, that regardless what you're trying to tell us, we are not sitting here just idle just to talk or chit chat, because nobody cares about talking. Because maybe some people enjoy it, but for us, it's just irritating when we see some of our people still want to sit silent. The simple thing you can do, come together, in the field organizations are working, join them and contribute. And start putting your money where your mouth is. Instead of coming to us and try to give us lecture that, yeah, this, like, I mean, just trying to make it so impossible and excuses. We know what's going on. We are always talking about it. We have been talking about it day and night. We know the weakness of Equatoria. We know the strength of Equatoria. The one weakness that Equatoria, Humalisa Deni Gulu, unity. Because unity cannot be when your head is under the ground and somebody step on your head. We can hear all the good words, the patriotic words from everyone. But like if reality become to the end, and with the rasak when? Rasak tehed or rasak folk? Are you in the ground being pressed on, or are you standing up like equal like the other gentleman that speaks about? We just have a look up those gentlemen like earlier, Mr. Walker is say. He's talking the same language Ali. We always know who are the same people Ali Shinu. Ali Amal job host this Jin Council of Elder in their show, and they were praising this man, and the man is criminal. Those Jin Council, all of them are criminals. And I said, and I'm standing on my word, they are primitive to the core. يعني primitivity بتاعهم يقدر يجيب البلوى في جنوب السودان. But one thing we are focused here now is in our بعدين مشكلتنا ما, let's remind, our separation is not because Dinka, okay? Dinka is part of the problem, number one problem, part of, like in the main deeper issue, Ali, we're gonna face in the future, and we're facing it already. We see it's more serious than it's about, it's about existence betana Equatorian and our in this unholy union. But then, like I said, if the other tribe, the other regions, not tribe, the other two regions are still willing to say that Dinka, they have every part in their territory. Dinka Fogo, Manat, there is a problem there. Equatorial will not tolerate La Anno Dinka Gadi up. Oh yeah, I will summarize. يا جماعة أنا جاي أخليكم ما توري ما تكومبلين. أنا جيت هنا كجست، أنا ما جاي أخلي الناس عشان يكومبلين. Okay, I know we عشان كده إحنا عندنا own time to speak. Mr. Dibio, أنت جيت متأخر. أنت كان جيت بدري أنت بتفهم الكلام. Mr. Dibier ولا Dibier هنا كنا هنا قبليك انت جيت متاخر انت هسه بقى تنط الباص ده تقول له كان ده نمشي قدام تبتك سوق السواقه انا انتهيت هنا لانه ظاهر الناس اللي ما بيستمع احنا ذاته I'm sorry to say I cannot waste my time on talking on something اللي زول تاني ما بيفهمه عشان كده one thing I want to tell to Equatorian you need to stand your ground people you need to contribute can financial can being part in the ground there fight that's the way but احنا عندنا the process تاعنا هنا Equatorian Nationalists Equatorial Civil Council عندنا program we're working on it and we are going to make sure isn't Equatorial will be even louder than what you think you can mark us in the social media you can laugh at us that's your problem لكن الويل للضاحكون Equatorial will stand forward thank you and I thank you Brother Jackson for the time I will just go down and I will listen thank you
Yes, it's going to be your turn, but before the
Mrs.
May is supposed to be, but I don't know if she's around or not. If not, go to, I don't know who comes first, Koto or David.
Yeah, thank you. Who goes me first, David. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Clement.
Okay, David, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Salam alaikum. Yeah, Shabab few. Yeah, I was here with you guys since yesterday, my time. It is like when I was going to bed, that is when I found this show going on. So I listened to Eliza. I was listening when I logged on. I listened to Eliza. It looks like this topic at the beginning was a great topic, and people were saying this is a very great topic. But now listening to you guys, especially the last speakers, it sounds like this topic has been a trap, because what is going on now is totally out of the topic. It is the same usual stuff of the Equatorian separatists. That is what is going on here. So have they hijacked it, or was this topic a trap? That's what I don't know. But okay, I will get into it now. The people I listen to and I want to respond to include I think Babula Tai, and who spoke was yesterday, and William. William just left now. It looked like these people were rejecting the agenda. They were rejecting the topic here, and William was denying history, because he said we have never been united. You know, how come? We have been united when in the first war, even before the 1955 war, South Sudanese were uniting, calling for this system of system of government. Federalia. That was the first uniting topic, both Geo and others, And then the time of Torit movement and Anyanya, they were united in struggle, and you can name them from all South Sudan. So they were united. When peace, Addis Ababa peace agreement was signed, they were united. They were divided based on Azab, and those who were like allies, political allies, from Rumbe to Yerul, to Equatoria, to Bantio and Nuer, you know the names. You know the names there. They were in unity, and they have even political alliances and family relationships and harmony. They had this thing, despite all other negative things, but they had that. Again, in the SPLA, at the beginnings of the SPLA,
after all the leadership issues have been settled, you know, there was unity there. As Sudanese, you know, even now, those who have signed the agreement and they live in Juba, and they are governing the country, they live in unity among themselves, you know. So this is just an issue of denying the facts, and it's not right. Okay, let's say what I have noticed is that these people, the separatists, the people who are campaigning, doing a tribal campaign against Dinka, what their understanding of unity is the unity among themselves, what they call the 63, the unity of the rest of the tribes in South Sudan against the Dinka. That's their understanding of the unity. And here in Clubhouse, they are enjoying that to the maximum, you know. So that's what we are seeing. We are out of that topic up there, and we are just doing the same what people call the same shit of the everyday. Excuse my language. That is what we are doing now, you know. Okay, another thing I want to comment on. What are you achieving now? Okay, because people are talking about killing Dinka, you know, carrying arms here overseas. People are talking about that. How come is that? I want to remind you guys, I think the most disappointed person is Elisa, the first person I heard talking on this topic, because she sounded like a real stakeholder, because she's a child, maybe child of Dinka father and grandmother, or Laki, you know, and she cried her heart out when she spoke, and I was so impressed with her speech. It was so appropriate to this topic. But now she will be there. She's sitting somewhere there in the bottom, and she's just quiet. I think she's very disappointed, you know. So let's come to this issue of what I see South Sudanese are doing. South Sudanese perceive that the tribe of the president, that is the tribe of their government. So if Riek Machar was the president, they would say this is a Nuer government, you know, because now this government is not a government of marginalization, because it is a government that came from different organizations, you know, and also if you compare the formation of this government with the time when we were really Muhammad Bashir in Northern Sudan, there's no comparison. Back then, South Sudanese were not allowed to be the first vice president of the country. Never. Even second vice president of the country. Abel Alier was the third all the time. All these vice presidents. Only what is his name? Congo Arab, I think he became second or something like that, vice president. But along the history, when we were really Muhammad Bashir, we were never first vice president, we were never minister of foreign affairs until the peace agreement when Lamakol became minister of foreign affairs from the SPLM. We were never minister of finance, we were never minister of, you know, all these ministers, interior, you know. So that was the time of Tahmisha real. But this government is really fairly, we were never minister of defense. So this government is really fairly distributed among the people, the partners of the peace agreement. Now, the trouble now is why there is this problem is the holdout groups. What the government is doing now is to try to bring in. I accept your any criticism of the government of nepotism, mismanagement, corruption. I accept that. But
I think you are keeping chance.
to still insist.
You are seeing your watch, brother Kalaman.
Sorry?
No, continue. I'm talking with Kalaman.
Okay.
So, my brother, your time is almost.
Okay.
Your time is over. So just
yes. I have to watch stop here at 7 minutes. Okay, I will wrap up in 2 minutes. So we are denying the fact here. With all the youth of this government or whatever, we are getting somewhere. We want to bring the holdout groups in, and then go from there, So that is what we should focus on, and we should focus on what we need. I think where we need unity now is in Clubhouse. That's where we need unity most, in Clubhouse. If we can do that, because we are poisoning our minds all the time, and maybe in the next generation, we are preparing the next generation to be like this. That is what we are doing. That is the damage we are doing. But the people down there, they have their own problems, but they are fairly united in their government over there. So that is, I think I will let others come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. Of course, line is long. We'll be going to go to. But before that, Ms. May, are you ready?
Yeah, yes, I'm driving, so I can, I'm not too loud.
Can I ask a question? Mine is just going to ask a question to David, please.
Okay, go ahead.
No, what did she say?
I said I'm driving. I can speak while driving. Otherwise, can you hear me?
Okay, continue with your line.
Yeah, okay, then I don't know who want to ask, but let Mrs. May say something. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. May.
All right. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Jackson, and thank you, Kalaman, the moderators, the speakers.
Wait. Now, do you want to talk? So you are driving, you will talk later on.
I'm driving. Unless you give me another 10, 15 minutes, then I can talk.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually driving. So if you can hear me, I can speak.
Okay, before you speak, I have this thing. Just please mute your mic.
Okay, all right.
You know, last time, or let me say 1 week ago, I don't know to be exact, we were attending a show that you organized in Chiangnom Tok. A show that you guys have brought Joseph Dow, and you have humiliated a veteran, a leader, a professor that teach people and that liberate South Sudan. And you have, removed him down just because
speaker,
he's...
Who are you referring to when you say you?
It's me.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking, she know himself. And then there is a people, you remove him because he's just trying to say what he wanted to say. This thing, you did it public. That is why I challenge you publicly that you must to apologize here, and then you continue with your speech.
Are you saying I must apologize?
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. And then, we want you to be safe. If you don't feel like...
No, I'm all right. I'm safe.
Yeah, you okay? Okay.
Yes, I'm okay. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you, again, moderators and people on the podium, those speakers that have left, and those of you that are here. My greetings to all of you and those of you that are in the audience as well. Thank you for giving me this chance, moderators. It's always very rare for people like us to get chances on such debates. And I was actually, I think it would be nice to acknowledge that whoever that opened this room, those of you that opened this room and this topic, to actually allow the diversity that we need. That everybody has to be presented, no matter how much we disagree. We can always have the debate and hear each other out.
Did you hear what I have said before you continue? Did you hear actually what I said?
Jackson, do you want me to leave or do you want me to speak?
Whatever you wanted. I just want you
Excuse
to
me,
do what I have told
you cannot.
Brother Jackson,
listen to me.
Wait.
Let's listen to her. Jackson, brother Jackson.
No, wait. You know, these kind of things that although he is not a liberator, although he is not a professor that teaches a lot of generations who are now working and protecting South Sudan, you cannot humiliate such a
Jackson, you are ruining Jackson, you are ruining what I wanted to do. So if you want to do it your way, I may leave it to you and I will just exit.
No, sure. See, yeah.
You want to do it your way?
This is what I actually want you. I want you to apologize because you did this thing publicly.
If you want,
why are you moving around? I just want you to go direct and then you speak whatever you wanted. First of all, do you apologize?
Jackson, can we just say you apologize? If you did not apologize, then you can remove her. That's what you try to say?
You know, you have to apologize. Then, because this thing that you have did, even God himself will not accept that. God, Can I
tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Apology. Just when I wanted you to do what I wanted you to do is to apologize. Apologize.
Listen to me, Jackson. Listen to me.
You need to listen to moderator. You're not questioning moderator.
No, he's not even giving me a chance to speak, and he's forcing me to do things.
I'm giving you a chance now. Do you see that I've muted my mic? Are you not seeing
it?
I've muted my mic because I give you a chance.
I will leave it to you. You can apologize to Abdul Abba whenever you like. Bye-bye.
Wow.
I'm sure I believe. Continue. I'm sure better. Those are the people. That is why we South Sudanese, Nina Junubinda, that is why Nina Bunupul, this South Sudan need to be liberated. Even when we were fighting Arab Jalaba, they were doing finance in the they are doing the same thing. Nugul Shinuza to Shan public, well, I can't small. It's Zeda, Zeda. Karabita Umbara Yamal he need to compare himself with the professor. Mungkin Yamalo this mission of the public. Bita Umbara, Karabita Umbara, El Mamali Yad. Well, there Yamalo compare me, Jeshuda, there Yamalo compare. So, Mashi Kureno wide. I shan't do the Ashanetale Ginu Belabu Gades Rukuisi. Wala Gades Rukuisi. So professor Neja Ajal, there is not Kutar. Ashani Kulunas, Yamalo humiliated. Can I far exactly there? Demuno Adom Sultana. Demuno. It is because of dear father that is there. Abuatuman Garden Yamulu in Haida. So this South Sudan need to be liberated. You can no kill with dignity and Lela. If you did not dignify somebody, you did not dignify somebody. How can people unite? How can country goes on? If you don't dignify somebody, you have to dignify people. When you begin to dignify people, this is where hope will start. The hope that unity with the country is where we will start. Shan Salfakir race that Amuluzeda. wala shan munu san fada amul shunu le junubu sudan amul shunu le denka zato alela gadna smo kala alela kalamu denka gayi mudu gayi amul shunu le o gayi yaktul fi denka zato. You people, you need to respect people. Lemon you couldn't fit dignity and nina gadna kalamu fi ude yo hope biji o yo unity biji o yo nina binamu le junubu sudan.
Johnson.
Kala farak sakit ya akhi.
Johnson.
Kala farak sakit ya akhi.
Johnson.
My brother Joseph.
Continue, man.
Johnson, excuse me.
Okay.
I said, Johnson, you have done a good job. In every room, Miss May have to apologize wherever she may be going. Unless to the room of James, and then she will not apologize. In this room, whether in my room, if Miss May come, she must apologize. Because she must talk anything, she must apologize, and then she talk. You did a good job. Thank you. Miss May must know that if people give her opportunity of talking, a privilege of talking, you should also give a privilege and respect to other people. You know? And it is the language some people understand. So if you do something bad to somebody, make sure that something also will be done to you. Miss May, you are one of the people who said before that we cannot able to forget anything in our life. We can forgive, but we cannot forget. So when you did something to somebody, people don't forget. Yani, you did a bad thing. But because you don't know the word sorry, and you get always away with it, and people get away with it, that is why our country is not good. We need to learn the word. When we are learning the word sorry, we will not be having a discussion of today. We need to learn the word sorry. S-O-R-R-Y. Sorry. Very big letter to be written in Juba, the square. All around the cities of South Sudan, there will be a chapter. I'll be sorry. Even Eltari Ali could do a sorry, so that we learn the word sorry. When we know the word sorry, we will be in peace. You need to apologize. And when you need to apologize, we don't need anything from you. All human beings did a mistake. You know, all of us, we did a mistake. You just said, Yajama, I caused really inconvenience to the social media of Junubin of South Sudanese. I'm so sorry for what has happened. I did it because of ABCD. But I beg you forgive me. That is all. And we go forward. But denying, not accepting, it is what is calling supremacy. We are men. We are people. We are more better than any community. We cannot apologize to anybody. And when you come to some people, social media, people allow you to talk. People listen to majority of you. You entertain all of us. You lecture about your story. When people go to your rooms, you just look on the mouths of people. When a person is starting saying that, oh, like this, oh, before even a person finish, you did it. To many people, including even some of us. But when you come to the rooms of non-Dinkas, you have got a lot of privilege. A lot of privilege. You have even more privilege than in Yengnomto. You have even more privilege than any room of Jeng. And you find the goodness of it. Because you are interacting with the people. Different people. You don't interact with yourself monologue. So, Sister Miss Lay, I was calling you last time. I told you, May, I need you to my room. Come and talk. And we can guide you. Apologize to the people of South Sudan. Maduda Nyar went ahead and tell you that Why do you apologize to the coward? Even last night, you said we cannot apologize to coward. Last night, you were running a room. And I watched that room. I watched that show. I fall even asleep in that show. I fall even asleep. You talk until I don't know when did you finish. I just come to learn that I was. The show. We cannot apologize to coward. You yourself. And here you come. You want to talk to the coward. Apologize before you go ahead. Thank you. So I think Otto Jackson, you guys, you did a good job. For me, if it was for me, the same things I would have done. But you have done a good job. If May come to my room the same way, before she talk her things, she have to apologize. If she doesn't like to apologize, she will be sitting always listening just only, without contribution, without any talk, until she says sorry. She said her father was died. I am an orphan. All this Junubin, I've got to on Mamat. The death of your father give you to disrespect people. That is wrong. You are going to misplace your anger to somebody. Was he the one who killed your father? Best Kakuna Ritumamul Bimu, Gale Awala all day is dangerous. That was why I protest. That was why I protest. I protest because I don't like embarrassment of anybody. Although we are different in opinion, politically, let us respect him. He can talk his own way. Even if you want to talk how much, let him talk. Talking is not killing. Let him talk. I will just listen. But talking is killing for you. I don't know why you people fear the truth. When people are starting talking the truth, you feel irritating. Some of you people, you fit really exactly to the level of Greek pathologists who said there are three kinds of people. You are number two. To the level of tribalistic mentality. They live with suspicious, with a lot of fear. Please, live in peace with people. If you need to be treated, if you need that, and socialization with people is good. Accommodate people to your place and respect people in your place. You know, that will be good. Don't mistreat people in your socialization, in social life. And then you want to come to social life of other people, you want to be treated and special. No, that is double standard. Double standard is not good. You know, please, this is only not apply for you, for everybody. Today, I will not run any show in the house of Monyomiji. I will not run any show because of this topic here. And because the way also the room here are very arranged. The room arranged here very nicely. People discuss very nicely. There's no need of arranging any topic. What makes some of us always to open the rooms? When you go to another room, you don't find even a reasonable way of why people discuss. And then you can come and open the room. But when we discuss like this, what is the point of opening rooms in millions? The same people who are here are the same people later who will go to another room. And then the attention of the people confused. So the topic is here. This is the room of activists. It's a good room and it's a good topic. All of us will be here. I can be having my voice.
Yeah,
here.
so Wilson's here. He has to apologize too.
So I can be having my room here. I can be having everything here. So anybody, you know, anybody. Wilson, all this time, I don't allow him to talk in my media because of this behavior. He doesn't know. And he keep going outside and adding and adding. Last night, they talked, we cannot apologize to coward. We proud Jen, we cannot apologize to coward. Now, these are all the forums of coward people. Anybody who's a non-Jen is a coward. So all these forums are the forums of coward people. You must apologize, include my forum. Thank you. May God bless you.
No, so Wilson's here. You want him to apologize if he could, but I don't know.
Yeah, let him apologize. If he doesn't apologize, just kick him out. Thank you.
You know, Nina Junubin lazim nihna nutaram nufusna. We need to respect ourselves. Ulo Nina is a nihna ma irifna language bita apologize da haja da ma bi khalina no go so. It will not let us to live together because it was said by John Ochang exactly before that people cannot live together if they don't forgive. Because you will not forget what was done to you unless you just apologize, that person forgive you. But it doesn't mean that you forget. But if somebody apologize for what he have done, then you forget simply. The wounds will be okay. Lekin lo wete lisa just ite ma ba mula apologize. Ite munu ma ba mula apologize. Tamal haja kabu ite ma ba mula apologize. Ite lo ma ba mula apologize. You did it intentionally. Winter lazim you need to be accountable. Bidde lo kan guide gedam nas yomata wala ya jamana saduguni bidde lo kan ma mad min yeden bita nas min dagbas kan ma ba mutani. Ulo la kan fi jambi zato ma ba mula apologize wala degala na bidulo laman yarif zato degala na bidugu de laman barif zato lo kan guide jambis lela mush yomda leya fi shunu Joshua Dauda umunu ashan jeng council of elders ashanu jeng zeyo عشان يجين زيه ما بيدي احترام لزول الكان قاعد في خلا وكورينو ما هو وكان درس اجيال خرج ناس في جامعات بروفيسور بتاع جامعه بتساكت خرا بتاع ولمبار يجي يعملوا نايدا يوميليشن بتاع مبار يعملوا يوميليشن ده منو ادو تاغده ده منو ادو سلطه ده ما هو عارف انه ابوي ولا حالينا يو قاعدين ياكلوا بلد يو عندهم سلاح. The same things with the degree القاعدين يعملوا ده. الكل فوضى اللي بيحصل في جنوب السودان ده بس عشان انه في زول هناك. ما في زول بقدر يمسكني. والله لكن لو كان جنوب السودان عادل والله كان يجيبوا ويسجنوا ويعملوا apologize ويقعد في سجن ذاته لحاجه اللي عملوا.
Jackson, ممكن أسألك سؤال؟ Jackson.
No, he's upset. You cannot ask him right now.
Or John, I want to know Clement.
What do you want to ask me? Wait, let him.
Jackson, no.
What do you want to say?
ما كلامك ده فوق تهديد يعني أنا داير أسألك سؤال يا أنا قلت لك أنا داير أسألك سؤال يعني جوابك يكون يا أوكي أنا داير يعني مفروض لا أنا مفروض ده
It's not right time for you to ask him. Just wait.
Okay. Can I ask you Clement or John?
يا أخي أنت ما كمان ما تضيع لنا زمن يا أخي. نحن ما دايرين عقلية بتاع الناس ما بيحترموا ناس. نحن دايرين respect, دايرين dignity عشان هو بذاته يجي وعشان الناس يقدروا يعملوا يقعدوا integrated. ليه يا أخي؟ ناس يقدر بس when you talked about government dinka, when you talk about Jain Council of Elders dinka, when you ليه يا جماعة ليه فوضى اللي شنو؟ فوضى اللي شنو؟ عشان كير president. You people don't talk about your people who are dying always all day long. ما بموتوا دائما كله. أنت ما قاعد تتكلم فيه. Just زول اللي بيتكلم بلسانه. You say نايدا. نينا ما دايرين دولة ده يكون كويس. ده الناس بتاعنا كلنا أبوادنا أخواتنا يومات في دولة ده. يو دم بتاعه خب عشان عندنا دولة. سلاح بتاع الفقير ده ما يوتر ضرب. ده سلاح بتاع الناس ما كلا جيكو بتاع الفقير برو. ده كلا جيكو بتاع أي زول في داخل جنوب السودان. يوتر ضرب. يو ده يو خلينا يكون عندنا دولة لنا. الدولة أنت ما قاعد تحترم ناس فيه ده. كلام فارغ يا أخي. Just كلمة.
خلاص كفاية جفر. Yeah, thank you. So
no wait Wilson ما يكلم اسمع يا كلمة Wilson لازم يعترف. He need to apologize to the people of South Sudan today. If you give him a chance, let him apologize. If he did not apologize, remove him. ما في كلام. dignified lenas. They don't dignify people. People should not dignify them. People live together when people accept and admit that yes, I did this problem and sorry. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Kutu, I think you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make something very clear here that I did not understand when John and William were explaining about the federal system of the government. I think when we had the independent, the members of the SPLA sat to discuss the federal system, and then the system was rejected. All of them, apart from Riyadh, was the only person who has presented the paper that we need. This is what we have been demanding from the North. Now we need to implement the federal system here in Southern Sudan. And it should be like the federal system in America, or we can go with the Nigeria, or they all refused. Only few people from Solo and Nuer advocated, but they were minority. They were all the Dinka refused. Nobody supported it. So the federal system, even now, if you look into the negotiations of those of NAS, I'm not a member of NAS. In Italy, NAS is demanding a federal system that gives right for every county or the state to recruit its own police, own gang and everything. They are refusing. They walk out in Italy. And John Ocheng was talking of federal system. And the other guy, William, presented the co-federation. Co-federation, according to John, was saying it is a combination of countries. No, it's not. When you combine countries like Uganda, Kenya, or Tanzania, and you bring them together, that is called union. That is what is going now. We have African Union. And in Europe, we have European Union. You can opt to have one money. And in that union, if you don't want to, you can opt it out. But co-federation, you only share money and army and the natural resources. But everything, you are independent to do whatever you want to do in your state. You see, like if somebody commit a crime in your state, you can kill without even reporting it to the federal, because the federal is just a Ramsey, it's something there to look into the natural resources and to the army and then money. But they have nothing to do with this. That is co-federation. Coming to our issue in Southern Sudan, since they have already rejected the federal system, that can give mandate to the state. And even now they are refusing NAS not to go there. If NAS go there, then they walk out. There is no any other option in Southern Sudan. And before John said the Nuer, the Solo, the Anywa, and everything will be, if the Equatorial opted for separation, they are going to come against, they will become like the Nuba before, who are lifetime killing people in Southern Sudan. That is not the case. The people of Upper Nile, once Equatoria is separated, they will separate. That is obvious. They will never bother to ask nobody what is happening in Wao, what is coming in Cuba. They will actually go. There is a proposal in Upper Nile for separation. I think many of you have heard about it. People of Upper Nile are proposing to separate, not only people of Equatoria. There is already a proposal there. So people should not, like I said, move these people or try to disqualify these people of suppression like what the other community, the larger community is doing, that they don't want to hear anything. If anybody wanted to, we are going to fight. Don't dismiss these people. I repeat it. These people has a point. And you guys take this into consideration. Because Equatoria, as I can see, I'm not there. I've never been to Equatoria for a long time. I'm from there. But Equatoria will succeed. Whether anybody like it or not, it's going to succeed. And instead, what these people need to do is start campaigning diplomas and the activities down there, regionally and internationally. Equatoria is going to go. And once Equatoria is out, Malakal is out. The people of Malakal are not going to come and fight. That is the point I wanted to correct and take it very serious. I'm an academician and I talk out of experience. Thank you. God bless you. I may talk later if it goes tonight because I'm kind of busy now. Bye.
Yeah, Kalaman, Anna in this mission, Anna in the Haja der Namulo play in. Just wait.
Okay.
Anna der Namul comment, Unasi Amulo comment few. Ushukron lega, sister Teresa. Anna budget kira, Anna great reporter, feel this mission. Anna great report and be killed fi Haja desert one. Be fi anger displaced. Lekin Anna ma legit video. Shukron leg shadid. Ana der channes bit kalam del lenas.
Excuse me, guys, ladies and gentlemen. In a few minutes, we will kind of end it. The topic's still going on in Clubhouse, but it's not like it's just been on and forward, onward, backward, and it's not really getting anywhere. But I just will leave it for a minute until because we still have some our team members who are up there waiting for to get a chance to speak. لو انتوا لاحظتوا النازل طبعا هم biased in a way, but it's okay ده طبعا ده احنا بنتوقع واحنا جينا ضيف هو كان قال هيعمل مناظرة معانا مع جونال تشانغ. Unfortunately جونال تشانغ ذاته بنفسه he's not clear. طبعا زول كل يوم بفليب فلوب. So عشان كده انا قبل قلت الويل لأمة أنبياءها مجانين للأسف، لأنه أنا قلت في شخصيات اليوم في كلاب هاوس is just too much. تعرف هم ماشيين ماسكين ياتو قماش أو لابسين ياتو نوع من قماش، تلقاهم كل يوم بيغيروا، وناس عندهم 2 لسان ما بيتكلموا كلام بتاع رجولة وكلام دغري. They want to undermine إحنا الناس اللي قاعدين call for separation ده على أساس إحنا ناس who are we. So they always come up with some new excuses. مرات حتى بيلعبوا الدور بتاع بيقولوا شنو ده، بيعملوا حركة نسائب، بيقول يا أخي أنتوا زوجتوا من الدينكا. قلنا يا جماعة الموضوع ما زواج، ما احنا زوجنا من الشماليين، تزوجنا كثير مع الشماليين، حتى عندنا ناس يتزوجوا مع خواجات، يتزوجوا مع أي دول في العالم، حتى مع دول الإفريقية دي الجيران. فده ما بيعني إنه إحنا ما بنقدر ناخد حقنا. بعدين الاستقلال تاع أرضنا ده أرضنا، حماية أرضنا لازم نحن ناخد حقنا بطريقة صحيحة. أنا هدي فرصة شوية بعد كده نجي. Didi is with me here, so we will continue the topic and then we shut it down because عندنا topic later inshallah. It's going to talk questioning the SPLM. وطبعا في topic كنا حنخطه عن جون جيرينج بنفس السؤال عن جون جيرينج. We're going to broadcast it from inshallah Clubhouse to Facebook. جون جيرينج ده هل هو كان بطل ولا هو زول ظالم؟ Is he a hero or a villain؟ طبعا ده من الشخصيات اللي كثير من الناس ما فاهمينه كثير، خاصة في تاريخ بتاع جيرينج، بدايته في الحركة الشعبية، وكمان أيضا في حتى في اتفاقية السلام الشامل اللي كان 2005 اللي بعده هو ما عاش كثير وجماد. حتى الاتفاقية ده جاي نعمل فوق أسئلة. الاتفاقية ده فوق حاجات كثيرة اليوم إحنا قاعد نتضرر منه، وأخص كاستوائية. We the Equatorian are the one who are paying the price. عشان كده حتى كلامات الكونفدرالية والفدرالية اللي أنا قاعد نتكلم عنه ده نوع يعني they come من بدري. It's now too late. وأنا بوري late too late because هم ما قاعدين حتى يفسروا، بس غير بيجي دين يتكلموا لنا فلسفة بتاعهم في ده ما نفس الشيء فدرالية أوروبا، وإحنا عارفين إنه ده منقولة من أوروبيين. بس هل هم بيعرفوا الفدرالية اللي تكونت في أوروبا ده لأسبابه شنو؟ واللي تكونت في دول زي أمريكا وأستراليا و other countries. حتى في أستراليا ذاته هو ما يعني لسه تحت الملوكية، تحت رعاية الملكة البريطانية. The same thing with واسمه شنو ده مع الكنديان كمان. So هنتكلم عن ده، لكن اسمعوا شوية من الناس ديل وبعد كده بنقفلها منهم هناك وبنجي نرجع في الفيسبوك. ونشكركم جزيلا، شكر للناس اللي بيستمعوا لنا. نشكركم. Thank you so much. God bless you. I will be with you guys shortly. Thank you.
Publics that bring guns. Let our people protect themselves. We have the force, but they don't have gun to protect themselves. Why? Because people are being killed. People are being killed, and government is not doing its job. It's not protecting the people. It's not providing the security to the people. And you guys are cut.
Oops. Sorry, just it cut off accidental, but I'll be back on it. Sometimes it does that with me, is internet. I'm back.
What's up? Because government is not able to protect us. Is it who should be protected? The people. The Munukan Yaminas. Who should be protected? The life of the people. Who should be supposed to protect the property of the people? Who should? Is the government. Yow, Anya Bibiji Bejai, Nas Biji Buktulum Bejai, Mafi Zul Basalo. Lemon people are preached to the level that they will tell the government publicly, the mind of it fun, let us just bring us gun. Let us protect ourselves. Unazel Gadiamulu Salam. No, don't make peace. Because that peace is not presenting us. We are not seeing ourselves in that peace. What is the meaning of peace if my people are dying always? What is the meaning of peace if people are dying? What is the meaning of peace if some of the people are migrating because of war and because of hunger? What does it mean? What is the meaning of having availability of the government if there is no peace on the ground? If government is not able to protect it, continue, brother.
Thank you, Brother Jackson. I think I'm going to give a good chance to Adiza. Adiza, talk the runners.
بشكرك كثير لكن بس أنا مشغول حاسة شوية كده بجوكم بعدين.
Okay, خلاص ما في مشكلة. So, Wilson, I'm gonna give chance to you. And of course, for demand, you have to apologize actually. So, because the word sometimes you're using really, yeah, it wasn't like okay. Like in most cases you're using F words. And if you, especially for our sisters, if you put them in the place that they are your sister, can you use that words, insult them, for instance, in public? And then more than that, you have actually a lot of firing words. We Dinka superior, or I don't know, like a military power, super military power, and no one will defeat us. And then there is more, So for me as individual, I don't care about but of course people demand you have to apologize. And I don't know. We need you to apologize. I don't know what you're gonna do. You're gonna agree to apologize or just you as Dinka, you're not gonna apologize for nobody. So actually I'm gonna give you a chance, and before you move, you say any word, we want you to apologize first. Then from there,
hang on.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Although there are some individuals that I found up here, I don't know whether they talked before me or not, like Babula Tai, Didi, CJ, Fortunato. Let me tell you this.
Let the guy apologize before you go ahead, please.
Oh, who is that? Fortunato.
He has to apologize before he talks.
Look, to issue an apology is not by force. You have to feel sorry from the bottom of your heart, and you have to have that confidence and come up and issue an apology publicly when what angered you has been solved. Now, have we reached the final resolution on what caused the issue and what triggered the bitter words that I throw towards you? Have we reached the final resolution? The answer is no. We haven't reached there. So, are you going to restrain yourself?
There is no reason for you to philosophize issue here. We know you have committed a lot of crime in Clubhouse here. Humiliating people, abusing people, you have to apologize, whether you want it or not.
Okay.
Otherwise, get the hell out of here. If he doesn't apologize, just kick out.
Yes, kick him out.
Uncle John Uchang.
Kick him out.
Ongida. Ongida, John. Look, let me tell you something.
Tell him, man.
And
Babula Tai, I think it is your turn. If not, we can move forward. I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, give the chance to Aliza first because
No, Aliza is busy.
Hey, Ajere Kelemen. This Babula Vitai is one of the people even like this of Maduganyar. She have to change her language of abuse. Otherwise, we shall be also on her neck. Let her not say that she's a woman. People try to favor her. She's the same mind like those of Maduganyar. She have to stop these behaviors. Ganas jata masin bishakla, obira shakal mamunu. Rojari obira mut. Thank you.
Yeah. Ya jamana nina dairin salam. Lama nina nakunu dairin salam fi Clubhouse hina nabdo fi nufusna. Wallahi ya jamana indina nas kutar hina. Wallahi umma bastahigu inno yasiginum zato. Lekamum yasiginum adil inta ma zol basigino be kalamu. Bas Molana yجيب كده يعمل proof انه كلامك ده انت يوجد بسجنوب سجن ديل كده لكلام اللي انت قلته كلام ذاته جنوسايد عشان كده اي زول راديكال لازم يعمل apologize ما عمل apologize يا جنوبين ما تدوم فرصه في الروم بتاعكم كلامهم نونسنس ما تسمع كلام اذا ما عمل apologize لو انت عملت apologize لو انت عملت apologize you dignified person. You dignified person and you value person as a person. Asi kida ana bidi fursa le agud ma mul apologize fi kullu room bita junubin ma yakallam lo ma mul apologize lo ligo barazat lazim yamul apologize. We need even ismu so عشان الناس يمشوا كويس والناس يكونوا اخوان. لو الناس ما عملوا apologize, people should not be together. You couldn't fit disunity بس وجنوب نخربوا بجا نخربوا في الجنوب كلام فارغ. A good chance is yours. First of all, start with apologize.
Well, Jackson, what kind of apology are you looking for me? You look because the language I use to unite Genovese, or what are you looking for? Have you ever heard me insulting people? In the entire social media, I am the only person that I never insult people. So what are you looking for here? Because of radicalism? I only believe in one destiny, the unity of the people of South Sudan. And if calling for unity is a crime, and to apologize for it, then hell to your station, my brother. What are you talking about, man? I'm not gonna.
Yeah, good.
I'm gonna lie to which.
No, this is the last. Apologizing is not a crime, but when you apologize, person reduce his pressure. Bukun maksud cuy, eno walai zolda terfasa. Lekin lo ite ma amal ta apologize. Ite munu. Ite agwo minu. So le lite ma amal lo apologize lo gidamak walai shakal mak lade ma ite munu. You have to apologize so that people live together. Continue, brother Kelman.
I just want to say something quick يا جماعة بس عشان أنزل كلام apology ده. في حاجة واحدة I want to confront Mr. John for one thing. John Ocheng. Last time you said so many derogative things about Equatorian women في live show بتاعك في Clubhouse and you were mocking Equatorial قلت أنا سويت Equatorial بيفتح القرآن بتاعهم. Do you really expect أنت قاعد تتكلم عن apology and you yourself disrespect Equatorian women? أنا لا أعرف أنت كده apologize كمان. هل أنت كنت متزوج مرة Equatorian ولا أنت جنة Equatorian? You have to apologize because that's disgusting. That's all I just want to leave because somebody like him, he cannot play hypocrite and come up here, try to tell others to apologize. He himself, خلي يشيل قشة من عينه, then يتكلم عن موضوع apology. Thank you. That's all I want to say. Something like that is disrespectful.
Yeah. Wait, brother Odusi. طبعا انا ما بعرف لو جون قال كلام ده ولا ما قال كلام لكن انا بسال لو انت جنين شاي لازم جون يعمل apologize لانه الليله نينا دايرين نرجع ثقه. We need to reunite ourselves. This is what we need to do. Apologize is not a problem.
Jackson. Nigga. Jackson, I'm so much happy. I have done my way of apology long time ago. I said to Equatorian, please, I am forgiving you. At the same time, my big apology, whereby I will forgive you very bigly, when you really stopping abusing and then put things into action instead of abusing what? My apology, I have given apology long time ago. Odosi, I know your problem. Your problem with me because I'm opposing this thing is called separation.
يا راجل ده غلط. انت عليك الله كده كون راجل صريح. ده ما عندي، انا ما عندي مشكله معك. I don't care. انت كنت تغني لصباح بكلام تاع unity.
Excuse me, brother. Excuse me. So I have already apologized. Lakin the group without a separatist. Finna sinak muk bitomon jayal ta jen cancel of it.
لا بس تعال كويس. المهم حنسني كده
دخلت في مكان ثاني بغلط. سوري
بتاع بجنوب السودان ده بموك الكويس سنة لو في شكله ده تمام بردوا بسرعة وانت بتقول كسومك كسومك انت لازم
يا راجل انا ما اقدر نسمع اللغه بتاعك ده. انا بس قلت لك apologize تنساوين تا إكواتوريا وتيجي تتكلم حاجات ما نظيف. ده لغه وسخان. خلي اسمع، انا قاعد نتكلم لنساوين تا إكواتوريا، ما قاعد نتكلم عن one person. Focus on the word. انا قاعد نقول يا مستر جون، انت كان ما قاعد تفهم العربي. انا بعيد لك.
You are one of the leaders. You cannot liberate Equatorial Massitima Makasma.
شوف ده اللغة بتاع زول مهذب. انت زي زول مهذب.
You are nothing. You cannot liberate Equatorial.
شكرا. انا بشكرك مستر جاكسون. I apologize. بس انا قلت الزول ده منافق. He cannot come up as a hypocrite to try to tell others to apologize while himself he's disrespectful. حتى اللغة بتاعه بوري. انا ما اعرف انت كان عندك عيال. This is how you're gonna talk to in front of your kids? Shame on you, man. أنا بس بنزل تحت because I cannot even debate with somebody.
Shame on you.
Yeah, that disrespectful man. He cannot even apologize to women تا إكواتوريا. انت كراجل كن راجل بمعنى defend your women مش تكون coward. I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, Jackson and Clement, can I go? Because I'm ready now.
There is no Equatoria even looking for the language that you guys are talking.
Yeah.
Go ahead, but please let us respect each other, please. Thank you.
Clement and Jackson, can I talk?
Yeah. No,
go ahead.
Kalaman, yeah.
Kalaman is responsible go ahead, but let us respect each other, please.
Yes, thank you, Clement. Itaruf ya, my dear brothers and sisters. Kalam al-Hasiri, Ochangi wano Senegal nas keda apologize, and then you people have to be on my neck and all this. You know, when I become masalan, yani I'm responding back to someone that curse Equatorians, insult Equatorians, Sukida, I always come after him, you know, like Dinkas. Kalam ketir al-monos fi gabail tana fi Equatoria galina nasa inda nasim na yajibu HIV fi South Sudan anna gikatulu dinka besim anna gikatulu. That's why I'm responding back. Secondly, Jono Changita menda kakto gulgala na keda apologize. I was responding to you according to what you say. Tagali banate Equatoria fata kurato mole dinka. That's why dinka occupy lands Equatoria. Ubanate Equatoria kulu sharamid. Equatoria ma be liberate be susunde be fatakura. de language take ita mofrut ba apologize le Equatorians kulu. Wita ke ngali Equatorians cowards. Ita gali nas Mali cowards. Ita gali nas actually cowards. Ita gali nas Central Equatoria au sababal biu lende laje le Dinka nas Central Equatoria cowards. Kwes, let them fight. Wita gali shufta yani anna nuswante Equatoria de anne azatu wajiri ne au jibu ajiri ne asibu esim shinuda. Nasibu Dinka Jaja occupy lente Equatoria. It was ridiculous stuff about Equatorians. You first have to apologize to Equatorians. Yalenas ketir kati blana hina. It lazim be apologize to Equatorians from room to room. You have to apologize. Musta waga finekta nas gal kerenas apologize. Can insult to insult, we can insult Dinka because they started it. Amira ya bada. Pues Amira bada city Equatorians. That's why we come after Amira and plus all entire Dinka.
Yeah,
Pues,
Babulatai, I don't want to cut you, but what I wanted to say, you know, I was not in the room that you were saying, and I don't know whether John has said this or not. But if you have a voice record of John that proves this, please can you play it?
Yes, no. I get a room down a marf when lakin me can be playing next time. Lakin I use only out of John Ochan city manna banate Equatorians. Gali fini kwenda gifata wala language jazato. Gali kusta anna ya sibu Dinka ja occupy lands fi Equatoria. Anna give you ginta tanna le Dinka shankira Dinka ja occupy land Equatoria. Nas ketirina they will text you now. Ita kunasa get text lana de geta kun text le Jackson so that Jackson be proof kalamda. Kwes? John Ochang have to apologize to Equatorian school awal foul. Kwes? Kalam zere John Ochang ma binutu firagatu tanas gal nas keda apologize. And if I insult Dinka and they hakara be sitting with Dinka because they come to my region and they occupy my land and they are raping our old women and they are doing bad stuff in Equatorial region. Yes? And separation is the solution. Anna John Ochang, you are crying back every day because your daughter is married to a Dinka guy and you're scared, you're afraid that maybe the Dinka guy will divorce your daughter. And we don't care, we don't give a damn. Bitaki yemshima Dinka de. Itama be keep Dinka de fijo Equatoria so that they can unite my Dinka because Biniata ki Jozuma Dinka.
Asma, Suleiman Al-Gadeni, Suleiman Dandara, Asalo de Suleiman Dandara. Suleiman Dandara Kadeni.
Jackson kere check ajereta ki checks messages ta ki nas ketir text later enak. Wale Suleiman Dandara wale Suleiman Dandara. You have to
Babulatai, the jet kid finance, there is some people who text me. But people have different view from the same Equatorial. Finance Bugulu John Chang Mamal Kid, Finance Bugulu John Chang Mamal Kid. So on our Fatad Yedesi, anybody who want to prove, let him say in John Chang Mamal, but then Nazal.
Hey, Jackson. Jackson.
Yeah, did the tabelekuma. Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
This girl need to prove that. Let her prove. And then anybody who want to come and be a witness, let him come. Yeah.
I'm gonna say something real quick and I'm gonna drop myself because I don't want to get involved in politics. Like in Janu Chang, I was in the room when he got a shitty Mubanata Equatoria, but look cut up to the point Anna Manum Birella and you ita Equatorian Dana. And you didn't apologize. Kanta ken galta bishiti monas separatists, welta bishiti monas unionists, Zambu Tanna, the rest of the Equatorian Abu is not even having picked a side now. Zambu Tanna Shunu. I was in the room, remember? I even came up and I told you I am not married to Dinka. I don't have anything to do with Hajatalta Bishiti Mude, don't shit him on us. So if you apologize, we haven't heard it. If you guys are fighting, Mashakil Tatakunta, which party or which party, Mata Shiti Mubanata Equatorian Kulu. You can call names. Like in Shiti Mubanata Equatorian Kulu, which is me, and you met me. My sisters, my younger sisters are even my Jozo Munkulu Tashiti Manna. So you can deny and say that you apologize. Lakinita ma apologize to me. You didn't apologize to other sisters of ours that didn't have voice. Thank you, and I'm gonna drop myself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait. Babula, wait. Please don't make chaos. Brothers, wait. Just we need to done with the case of John Ochang. You know, I'm just bringing witness up. If they approve that John Ochang brother apologize, will not.
You don't have to drop
if they
yourself
approve
down
no,
until,
you will not apologize. So one person now said that you did this. Let us give chance to any other supporter, any witness, any witness.
Jackson. Jackson.
Jackson.
Let me speak. Let me speak in again.
Jackson.
Your topic. Hold on, Jackson. Hold on. I'm Equatorian. Listen to me. I'm Equatorian. Please. Let
him say. Let him say. Yeah.
Asma Jackson, your topic is different. This issue of Ochan and Equatorian, let's put it separate, we'll handle separate. This is not good, this is not fair.
Nothing separate, nothing separate.
Listen to me here.
We have started the issue. My brother, don't disturb. If you are not witness, then go down.
Can I say something?
Let us be fair. Let us be fair. Just I want witness. We need to be respectful and we need to respect ourselves. You know. Yeah, come.
Jackson, let me say this. Excuse me. Since they say that I did singing, even though I don't do anything, I will say this. Sorry, then Swante Equatorial Kudu, and Josuma Dinka. Sorry, including Babula Betai, Alkanti City Munasi. Visit Mara. No. Asma kare under Museta there apology. Mana there already apology. Ana bikul lepo me. No ana kan bonusu. Kalam daki. Ana bikul halasi. Sorry. Alela. Ilega alela de kulu. Sorry. Ya babula betai. Ita. Jackson. No. My dear. Leave me a chance.
Now, I will apologize, Jamana.
Babula Betai. Musita Gulgali ana city mitum. Eta lo bigitu ara ma city mo la kila ana city mo lo ma city mara bigulu sore le pula. Babula Betai, you are one of the reason. Bukun lo ana bukun maziba accidentally. You are one of the reason. Inta mujos majamade. Waita wali real majamade. Ita lasim bikuni very good kalamta lave makalamta sitima.
Ochanga yal manaze and baby yal manaze. Mata suru fogana.
Okay,
I have one son.
Okay.
One son only.
Yeah, wait.
Okay. Ita bonus
Jonah.
Yeah.
Wait, listen to me, Aku. You know, you have apologized to the public, but do it in a way that shows
that is not an apology, Jama. If he apologized, he have to be sincere.
All of us, even me, when I speak here, I was abusing
so
many people, and they are innocent. And if I apologize, it doesn't mean that I lose my dignity. Actually, it means that I value somebody whom I have, misvalued, and it will not kill me. Apologize will not kill me, and I will start it to me that if I abuse anybody, it's particularly people whom I will been mentioning their name, I will not apologize to them. I apologize to the people whom I were just abusing without knowing when I was been speaking, because I were being so emotional and I was being so hungry indeed. So I apologize to them. This is my apologize really from my heart, and please can you accept it? Chang brother, apologize is good when you do it coming from your head and your bottom. So if you don't want to apologize to somebody whom you have abused intentionally, don't apologize to him, because you know the reason why you mention his name and abuse him or mistreat him. This is what actually I want to tell you. But I apologize to the innocent.
I say this here, Jama. Give me a chance, don't disrupt. Anna Bigulu, I apologize if I did somebody, if my words maybe come across somebody. I dearly, sincerely apologize from my heart. I myself, it is just the memory of my brothers, the memory of my friends who have been really died and who have been killed because of ladies' problem, whom they want to protect. So my heart was really boiling. That we really suffer a lot. You know, itum bishakal bejai, lakin banat bagdar jajibu muskila bejai. I'm so sorry, Loana had a feeling of somebody. And it is because maybe of individual people who are hurting the feeling of people. These are the only people. So, but in reality, I really sincerely apologize to everybody. And we are going to starting a clubhouse without a sitima with a radical views. Radical views cannot solve anything. It is adding more hate. We have to really differ in ideology. But sitima in a lazim bisiru bara. I will start by myself. I will say that I'm so much sorry. Sorry for anybody, whether a Dinka, whether a Equatoria, whether any woman that I have abused, I have insulted, because a woman is a woman. It's not only a woman of Equatoria. All of us came from a woman. A woman is a woman. So I apologize to all of you ladies, the ladies of South Sudan, the mothers of the world. I apologize to you. I say sincerely to you, I'm sorry if I abuse you. It is because maybe of anger. But I also appeal to you, my dear sisters, stop insult. Lonina baden rashakil madinka, itum yamagra mutu. Nina rojale yagra mutu. Itum nusuan, itum yaonasta peace. Alela, United States of America. Hamsa nusuan, aselo biga, diro aselo, to be in Supreme Court, in Supreme Justice of Court. Albeaki mukulu alam bit America. Most people mukulu black. Because they have realized that women are fair in judgment. You know, this is in the United States. If you open CNN now, you will even see. While I was busy talking with you, my wife was busy watching CNN, and she was even calling me, come and see. And when I come and watch it, I really love it. You women, you are people of peace. Forgive me if I abuse you, which means that I have abused my mom. Forgive me. And from the Iveco today, no woman should have any bad mouth. The ajata politic ta Junub Sudan. Anina deri no nusu kalamta politic ta Junub Sudan beteriga birra lahadina belga giga bito. Or dialogue bimasi beteriga birra lahadina belga giga bito. And today, the 27th, I believe, is a very good day. And I say to Johnson, together with Kellerman, as well as other members, I say this is a great day, a day of peace, a turning point in the liberation and in the war of Clubhouse. Nobody apologize, should not be given a room to any platform. I will start from my room. Any radical from Equatoria will not talk in my room. Any radical from Dinka will not talk in my room unless they apologize. Also, beginning here, radical views will never be allowed platform. So this is what I can say. I'm so sorry. Forgive me, and may God bless you, all ladies and women. I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. I love you. I give you a hug. I kiss you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Thank you. Shukran, brother Chang. You know, you really say you apologize in your heart. I don't know, maybe others have not feel it, but I feel it. You know, it is really where peace is start. When you start apologizing for what you have did during your emotion, then people will, you know, peace will come.
Jackson.
Yeah.
ممكن تخلي الناس دي يصفقوا كله لاجل جون عملوا له الاعتذار بتاعه ده ممكن
لا انا والله بجد كده اعتذار بتاعه
نصفقوا له
Thank you very much, brother John. لو في سلام الليله سلام ببدا الليله.
Yeah, John, you did great, you know, so really. Yeah, and that my best guy Tabara, I'm not cool we are doing that mistake.
Yeah, so fidil babu latai ita yokti wallahi ana gad nisma inte gad shitem saraha kida haja da ma budu suadil kida so ni hena dairin salam وعشان نينا ذاته نقدر نجو هنا نجمع الافكار بتاعنا ونعمله اسمه شنو خطه بتاعنا للمستقبل بتاع دولتنا لازم نينا نكونوا سالمين لازم نينا نكونوا سالمين عشان كده ما في زول بيقول انه انت ما عملت هنا انت شتمت وانا قدرت كتير. So you need to apologize. I started with myself. John Ochang apologize. Thank you brother John Ochang. Apologize the ما بقتل زول. نينا لسه
including myself.
Yeah, Jackson, the gig I claim and add the chance I will Gune and then I will come because I'm driving.
Yeah, Gune, welcome. Yeah.
Okay, أنا بس داير أتكلم يعني ممكن لو
أنا كنت ما أقدر أتكلم كثير. أنا بس كنت أقدر أتكلم في الموضوع بتاع جون شانغ لأنه زمن اللي هو كان ما اعتذر لسه. But now he already apologized. I don't think we have to go back again and dig the insult or to prove who can amal or who can gal. So the apology has been accepted. So from today, we just want to see something new. And don't let don't let people to come to your room to insult other communities. As the owner of that room, you have to be responsible. Everybody came to the room that you're hosting. It's a bodilo green bean, and then they start to insult the other community.
You are right. You are right. You are right, sisters. Thank you. Thank you. This is the last. Thank you.
So I have nothing else to add, so I will drop myself down. Thank you.
Excuse me. Can I get in?
Let me say something. CJ, and then I will let you. Yeah, Jackson and Clement, quiz. Can God not school of a Clubhouse that to apologize? If you guys want me to apologize, not school of a Clubhouse that can apologize. Because Ajarama Bikun Anabes Barao. Quiz, I'm not gonna apologize because I did nothing wrong. I was responding to those who are insulting us, Equatorians and separatists. I'm not gonna apologize, and I don't care. If you don't want me to come and speak in your room, I will open my room, and someone there will welcome me. Okay, I did nothing wrong. I was defending my organization as a separatist nationalist. I was defending Equatorians, women who are voiceless out there, and I was defending our men who are not.
Nina ma darin na small lectures هنا.
نزلوا
يا جماعة نينا قاعدين نفتشوا في السلام. لما انت تشتم انه دينكا في دينكا قاعدين في بلد ساكت. انت شتمتم. So انت انا قلت قبل شوية انه انا الشتيمة اللي انا قلته وانا سميت اسم زول ده وانا قاصد له. I know why I said it and I'm responsible of it. But if you generalize people, you don't want to apologize to the innocent people.
Okay,
what does that mean? Yeah, welcome. Apologize will not kill somebody,
okay,
but it will let people to stay in peace.
Brother Jackson.
Yeah.
Well, probably interjection. My point is, I reject. I mean, the idea is okay, it's good, but the way how you brought it up is, it's unacceptable. It can be. That is not the way how people have to apologize. For instance, like your acceptance to what John Shang have just said. If you could recall his earlier speech, he says, okay, he seems to be denying that, he didn't say that. So how could you come to a conclusion that, the guy has to...
CJ, lakbada ma quiz.
No, hold it.
I've been hearing what he has said. Guni can guide in. Anybody approve that? Nazan Kulu guiding in it.
Yeah,
apologize, Kevin. Guy, those are the people that complicate things. So people must to apologize to each other. Why is all the apologize? بس التغيير بكون إنه زول بكون إنه نية عشان يقبلك بكون إنه نية عشان يقدر ينسى كلام اللي أنت عملت له ولا هيانة اللي أنت عملت له ولا شتيمة ولا شيء. This is where peace stops. Because if you don't want to apologize or you don't want to accept the apology of somebody, it means that you want problem. You still have a hidden plan. أنت لسه خطة في قلبك. ليه؟ Just continue, brother Kelemen.
Yeah, I don't know, Eliza.
أيوة مساكم خير تانا رجعت لكم يا جماعة.
Go ahead.
Eliza ate shetem the gebel, so you need to apologize to
Jackson. برادر انا قبلك لما كنت بتكلم لما قلت الناس بيمشوا من محل لمحل زي بيت بتاع كافيه وبيت بتاع هناك، ده كلام بتاع زعل، وانا قبلك اعتذرت اكثر من 4 مرات، وكلام من قاعد وفي ناس ثاني قاعدين
صحيح.
اوكي انا اعتذرت، ما بقول، انا قلت ده كلام بتاع زعل. اوكي هسه التوبيك بتاعك من قبل كان توبيك كويس وكلام مشى محل تاني، لكن برضه كويس، قالوا كلام بيجيب كلام. يعني هسه اعتذار بتاع وتشانج ده بصراحه انا ما بعرف بقول لك بدو شنو، انا لمسني كمره جنوبيه قبل ما اكون اي قبيله تاني. لما ندار نكور الجبال لانه راجل لما نقعد يتكلم حقه ده كان
ويل يا جماعة زي ما انتوا سميتوا ده وقت ده وقت ساكت. الراجل ده ما عاوز يسمع كان الكلام. Didi, are you with me? Hello? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, انت سميت طبعا عمك ده he's still biased.
I exit. You know what to do?
I told you exit, guys. I told everyone to exit because I don't want
I
this
told
nonsense.
Fortunato,
ده
I think
drama
I'm
ساكت
leaving.
and it's like you know الحاجات اللي انا قاعد اشوفه في اللغات ده. بعدين هو كان داير يحترم، كان يسمع آراء بتاعهم. حتى يعني سي جي ما كمل كلامه هو نزله، بابولا ما كلم كلامه هو نزله. ده very disrespectful بنفس الطريقة. and then I don't know apology بتاعهم ده هما لما الشباب ديل بيقعدوا ليل ونهار بيشتموا 24/7 وبوريك حتى الابولوجي اللي هم قاعدين يطلبوها ده apology اي زول فيه يعتذر شفهيا، لكن ما معناته honest with that apology.
Sorry, I was on a mute. Have you heard me talking? Sorry, I was on a mute.
لا أنا ما سمعت، لكن أنا قلت
sorry. Yeah, I was saying that I exit. It was getting a little bit complex, so I exit. No, it's
yeah, because it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
I mean, at least إحنا أخذنا نقاط معينة الشخصيات ديل and then even المناظرة اللي هم كان قال لنا نجي نعمل مع الشخصية اسمه جونا تشانغ ده it's just really I don't think it will work because the main level of even to get there حتى عشان نجي نرد أو ندي كلامي ما خلوني زاد كتير. like I was trying so hard to get in there and then some people complain and they bring up people more to just to distract, but it's okay though because in a topic later today we're going to talk about it. أنا بس بدي نصيحة لأخواننا الاستوائيين وأخواتنا الاستوائيات. صراحة الحقائق بقى يظهر كثير كل يوم. أنا ما بعرف أكثر من كده لكن we'll continue. أنا عارف عندي network issues هنا، لو أنتوا قاعدين تشوفوني تسمعوني كويس أنا عندي مشكلة في النتورك، قاعد يوريني network تاعي ضعيف. لكن إذا قاعد تسمعني كويس؟ Hello?
Yeah, there's an issue, but I can hear you. I don't know if other people can hear you. There's a little bit of a cut in between, but I can hear you clear.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, say something, and then until I fix my network.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm actually really proud of you for what you stood up for the Equatorian women. I'm actually proud of you for even though that's what I was gonna look into forward, like really saying some stuff, but since it was getting a little bit crowded and stuff, so I figured out I had to leave when you asked me to leave. Yeah, thank you so much. You know, I'm proud of you always and stuff like that. So for Ochang to say that you know, no Equatorian listen to you and stuff like that, then I would have not live my whole entire life and follow you and do all these things. So yeah, if nobody listens, and there are whole lots of people that are doing this, listening and participating and stuff. It's first of all, it's not about what you say or what I say or all the team or any Equatorian will say. It's all about us, all about our existence, the threats. The threat to our life, the threat like existence anna ka Equatoria baletanna they are haja lanna gi fight fogo fi zaman ta hasade alhamdulillah, you know, it's like haja الكل يوم أنا داير ناس تنا ده متحد هناك. I want them to listen, and our Equatorians who are here also who are not in Clubhouse, I want them to listen from the horse's mouth. So they sometimes you hear things which are really troubling, and you think like, I wish my people could hear this. You know, there are far worse things more than, you know, kalamata gibele. Like for instance, Zoldak el Gibel got kalam bogolo muno. I don't see this muno that wall is one radical, you know, one of the gang which is radical. I remember last time in a room he popped up and told us Gali, later chantaji to gule ita Equatoria ita mendo hakta gule gal ana mai jogot fi nimle. You know, nimle de menda hakta gule nimle de ma beledi ana bogot fi nimle أو live in Juba أو rule as supreme in Equatoria. يعني واحد بهذا الأسلوب يجي يقول لك you know أنا بحكمك في بلد تاكي you know supreme. I don't know what's the supreme in Arabic actually, so I could not remember it. So it's actually so sad really عشان واحد يجي يشتمك ويقول لك كده في بلد تاكي قال أنا أو بسيبوا بلده هناك وعنده حق بيجين في بلد تاكي. لكن السؤال اللي بسأل نفسه تو يا جماعة، زمان الناس أن كله كان طلع من ساد السودان روح في شكله ده، كان ناس زي طلع دين كدل طلعوا من داخل إيكوتوريا you know ناس أبا نايل ناس بحر الغزال كان طلعوا من داخل إيكوتوريا، ولا كل زول طلع من بيت تو، كل زول came out of their own house and coming to defend you know their own home. إحنا كنا ما جايين من محلات سامبلا قال we just gonna anyhow defend anything. You know, if you're an Equatorian, you left from your home to defend your wife, your children, your home, and yourself. كان أنت من أبا نايل وبحر الغزال نفسه حاجة، لكن ليه؟ لكن بعد ما مشاكل لو كل الناس أي زول قال عنده حق في إيكوتوريا، دي حاجة واحدة اللي أنا ما فاهم، ده كل زول ده ريقعد في إيكوتوريا، ده قصة تاني براو. يلا أنا عنده لسه مشكلة مع الرجيم ده. We're struggling with this regime يا ده. Regime that chase people from Upper Nile, from Bahr al-Ghazal, drawing them all in Equatoria, making Equatoria the battleground. You know, Equatoria بقى ده محل الشكلة، لأنهم طلعوا ناس دول كل من محلاتهم هناك جابهم في إيكوتوريا. كم في إيكوتوريا you know في capital city. إيكوتوريين ذاته بقى homeless من دون بيوت. أوكي وإنت الإيكوتوريا إنت لسه عنده نفس تاني عشان زول تاني بيجي بيقول لك إنت دار يونيتي بناس ده بوديتا وين؟ يونيتي بناس ده كل يوم قاعد يجحجحك بس إنت homeless. they are unity زي ما ناس تا Upper Nile وبحر الغزال. يونيتي بيخليك إنت homeless، ما في settlement. هسه ده سجن شنو زي يونيتي تا شنو زي تدرين شنو من ناس زي كلام يا قاسال. هسه كان ما إيكوتوريان you know دخل نفسه منازل في SPLA، كان إيكوتوريا هسه فات قدام. إنت كلكم ناس سنة الورا هناك ده، إنت كان متذكرين كويس زماننا كان قاعدين عند 3 region عند the Khartoum government. كان حاجات اللي حصل ده كان حصل زي كان في عرب جي نحب أراضي تناس جي كم أراضي تناس، كان في عرب جي نمنهم مع رجال تناس جي دخل كشابين في جبات الرجال وفي النساوين وجي كموا بنات تناس، كان النبي مجحجحين ولنا كان جي إيش بديجنيتي تانا، كان ودلة هسا choice ده و choice ذاك ده إنت بشيلو ياتو، وكان ودلة choice separation هسا إنت بشيلو ياتو. ده ما زمن الحاسة ناس جيني فوقو قال لي تقدر كون ريفيجي في بلد زول تاني، ده ما زمن الحاسة إنت لسه ده ريديس قسم تاكي قال لي تقدر زول تاني كده جيب لي تأكل، إنت ده دق لنا تليفون كده رسولي لي شنو. ده ما زمن الإيكوتوريا لسه ده رجع ورا ما جماعة ده حياته من يوزا ده، لكن إيكوتوريا إنت سجم تاكي تبرجت ما ناس الماجي فاهم ليه. That's what I don't understand. مالي إيكوتوريا ما بيستان جراوند تاتومون. إنت كون إيكوتوريا إنت كون جامين لاين تناس educated، أبوهات تكون ناس الفاهمين. أوكي people who are well educated، وما حتى كون ناس well educated. زمن ناس ده كده عين، زمن ناس تنا ده عينو حركات الدينكات ده من زمن ده مو نعمل كوكورة توالي سري، وكان زمن ده كلام الكوكورة ده كان ما أصعب زي زمن الحسي ده، لكن في زمن الحسي ده حاجة دي بقى أسوأ شديد. لكن لسه إيكوتوريا تاني بيجي لها بكين قال عشان أنا إيكوتوريا أنا في حزب ده أنا دار يونيتي إنت لسه بات مو وكده أنا وري لها تكون كنتكم ما فتح أنا تكون كويس. ناس يونيتي الجي بناس بحر الغزال ده تنجي فكر قال بقص عشان ولا تنا فينا عشان منو تنا فينا، لكن إنت تكون ناس ما في سجوا كلاب حضرتك ناس ما صوت أي زول ولا تكون هناك ولا كان جينا تكون هناك، ولا ده كل الناس أبا نايل يا جونسو، ده كل الناس أبا نايل الجرجرة من حكومة ده هناك تجاس ومن يجي جونسو. كان ده من جين كانسل اوف إلدرز تاسما ده ناس ألدو أجوناس منو تانين ده يجي جونسو، كان من أبا نايل تجي تاني تجاس ما ناس بغانا مون ناس منو يجي جونسو، ناس لاما كول ناس باجناس تانين ده ممكن جا مونغا درس ناس تومن مونغولس لنفس تومن لأرادي تومن مونغوغ في الأرادي ونو تاكون تا إيكوتوريا ده وينو ومن يا دومينيت حاجة تا يونيتي سيستم تا يونيتي political alliances تا يونيتي على هسي تاونجينا دي قال فينك ده تا إيكوتوريا ده ومن يجي دومينيت حاجة ده من يجي دومينيت موفمنت ده. كده ناس فكر بأقول كويس، كده ناس مروة بس ما feelings. أنا زدت دي كان في محل تاني ومحل ده ماجي وتينا قدام ما تكون فولا أنا كان أنا اللي قلنا ستاي في نوسا أبا نايل يلا أنا قالي يونيتي ما تفولو أنا كاليس لأن الناس upper Nile ده if I may ask you يا جماعة زول تاني يوم تاني ما أبنوا بيت تو ناس عنده مشاكل في جو upper Nile من ما أقدر أعمل peace في نص تومن كناس upper Nile كويس من ما أقدر أعمل peace كالس من شيبو مشاكل تومن ده سنين ده كله من ما أقدر ينعمل peace مشاكل لنا من جيبوا لادي داخل إكواتوريا ده زولي تبقى في نك تدرجني مو في unity زول ما أقدر ولا أثبت unity بنفسه تطو في جو بيتو ثم تانية حسب يجا منوتو في قصة تاني برا من قلنا federalism ده جي جامل تكون كيف يا جماعة إكواتوريا كان منو ولا منو في جو بيتك في جو بلد تكون هناك ده في جو بلد أنا هناك ده حتى ما جي يكون برا بنفسه تاكي تما قرا لقيت ما أهل تاكي تاني مرة federalism ده قرا شتى تكون حتى كان في طريقة قرا كوبي تكون يقرا جين في مالموية في محل تتومن ده كون بيرودو are you guys gonna accept that كون بكون مسؤولين لتابا الجيجا لنفسه تكون ده دخل ده كون نفسه تكون قالي تكون ده federalism كون عارف federalism أننا جيجاني فوقه في بلد كاوجات ده ليني ده federalism ده جي affect أسيادون بلاد أننا جيجاني فوقه ده في western world ده بلاد ذاته دما western ما قال عشان من واقع في خريطة كده جينا دي west ده بس western culture تومن من جيران بلاد ده كله together تانين ده بلاد تانين ده في island جيب belong لناس تا island أول حاجة ناس تا أسيادون بلاد ده من ناس أسود كانت روح في أمريكا كانت روح في كندا كانت جا في أستراليا كانت جا في ما أعرف تاني وين في نيوزيلاند ده كله أسيادهم ناس أسود ناس كله كبون برا ناس جيني برا مونجي جيني في غابة في كالات زي تكون ناس تنا تا إكواتوريال ترجي تكون برا تنجي جيني في مغابر تنغورو جيني في يوغندا في كامب برا هناك دي هاو ناس تبلد دقي جيني زده نادي تكون فدرزم في راس تكون بجا أندم حياتكم بعدين دي ناس تبلد دقي جيني زده في سيستم تا فدراليزم ده مونجي جيني برا mon magi gene within Medina وكان وديلو من chance قال من يندو من دار بلد تو من ورا ما هذين من جيران بسيستم تفدراليزم لانه دي كده ده ما بيت تومن يا يوروب من طالع من يوروب فوقه if they wanna go back home كوجات دل they go to Europe they each know where they came from من عارف من جا من وين لكن فدراليزم سيستم ده من ما قاموا في يوروب هناك ممكن يعمل حاجه ده في حركات ده في بلاد ناس المونجي كونكا السؤال البصل نفسه ده يا جماعه ليه زول تاني بيطلع من أبانال بيجا قلنا لقيتا فيدراليزم زول ده ما كنت كاريتا تا بلد تاتو ما أبي نسيتي في بلد تاتو وما در جيني في جوا بلد تو كويس جيني كاتب كتاب قال لي ترجانا أنا رجع ورا في موية زمن كوكورا زمن إنت زمن جاجة ترجي ترجع في كوكورا كلام كوكورا ده كان طالع من وين طالع من محل مويتك يا جماعة عشان بعمل مجرى في بيتك ما در عمل مجرى في بيتك كلام بعمل مجرى موية بيجرى فوقه يا بيطلع من بلد تاكي بس بيجيني تدرجي جيني جاك الإكواتوريا كلام تنازل ما جي ميك لوجيك كان تكون يا جاينو أينو تكون تابتا إيال تكون كان تكون إكواتوريين سيندو دمير أينو تابتا إيال تكون كان تكون ناس كبار ده خلاص ما در حياة تاني مرة لكن فكر تكون لإيال تكون ولدو ده كان ما في إكواتوريينز كده ما ولدو خلاص تاني مرة كان إكواتوريينز بيجا قام نفسه تومن قالمون ما بعرف حاجة المفيد لنفسه تومن ولمون ما بقدر make common sense ما تكون ولده بس خلاص كده نسيبه كده ناس جشيلو بلد أنا لكن كان إكواتوريان سي دير حقيقة ده كده إكواتوريانز قوم بدا وقف لنفسه تومن كان ده شنو أن مستعدنا إكواتوريانز كله ما في زولتان بيكين قالي أن كل إكواتوريانز بدا مني لادي هناك إكواتوريانز كله قاموا الحاجات كان جيبيو أفساد جيبيو قماصات في بيت قاموا شنو وقف حاجات ده الكله كل يوم جيبيو قماصات جيبيو أفساد جيبيو شنو حاجات ده كله تقام بو شنو يجي ترجيتا كمبارا ما يدو بلد لسه ده زمن الريفولوشن ده زمن اللي نجي فايت فور ليبريشن لنفسه تنا في زمن بيجال حاجات ده قروش كده كان في كيب قروش كده كويس لحاجه تاني شيلوا قروش كده لحاجه اللي بقدر بروتكت تمو ده ما زمن القليت درجه جيني قال انا تاي زول تا سلام انا تاي زول تا شنو زمن كان ابو حتى انا امل كوكورا ده ممكن ما بعرف سلام شنو يا حاصل yeah you're right brother حكيم سنية حاصل في رواندا زمان ناس واحد قبيلة واحد تاي رواندين جيني تحت من ما فكر كويس لنفسه طبعا مسكتلومن لحد ناس جا قوم وقف يا ناس بول كوغامي جا وقف لنفسه طبعا حاصل ده إتان فكر قال سبب البول كوغامي جيني أو لسه تو بول كوغامي ولا من جيني في باور هذا حصل له شنو ما ده كله من خوف من حركة لا عملوا لهم عشان بس كيف قدر وصل لبلد ده لقدام وقدر ميك شور قال you know it's like ناس تو كويسين. لكن تانا ده يا جماعة ناس واحد ده وري لنا أدب في السبعينات إنما ما توب في الثمانينات إنما ما توب أنا لسه قد ديفند ناس واحد ده. أنا تعي بس بكلم قال يا جماعة زول كان ما بينتو كل واحد في بيته زول بس جي كركرة بكاسمة ساكت هاي نظام فدرالية ولا إنه بشيل المدرسة هناك إنه بشيل إنت كانوا ناس بس قسمتهم كبار بونسوا بس كلامات في اليوم جي كركرة في ذاك الكلاب هاوس زي في راس ناس حتى في ذاك الكلاب هاوس زي كان إيه محل تا إيكوتوريا من في فوقه رومز بفتاة بنادي إيفن تشوشو روم جنا دي باسم تا إيكوتوريا لكن إيه تا إيكوتوريا تمين الصوت هناك تما بونسوا جنا دي قال ما هذا كله تناس كله زول الما إيكوتوريا نيابي جو ورلي تقال فينك هاي جوبا دي تاون سواء عندي حق أنا بيجيني إن أنا بونس يجي أي تكون بونس أي روتانا التدر لكن إنت بيلقوا قال أودر فترة رومتو بمحل تطوم النادي محل ده ما أعرف شنو ولا شنو من بلد تطوم لكن بس جينا ده جد كل بأسامي تايكوتورين محلات تايكوتورين ده حجارة عديل كده ده إيكوتوريانس ركز بعدين توم للدرجة عجيب يلا زول بيجا بننن بونس أي حاجة لو در بونس في راس تايكوتوريانس ما في زول في الدنيا ده ركز جسم تو زي ما إننا ركز جسم تاعنا ما في يعني إيكوتوريان بأفضل يعني كان راجل تاني جا من برا يعني حتى زول لقون كلامات ده كدب كله إيكوتوريان بس جي صدق زول لقي فولو ورا زول بس عشان كاسمة توك قوي بس لكن انت ما بحصل زول ده انا تاي اساس جسم انا تاي غوري لو من توالي في جوا كلاب هاوس عشان كده انا سنين جي كان قال فينا كان انا فيني تكيانا انا فيني كيف لأن أنا تاي ما يقولوا اللفة ودوران أنا قوري لنا زاديل توالي I tell them I question them إيه كان ما عملوا السيستم ده في بيت في جوا بيت تكون أبو تاكي ما عملوا أمه تاكي ما عملوا جيدو تاكي ما عملوا إنت ما قادر إيكوتوريا ربا إنت ربا جيدو تاكي ربا أمه تاكي ربا أهلك ورباك وجالسة تدري إيكوتوريا كمان ربا أهلك بعد كله كاسمة تاكي قوي إنت كان ما أقدر أعمل مهاجرة في السيستم ده في بيت تكون هناك أنا بصدق إنت في شنو والله أنا ما دخل لك أنت جازته مع أبوتاي أنا ما بصدق إنت كله حتى كان ده أبوتاي أنا ده ذاته إنت جمع كرة و I'm really thank God like you know my dad would never accept something that my dad would never get along manasta the Upper Nile there. None of my relatives none of them which were ministers for them you know you know that you know that not that Juba like that I don't think they will not accept this nonsense kulu they contributed so much in building that country and it saddened me that's why sometimes I get really so really agitated manas you know because I know where I came from and I know the contribution of my people in that place يلا ناس سالين بس ساحل كده تما عارفهم جا من وين بس دروا دي حاجة ده بلد ده بس سويدن تا ناس تا أبا نايل ليه بس أنا ما أعرف أنا كل يوم إنك أصل من سؤال ده كان في movement جه حصل كان في تغيير جه حصل كده التغيير ده يكون شنو let them go started from Upper Nile ليه every time war كان جه حصل ولا ناس جه fight ليه جه فايتوا كلام ده في إيكوتوريا بس why in إيكوتوريا إيكوتوريا ما battle ground ناس تشكله يعني تقول لقوا ناس جه أسروا بعدين زميتا كون ناس ما جبل ناس جه أسروا بعدين راس قوي you know يلا في ناس بيجيب كين قال فينا كمون فينا أحل مون جي شكله ده شكله أحل مون بيحلوا بعدين خلاص ده كان ناس جه شكله مون أحل يا جماعة شنو دخلنا فوق إنما أحل ما ناس إحنا أحل ما بعدين في داخل إيكوتوريا في داخل إيكوتوريا دينا كله أحل كان تكون جل جنة تهم فرتك إننا واحد عملوا DNA إننا كله أحل في منو في داخل إيكوتوريا ده بقوم البيجال أنا بكلم لنا قال لي look sister Didi you know ولا اللي بيجي كلم لنا قال لي you know look Didi أنا دار أعرف الكلام اللي تقوله ده ما صح وري لنا إن أحل وين أنا دار أنزل الباص أنا لأنه إنت كان جفرتك في نص تنا إنت بيجي لقو في أهل تاكي تاني جوز من مورو في أهل تاكي تاني جوز من منداري في أهل تاكي جوز من فوجلو إنت بيجي لقو كازن تاكي تاني من لوتوكو تبجي لقو كازن تاكي تاني من قبيلة تانية ياتو في داخل إيكوتوريا هنا ده بيميك إننا شنو تاب إحنا اوريدي كله أحل في إيكوتوريا ده وده حاجة الحاصل يعني بطريقة كده ما بقدر حصل في اللي نازل في أبا نايل هناك مون ما أقدر ليمو بعدين تمون براو لكن أنا أقدر لمو بدون تنا في داخل إيكواتوريا ده كأحد. وفي نفسه زمن أحد تنا ده ما في زول تنا أقدر dominate language زول تنا قال لي لا أنا قرأ شنو أنا قرأ dominate ناس ده ولا أنا قرأ أنا قرأ conquer ناس ده. ما في. كل زول keep language تاتو وإننا لسه أهل في the same time وإننا لسه tribe وإننا لسه region واحد أنا إيكواتوريا. عشان كده أنا قد define قسم أنا إيكواتوريا. يلا ناس زي درجة فرتك إننا نهار وإيكواتوريا by the way is the largest region in South Sudan, one of the big region in South Sudan. عنده إيه حاجة لنا دار ناس ده كان ما بقدر ليمو قسم تطمن ده برنامج تمن هناك براو. دي ناس أصلا من أولين لآخر ما بتلموا. وبعدين ده ما يال سكرين يا قاعدين هناك يا جماعة. ده ناس كبار. في ناس كبار فوقه. والمشكلة هنا ناس بيقولوا قال حاجة العجيب هنا which is like I find it a bit really so weird. انت بتلقى ناس نادي قسم توم intellectual لكن المشاكل اللي حصل في السودان السودان ده people are saying قال don't mention قال is Dinka, it says the system, it's the government and it's the system. يا جماعة system ده أنا ما أعرف لأن في بلدك وجدك أنت قلت talk about system تجي talk about the computerized stuff. زول كل اللي تقال the systems are down because ما بقدر access database and stuff زي لكن كان الناس كل قال the system في South Sudan احنا get confused. كان الناس talk about in the West here when we talk about the system program تا militarily when we talk about like they just growing just عملوا ده وما عملوا ده. لكن عشان انت بيجي كل انا قال ده system ده مني ياجي كيب حكومة ده في هنا في باور هسه من سيالتا دينكا ياجي كيب مرجالتا دينكا ياجي كيب يلا قال ما بينا ده قالوا ده دينكا كيف. أول حاجة في زول تاني يوم ده في كلاب هاوس ونسو قال قالي كان دينكا لبسوا يونيفورم أوكي وتاني مرة ما بينا ده قالي دينكا هو كلم سده قالي كده نادي قالي this is a government قالي لأنه he become like he what do you call it forgot the term قالي تاني مرة كده تمانا دي قال the government he just says the system or the كده مانا دي قال
sorry you mean generalization of people, that's what they're telling
no. Yeah, he meant like if a Dinka put on a uniform from there he's like a state property it's like he's
yeah they trying to diffuse them Dinka the best nas kida يعني كأنه ناس ما human being جماد like almost just a status, the statue that just moving around because he belonged to the government. And when you ask who's the government, they can't even answer you. They just say it's the government. Everybody. They even include Wani Iga. Say everyone is part of the government, which is so funny. Like
the thing is here, sorry, they want us to like claim Waniga so badly so that they can kill them there over there. When we started talking about Nas Waniga and not denouncing them and we don't agree with them so that they can say, okay, find a reason and started slaughtering them over there and stuff like that. But the truth of the matter is we don't agree with Nas Waniga while they're there, So they're trying to find a way, to catch us or something that to attach with us. But we're not attached with anything. The only thing we attach is Equatoria, our people who are suffering, our land. And we will keep, advocating and gathering ourselves together and raise all the funds that we need, when it comes a time that for us to, militarily defend ourselves, we will with no interjection and no fear at all. Because they kept thinking, Gali, we just emerge out of nowhere. We're just the 3, 4, 5 people or the little group who are talking here and there. They don't know, Gali, our people down there, they are pro-separation. And then, sorry, I cut you there. So I just wanted to say that, it's time for our people to come home. It's time for our people to end the sufferings of our people who are living in the camp. It's time for our people to start healing. Le iyaltanna be suffer trauma, le iyaltanna be suffer, illiteracy ma baraf bagara. Bekalamta nasta Upper Nile. Kandeta be at Upper Nile. Why should we be victimized because of Upper Nile? They magi adab. أنا ما بأجري مع زول الجيجا جيكين قال أنا كله we are suffering and منو suffering تنا is different. Suffering تنا is inflicted upon us. جيبوا لنا ما جيبوا حولوا suffering تنا جيبوا لنا وناس القال جي suffer ده ناس من يجي كاتلو جي سنتومن من يجي جيبوا suffering ده for themselves. They inflicted this troubles on themselves. Like I always said, they say they're running from the demons and they run into Equatoria. It turned out to be they are the very demons that they are running from. It can generate min hinak from a demon over there. Why do you turn around here and inflict, hell on people? Later begin o jere min hinak gal because of moyo, jere min hinak because of insecurities. Yala tabi taji drive nasta nimele barale. Ite ja hinak ite ja nyaka mu yeyile. Ite janak te jenya kamu beletam ta madile. Ite janak created chaos between tribes Mundari, Bari, Fojulu, Munu, and Muru and Munu. Ite janak killing our people. Why? Mus kan ite jeta jera shan refugee. Ite jeta begini fi mahal al-muftara tumun jeda mun begini fi camp outside Equatoria, not inside Equatoria. They should have been living outside Equatoria in camps until they resolve their issues and mun bi rija and anamagi excuse. I do not excuse problems that they do not have any issue whatsoever. And I have any excuse. Because for someone to run from a water that can be dealt with for over decades and centuries, I mean, this is just an excuse. This is nonsense excuse. عشان زول تاني بيجري من بلد تطو just because he fight my brother تطو, this is nonsense in its place. Insecurity they're talking about, who's causing this insecurity? Can it matter a cookie causing insecurity if Equatoria? If we don't want somebody causing insecurity, we deal with that person. So why are they not dealing with their people? Yala, why are they bringing the problems to us? That's the issue here. If they don't want to hold themselves accountable. So why should that be our issue? It's not our issue. We should definitely reject it. That's just the common logic. It doesn't matter munia can win, wala munu can win. But it's just the common logic is it arja fi mahalak. Lo hasi nas darin South Sudan they yakun in peace. Best nas Upper Nile rija fi Upper Nile. Nasa Bahar al-Ghazal arja fi Bahar al-Ghazal. They hope peace biji fi balad. Kulu zol go mind your own region. Wala kulu zol go mind your own territory. Enna zaman kuna aishin ka dual barao. جنوب السودان ده كان ما exist كان بلد واحد نا كله بيجدوا منا ما دوموا سوا ما في زول تاني كده قش زول تاني ما في زول كده كبسيطة كن ورانا قالي ربنا ما قال تانا عشان جيب لنا سوا كجنوبين. This is blasphemy. That's satanic. This is a lie from a pit hell. زول كان جا وري ليتا زري قالي ربنا ما عمل غلط عشان لي منا سوا. زول this is satanic. This is a lie from a pit hell. أن كان ما ناس واحد إيكوتوريا دي كانت دولة براو بنفس تطو براو evidence كتير في برانا information في برانا كتير دي ما زمن دا ignorance تاني مرة إتاكن ما قاينو الشكل تكون كيف براو من ناس دي تكون ما قاينو understanding تكون مفهومة تكون براو من ناس دي lifestyle تكون براو من ناس دي تبية تكون براو من ناس دي إتاكن كل يوم ما قاسر جسم تكون لكن ليه ناس دي قوات مون difficult ليه أنا براو ليه تفهم تاي براو من الناس. This is just the logic. عشان إننا ما سوا إننا ما ناس سوا. ناس نوير إندو دولة تومن برا ناس دينكا إندو دولة تومن برا شلوك إندو دولة تو برا ممكن أدومن كيندو ناس اللي بحناك في بحر الغزال ده في دولات كتير في داخل بحر الغزال ناس كله براو لكن كلام تا ناس جا كونكا إننا colonization كواجات ده يجا create the new borders the new countries المون جا create ده لانو كواجات ده بس در كده يعني مون در كتنا زي نظام تا كولوسيوم تا زمان مونجي كتو كان كريستيان فوقو كده يلا ولا كان حاجاتهم تا gladiators ناس كده قتلوا بارون بس كده ناس سكلا قتلوا بارون ده بس يهمون قاموا الحاجات ده زي كواجات عارف كويس تكون ما بيجيني سوا لأن تكون ناس براو بس مندر كده ناس جيني in this system of killing each other كده ناس ما يتقدم قدام. لكن
ما قاطعك ما قاطعك ديدي just quick الناس اللي كان يجوا أنا عملت link down there they can just go to StreamYard and come up. That'll be good if they want to say something. لأنه بعديها ما هنقعد كتير هنقدر نقفل لكن we want to hear also their perspective on whatever they want to say or ask question. Come on, you're very welcome to ask question. لو عندك أي إضافة بدك تضيف, you're highly welcome. Just go to the link. Thank you. Go ahead, Didi. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. If you have anything to say, yeah, you can come. So I just أنا بس ده أقول شنو system الكواجات جس بينا في دنت عرب ده ما system تانا طبعا كواجات عارف قال زول أسود ما باقرا a black person doesn't read and من زمان slavery كتنا كلنا ما قرا and stuff like that. So وما نعرف قالين زول أسود كان تكوفو إذا كان destroy زول أسود for one generation كلا destroy generations تاتو كله لانه باقي شكل دو يا بعملوا لنفسه تاتو you know إذا كنا عينو ناس أنا بس جي كوفو ناس بكسمة هاي كوتوريا ده كان يتقسم أنا بيجي حجم كوتوريا إنت ما عندك شكل إنت ما عندك برنامج كان زي ما ده ذاته ودي لأنك good reason عشان شنو إنه ما بقدر جيني ميتة لأنه أصلا إنت ما عنده برنامج تاجي كله يتفوكس في كوتوريا إنت ما عنده شغل تاني تقامل في بيتك عشان كده زمان عملوا كوكورا زمان بدل الناس بريجا ورا بدل مو بريجا ورا هم راب نبلة تطمن ناس جن كانسل of elders تطمن ده فاتح هناك روبا ده تور مودو تا شنو تا اسبيله واسبيله ده كله تورو كلام شنو ما كلام تا كوكورا أصلا كان ما في أي مشاكل تاني ده بس كلام تا كوكورا يا تورو اسبيله ده واسبيله ده طلع meaningless war في جوغابا هناك منقتل إيكوتوريا زمان مندر منقتل باقي قبائل زمان مندر تاين قلتوا ناس جاني جانين يلا مون جا من هناك يا ده مون لسه كونتينيو قاموا الحاجات من قاموا ناس ما عنده برنامج أصلا ما في برنامج نسيه لدولة ليه بيأسروا ناس تانيين كده جاني مع ناس أنا كل يوم نقول سو كلام ده في كلاب هاوس وإني في ناس أنا عارف قال مون عنده زواج ما دينكات ومناس تانيين من قبائل أخرى تانيين تا أبا نايل ما في زول في داخل إيكوتوريا ألتا بكين قال فينا إتا بدناي الكلام ده إحنا كله عنده في ناس مثلا عنده أهل مثلا كنت جينا من زول من ناس أبا نايل and stuff زي ما في مشكلة جينا ده depend في تربية جينا ترابا جينا ده كامونو إننا بس مشكلة أنا في إيكوتوريا إننا كمان عنده تبية كده بطال عشان كده هجي ده دور إننا كان عنده جينا في بيت قرابة جينا تدر وريلة جينا ده تدر حسس جينا ده قال جينا ده إتما من هنا إذا كان من وين نستاف زري لكن أينو جماعة كان قرابة جنا ونقرابة جنا ده كان جنا تومون وجنا ده بكرة قرابة جفي دومون تاينو ودي حاجة تنا الجدورين ده وفا ذاته في الآخر قدية تنا ما مودوتا زواج وما مودوتا عيال دائما كان إنك جاونس كلامته بلد زول أنا بنوتو لنا قال what about منوتا ده ما قدية تنا ما قدية إتدار جوزو منو إتدار جني ما منو إتدار ما قدية تنا تاينو الليلة حاجة اللي نعرف ده أنا الليلة ده كان جوزو أنا ما بجيب راجل تاعي جاني في جوبتنا هلا ما يبي إننا كان ما عنده قروش ولا في ظروف لجنة ولا حاجة زي لكن إننا كمان جي شنو we are planning to move out we are planning to build our home لكن أنت ما بتجيب راجل تاعك الليلة عشان جد disgrace أكونه تاعك كان ده choice تاعك إذا قال فينك تقدر أنت ما بتجيب راجل تاعك جد disgrace أبو تاعك في جوبتة تو راجل تاعك دار نوم ميت نوم ما أبو تاعك نوم ما أهل تاعك كله ناس حبوبة ناس إيال تبيت كله ده وسكت شنو زره رجال بيجي اصلا ما في دنيا ده ما كان امشي يجيب راجل من محل تاني ويست افريكا ولا من محل زي بيفهم مون بيفهم احسن من زول ما بعرف تبيه توك اصلا براو ده زول اصلا تبيه او بجوز بنوما مره تابوتو بنوما اي زول ما قلمايا ما بقره ما ياجو ماشي وما فاضي يلا زول زي انا عارف في ظروف لي منها منازل لكن حاسه انا جارف حقيقه انا زمان ان كان ما بعرف ناس في ناس كتير زانا زي ذاته قال لي انا شوك shock gili gana the mindset alte gidil manaza every day giamulu gikutu le zol shock zato gi traumatized zone lakin bes ite gikutum ite gi try focus then you have a goal that you're working towards you cannot afford to to let your mind to lose your mind nadar nas anna kede jawara fi bed nadar yal kede jagara nadar nas kede jamul healing kede imagine trauma al nas anna went through kede imagine takun trauma de bills da kullu muniya gi dafa already nas da dakalena fi diyunal aslan mage wonisu economy tabeleta na mendo fogo hak moyo ni dif sakit leta kun mafi sikat mafi mustashfa mafi كان ناس زي ما دار حاجات ده في بلدهم من زمان أسأل نفسه تكون زمان كان النجي جيني عندها 3 regions زماننا كان لسه عندها نورث كان مستشفيات ما في داخل جوبا هنا كان وقتها كان مجروح قدام كان ما شكلها اسبيلا ده مش كان ناسي كان اسمه شنو ده كان ناسي بلد أنها كان فات قدام إيكوتوريا كان has gone so far with development كان ناس ما اسبيلا ده بس يجي دخلوا جا كبسوا ناس وناس زي كبسوا ناس سات السودان كله وانو كده هسي كرتوم انو كده you know not Sudan is going ahead انو كده سات السودان لسه في وين ده كله ده زمن ساكت ورا الجيكا بسمو ناس وبعد ده كله كده بتاني مونجي اسرو نا لازم كده فضل تجدا كان ما فضل تجدا في يوغندا بيجي حاجه منا وما نوري يجيبوا يوغندا نجي حاجه مناس يا كده ما ناس يجيبوا يوغندا جا ضربوا ناس نوير يوم ده هنا عشان نوير كان جا تردو من برا ده مامون يندو يوغندا هنا كاس جستا يوغندا قال جري جاورا وما جري جدا ده مامون ما يرودي من جيبوا يوغندا يا جا يوغندا كمان يا جا كون جا كولونايز هنا كمان يندك هنا في شنو تاني المون ما جيبوا عرب من جيبوا شنو تاني من ما جيبوا لكن الحاجة الأجيب الويك هنا نقول جودة إدارة الجامعة إدارة بلد تكندر عملوا إدارة جنوب السودان تدرم حكومة جنوب السودان عملوا حكومة جنوب السودان في داخل جنوب السودان ما تعملوا في جوا إيكوتوريا ده أصلا من حق إيكوتوريا is not part of South Sudan. Equatoria is an entirely different nation that has been joined into South Sudan. So ita ma bagdar kun indo a system ta government ta Junub Sudan as a refugee fi Equatoria. This is a disgrace for us tanaze. And they are lisa haja na someone algena de nasa toman opposition party demo lisa gamlo the same thing. Mongi korkoro fi ja clubhouse ay enna bro fi Juba de lisa nabje dominate fi Juba de nabje dictate fi Juba de. Ita der يعني Equatorians ده dictator في راسهم لحد 200 لحد 200 وما ما بقدر ابنوا كابيتال سيتي في محل تومن هناك محل تومن دي انا كله فاضي رجيم دي هذاك هناك دومينيت في إيكوتوريا كده مرام بدون في محل تومن هناك من ما دار كده مروا بدا شكل من محل تومن ما دار يلا حاجه هتجيب ده من دار كده إيكوتوريان سيات طلع دين كده برا يلا من ياب جيجاني يعني بس قسمه تو جدو كده إيكوتوريان يكون تشكل زي هاسي تكون إيكوتوريانز تكون يجي جري تكون يجي شكل للناس ده يلا بس من يابس في ليدرشيب لكن إيكوتوريانز يجي شكل لهذه 200 بكون أبت لكن إن جاني أبت تحت كواجر إن جاني أبت تحت مدكورة تاني إتبقى أبت لواحد الذاته الكان ما أعرف كان دم الظروف تشنيها اللي مناسبة هلا إنت ما بيستحيل ذاته كان تبجى جنبه تاتو إتبقى أبت تحت زول ده كيف ده كان أنا ما أعرفه كان دم قلب طيب ناس ده ليزو كلام ده قال كلام كنيسة لا قال كلام بايبل لا دم حقيقة It can visit Bible that the whole Bible is full of war. Bible that mean bidato is full of war. The first war happened in heaven. The whole Bible is talking about war. Somebody is trying to conquer someone. Satan is trying to conquer the kingdom in heaven. لكم من فوق لتحت. إنت كندر ونس شنو يعني؟ إنت ما كتبت من جيل ده جاي تقول لي إنه يعني أنا عشان كلام بايبل كلام كنيسة. ما تشيلوا حاجات out of context. أقرأ حاجة precept by precept فهم كلام ده قولوا شنو the entire Bible into referral back and forth from New Testament to Old Testament فايت ما بقدر قطع حاجات out of context ده بشيلوا ده ناك بس بقرأ ده بس قراءة ما ده out of context أقرأ the entire Bible ده قولوا شنو ولا أقرأ the entire sentence ده قولوا شنو and with the reference ليه كلام ده ونسو ده وكان قولوا لمنو قصتو منو ما أي حاجة كي قصتو يزول في جوا Bible ده وما أي حاجة إنه بس out of context ياجي فهمه The whole Bible is full of war. Israel built the entire nation themselves upon war. وإسرائيل ده ناس تامونو. مش ده ناس الكتب the words ده. مش ده the very chosen people. ومن كان ما شكله. من شكله unto the end. من شكله. Until they lost it all together. ومن dispersed around the four corners of the earth. لحد يسوع كان رجع بجاري جومن. They lost everything. They lost their country. Because of disobedience and nas magas makalam tarabana. Yeah, the same thing Equatoria give follow the same kalam de. ألف كلمات المايا إن الناس واحد إن بلد إن ربنا كتنا واحد ربنا كتاك ما منو ياك ربنا الكرجو أرض وسماء ده جسم الناس أو جسم بين زول الويكد وزول الراتشوس Oh yeah, Zola number one, I divided Nas during the power of the Tower of the Tower of Babel. Oh yeah, guessing Nas into nations, into tribes, into languages. Who come and be decide Lenas even in as Israel mata Jozu de genta competere de mata ngeni zere. La fi Zolta ni magas makalam. Zol de already decide destiny to ya de grow as hell. Hela ita bijana ali fu hajata blasphemy gali rabbana kutunna gida rabbana katak ma katala al-kutla de 200 rabbana kutita ma zola ta kitilu harami zola al-girrep nas zol girrep rujal 200 rabbana kutita ma zola ita giro blasphemy kalam ke bir kida fe kasma ta rabbana 200 rabbana gal kalam zare zamano kutita fi mahali ta fogo do war ho dileta mahali ta fogo de le shunu de zuruf ya ligenna ربنا الناس جون سقالي لمنا تجدا ده من قصد ده كواجة يا ربنا طبعا زول أسود جي أبيدو كواجة لكن طبعا زول أسود ما جي فاهم طبعا كواجة يا ده طبعا بايبل ده أصلا ما في حاجة تاني زول سنتو كواجة هناك. The whole Bible is talking about Africa. The Israelites are black people. Israel is part of Northeast Africa. This is just the most hidden secret that people might talk about. Kawaja bas hashiru barento in the middle of nowhere. Zoltani Mabagri out of nowhere in the middle of 1948 yala be decide nefsa togalo Israelite. Mafi. O Abiat. When the Bible is talking about black people, when the Bible is describing Yeshua Zol Aswed, Sharto is Afro, woolly white, Krento is burnt unto the furnace, Aswed is bronze. The book is the book of Africa. Israel is the Northeast Africa, Tala desert, Ladifi Israel, Ladifi Egypt, that's the same desert. That's why Mon always be jere, can fi harap mongijere into Israel. I mean into Egypt. Mafi Europe, Mafi iya mahal and even after the end, yada muktub galifina klahadi Yeshua kan jaya bija talomon from the four corners of the earth. From the four corners of the earth, including Beletita kon Fogo Israelites. Bala kidip ta dunya da alela nas bezgi geni Fogo degi kabasunas kliyum de. Yala nas bezgi follow de. De yaw kidip alasan nagi ashin Fogo de nas bija gali Rabbana kutinna sa. No Rabbana ma kutita sa ma zoltani. Mafi. Rabbana kutita fi mahali ta Fogo de. Oh, the letter blessing taki Fogo enak. Fight for yourself. Just like Israelites can't fight for themselves. Kanita biga magasuma ze Israelite masuma. Yada biga nagilus beletanna. Lana daro alifu kalamata alzatu ma wodi ma katibulenna. Yom tani. We have to fight for ourselves. Ma fi haja tani gali kan inna rujale kan inna kan sore ka rujal tana de kan takun tala minini because shan identa zol fadi wala haja kan na rujana kadenta kun in the plan. Ma bes zol gijere manuswan sa or most of the time nuswan ya gijere garfa hajat yala ma yala elta bes gijere iden fadi. Yala ta rowo sulina galita rajil yala bigita darja hakim firasta nas. Nas kede kun into strategies. Nas kede kun into plan. Nas dal degi plan firasta na عشان كده ظروف لجنة. لكن إيكوتوريا نهار بس كانوا كروج واحد دول كانوا عمل حاجة واحد وجيني تات نوم قفا كتو ميوزك أشرب مريسا أكل أمل شنو أمل جت كل الجام لو جيني سيتو هكين سيتو قال بكرة في زمن تاجيان جيني سيتو قال بكرة في زول بيجا بكون بيجا حاجي مو هكين سيتو completely يا حاجة الجال جنة ده جال جنة كده الناس كون عنده بلان إتانو كان زول سيبو بلد كده ما سيبو بلد قال خلاص تجرو أن سيتو جسم تاكي تجرو جيني في محل تجيني فوقه like I said دما زمن تنا تا حسد زمن تا حسد دما زمن تا you know ناس بي حاجات ناس شنو في بدء الزمن اللي تجي protect جسم ناس أم بدون تومن to the teeth أديل تومن أم بدون تومن ولسه تكون ربك yang دين يوم دراسلو you know في بلد تكاوجة ده يوم داشان كده convince كاوجة ده مولسه در أمي sorry من در لسه ما جسة أم إمباغو ده مولسه در أصلها زيادة في داخل جوبا في داخل محلات تكتوري ده كل تنغان مونجي وزا بعدين تومن في محلات كيف عشان بس هم بيجيني كنترول يتكون عشان هم بيكوف يتكون في ماغري كانتي يادي تكون أنا ناس أنا رجع ترجمون ورا ما ناس جينا دمون تايجا أمي ولا شنو ده وزول ده حل فوق علينا زما برجع ورا تلا مو قاعد ناس زما برجع في محل ده ناس تكوكو كان رجع في بلد تومن جي ترجمون ورا جي هرسومون جي سجنومون ولا جي كتلومون يا جماعة يكتوري نسهم بيجيني جيني زريتهم بيجيني جري يكو مشاكل زري لادي 200 أنا ما بقدر جاني بطريقة لأننا فوقه ده تاني مرة. أنا بستسلم ولا إنك كده وقف قوي لنفسه تانا. ما في حاجة بوقف الزول قال الزول ما بقدر شكله. زي ما أنا كلم. إنت كان در بلد تاكي إنت بيبايروتايز شنو يجي أول. إنت در كرسي. إنت در قماص. إنت در مريسة. ما في زول قال ما عنده حاجة في دينته تو. في ناس ما عنده يس أنا عارف. لكن في كوتوريانز كتير بيستقل في organization. في كوتوريان كتير بيستقل بدين ده حكومة. الكانجينا ده حكومة ولا ده سيستم ده. في موفمنت كتير صار في زمن تا ابارتهايد ولا في زمن تا بقولوا شنو زمن تا جيرماني ولا منو ده ما في ناس from within ذاته الياساد وناس تمن. إنت بيجيني كيف within the system الجو oppress ناس تاكي system الجي destroy جسم ناس تاكي جي marginalize جسم تاكي وإنت comfortable إنت جي enjoy جسم تاكي كيف إنت you have a plan for your people. It will go get some within a stranger. Can you imagine? It's just like a bunch of looters or a bunch of rebels. I'll get the half of your bed taki. Turu jumara taki, turu jiyal taki. Ita fadul ma rebels again your bed taki wita gakul ita shaban. Ita bas go the excuses lenas. Gala ana kantala pikatuluna sanna kulu. Ana kanamulu zere ba amulu zere kulu. Yomata kan zaman nasa na damu kokora damus kan hazard the same sloop nasa kan gabat mahal kulu. Monkan kafu. ممكن ودي excuses قالنا كان decide وقف في كوكورا دي حاجة ده بيحصل زره كان جسمه واتا بكرة الناس جماعة الناس أبنا ده بيجا تاكلنا ما كان مون جا تاكلنا مون useless نا كمان بيستند our ground مون useless بمعنى مون ما عنده any موضوع ده شنو يا مون جا كافو في جوا بيت تومن ده كان مون كل ما خايفين من دينكات معلومة ما بقدر واجه الدينكات ده ليه مون درجة واجه إيكوتوريا كبير إيكوتوريا كبير إحنا كان وقف قراء واحد ده ما في الزول باكدر منا أول حاجة إنما جزء من جنوب السودان ما في زول تاني يأثر ناس بقوة حكومة القاعد في جوجوبا أنا ده حكومة لاجي ساكت رفيجي ساكت ده حاجة وايل أنا أتكلم فديها لهم كل يوم إنت ما بقدر تكون ruling refugee في جو بلد الزول تاني ما في government بيرول من دولة تاني برا إنت بيرول أنا قاعد نقول حكومة ده كله إنت كان در مثلا زورا كونكا بلد الزول تاني لكن أنت بيحكم من جو بلد تاكي إنت ما برا حكم من جو بلد الزول تاني ده شنو يا ما بكتو سالفا كير بابنا مرة في جو بلد تو ده شنو يا ما بكتو باكي هم دل كله بابنا بلد تاتون مو بس ده جنزة خلاص كان يوغندا أجيبون ما مو بس كده مرة رجع ناس من ده في بلد تاتون من جيني في جو يوغندا نا وفادي إيكوتوريا لكن أنا متأكد كان قال شباب تنا حتى البارا ده كان من در قبض جوبا ده من بقبضه لكن أنا ما أعرف ده شنو يا جي ستوبهم ويتان كان در قبض جوبا لنا وراكم ما في حاجة بابو سيتا ما في زول تاني من برا جيجيني برا في محل تاني بتكتت ليتا قال ما كلمت أبا نايل ولا بحر الغزال إيتا أينو مصلحة ناس تاكي أول ناس بحر الغزال وأبا نايل ده قاينو مصلحة تومن أول تناس تومن زمان ناس تكيد قوم ده مروا sign peace agreement إيكوتوريا كلمت إيكوتوريا جيبو فوق was Equatoria even mentioned since the 70s كان issues to South Sudan go so Equatoria ما جيبو كانت تقدر جيبو قصة إيكوتوريا مونجي تالتا بارا no إيكوتوريا ميندو issue مونجي ألسو مشكلة إيكوتوريا every peace agreement إيكوتوريا ما في فوقه that's why تاقا إنو ناس تانا دي ميندو صوتو من ما قوانسو كان جيجي في موضوع إيكوتوريا جينا حيرومون كله تحت حتى الناس اللي قوانسو موضوع حتى نين أكتر حاجة بس إتاقانو برنامج تا أبا نايل ما بحر الغزال يا قوانسو لكن إيكوتوريا ما جيبو كاليس يلا لينا بيكوتو نفسه تتانا ورا ناس الأصلا ما دارنا these people show us wash تومن الأفن إنومون ما دارنا مون خالص ما دارنا إتا نجي فكر قال الناس نقول يا أخي ناس ده ما بقدر جني وداتنا نو ناس ده ما داري تاكل من دار بلد تاكل زي زول تاني راسل لنا مسج قال قالي هاي كده إنك keep ونسو في السوشيال ميديا ده all the time قال لنا هذا ميستر سبيكر إيكوتوريا ده كان زمن الإيكوتوريا جي قسم فوق ده زمن النوير ما دينكا بليمو we will drive you out of Equatoria to where you come from. قال كده مون بيتورو جنة مون بليمو مون بيتورو جنة كنا در قسمو زي ما أنا بقسمو ده مون بجليمو ما نوير دينكا نوير بيتورو جنة ده ما أصلا هجل في مقطع نوير طبعا ده دينكا يا جونسو كلام ده ما نوير يا جونسو ده دينكا وده كله كلامات بس بكويف عشان بس كده كويف ناس قالوا بيتورو جنة في محل لأنه جا من فوقه كان imagine إنت إيكوتوريان في بيتك في جبلتك يجي محل تجا من فوق تجا من كونغو تجا من زاير you know وكان في أصلا في أراضي تانيين في محلات تانيين في كونغو وفي يوغندا ده محلات تانا زي محلات الناس أنا الجيجين اللي في محلات زي ناس كوبوكو ده they are right at home
ما قاطعك
yes please
ما قاطعك دي there is one thing interesting كلام بتاع نازل قاعدين يقول قال يا أخي هنا جايين من وين ده هم بنفسهم مثلا كان سألنا الدنكا جايين من وين ما عندهم ما معروفين هم left and right تلقاهم في جوا إيكوتوريا تلقاهم في اسم شنو في بحر غزال على النيل حتى هسه أبيعي يعني السؤال اللي بيسأل نفسه كده كل يوم قاعد نقول لهم انتوا جايين من وين بعدين نعرف تاريخ إنه هم مطرودين من الشمال كانوا جايين بقى من السنغال ده قصتهم because في others say هم من السنغال but at the moment we know إنه هم ما من أراضي اللي هسه معروفة جنوب السودان الدنكا بالأخص الدنكا هم مشتتين في أنحاء الدول في أنحاء مناطق في جنوب السودان اللي بيكلم هم أصحاب المنطقة شفت كيف؟ so yeah go ahead
yeah I think I'm about to leave it to you but that you're right really دينكا من ما من جنوب السودان هناك لكن شنو عشان إنت كان جا قال لدينكا قالوا جا من سنغال ودار موتو خلاص من دار موتو they get angry why you say they came from Senegal and for example some people would refer to them they came from Senegal because of the history of the same tribe they have in Senegal the Madinka tribe is the exact Denka and the same name Madinka so that's the same name yalla the same part of the tribe yada fi Fulani fi Nigeria the same behavior من كتاب وناس and في Gambia كانوا كمان you know من في Nigeria Senegal and ما عرفت ثاني وين they really giving people a hard time these people and they're not people who are settlers this is they bear the same behaviors and when you tell them they come out of Senegal they get angry but they're quick to call us that we are Ugandans that will drive us to where we come from we are Congolese and stuff when our people who are living there they just right at the border there they're just living at home and if they want to, we can regard our people who are in Congo up to Kenya, up to where, and reform ourselves back as one giant big nation as Equatoria. And that's what we want. We want our people back. We want our land back. That's something that we need to work on it and get all our people who are in the side of Kenya, Uganda, you know, those people who live there, went there during the times of war and stuff, they need to come back, you know. They need to come back. They need to start thinking about home, you know. Because, you know, بطريقة دي ناس تانيين در ضيعنا عديل كده. People want to destroy Equatoria completely, you know. وكان Equatoria سيبو زريع رتنغاني Equatoria يجي طلع واحد باشا كل Equatoria بيكون gone. And you will never feel home anywhere else. I know كده Equatorians the one who are living in Koboko محلات del كله even إنت كمشيت تجاون وين أروى Kenya, Uganda, are they really being respected? Do they even some of them, do they even have jobs? They're just surviving. It's just the battle of the fittest. Because why? Because you lost your home. A person without a home is almost you're naked. You have nothing. You're not even respected. For the rest of their life, they will be considered, you know, ajnabin best, strangers to the land, to those land over there. Because they're living under different countries. That's why Equatoria need to form itself very quickly and very fast. The mindset of Gali, we have to do that this mindset has to be terminated. It has to be terminated as quick as possible. Ita Equatorian, ita made any dakhil mazolta Bahar Ghazal, wala zolta Upper Nile. Ita made connection manas the kalis. Ita think about home, think about yourself. Think about nastaki al-bara. Think about healing yourself. المشاكل اللي جابوا لك في بيت ده ما انت جبتها. انت ما طلعت كوراك عشان تمشي تفتش زول برا. ناس دول جوكون هناك في داك الإيكوتوريا. انا فاهم كان زول جا في راسك حاسه ده. You know, the Bible says, you know, in order to bind the strong man, you will have to, you know, have arms or something as you need to be, to enter a strong man's house, you will have to bind him up. And I said the way they bind the Equatorians up because money in the asliha and stuff there. Lakini أنا بكلم شنو ده ناس تنا يجيبوا من هناك. Then why Equatoria then يجيبوا من act sell out and يجيبوا ناس عشان كده to correct this, you know, we have to take upon us and correct it, you know. الناس تنا يجيبوا ناس ده هناك ده ناس لسه قاعدين وإنها لسه جي support هم ده كيف ده؟ يا ريت بسبك change كيف؟ أنا ما كان لقيتها كده حيت هم لكن أنت بيسبورت زول تجيب لقيتها تاب ده كيف؟ وفي زول تاني لسه درج يجيبوا ناس لقيتها في راستك. جيجي حاجة لقيتها جساتها فدرالية وما تعرف الكلام المية وما جاي. جيبال الناجي كوشن ناس زي هنا. فدرالية ده هوريني بيشتغل كيف؟ فدرالية ده أنا بلقو أرتاي كيف؟ أنا بقدر رجع أنا بلقو زمن 200 عشان أنا بجيني تاعت أنا بهيل جسم تاعي. منو يا جماعة أنا دراسة دي تكون إيكوتورين ده منو كويس الله كان في زول إيكوتوريان هنا المالي جو تاب من ناس ده إلا كان في زول إيكوتوريان مالي جو زول تو موتو من إيدنت ناس ده إلا كان في زول إتكون إيكوتورين ده إلا كان تكون جي كابس إلا كان إتكون مالي جو تاب في داك البلد تكون ده لكن في الظروف اللي تكون فوق ده ظروف الناس ده طلع مين محل تتومن جال إتكون داك الإيكوتوريا جيجي بلا تكون تاب إتكون في تومبرا شنو يا حاصل في تومبرا هناك ناس ده قال تكون اليمين والشمال قتلوا ناس تكون بعد شيء كده زول تاني بيجي the click of a finger زي قال خلاص فدرالية let's do federalism قال زول الدنكاوي كان إني كاتوليتا قطع أهل تكي حتة ده كده جيني الدنكاوي كان راب راجل تكي هناك وكتو راب إيال تكي كله وكتو راجل تكي راب إيال بناتو وولدتو ورابيتا وإيال تكي رابيتا ومنو ده إيه هم كده جيني جران ما دنكاوي ده كلام ده زي ده كلام عاقل ده كلام عاقل حاسس ساي ده كلام قونسو ده 200 يا بوديله تم حاجه ما كده وديله زون نفس سويه يوم ده ناس دو زول بيقولوا شنو تا شنو منو باغانا مول ما ناس دو سؤال انا قلت understand healing alta kun قونسو ده ناس بهيل كيف كانت تكون جامعه فدراليه تكون ده ما اتليست حاجه كده مون كان جيون سوغالي ناس كده رجع ورا في 3 ريجن ولا something كل زول كده رجع ورا في بيته وديله ناس طريقه كده وديله ناس نفس كده ناس اكو دراه كده ناس try get healing لكن مون قال no مون بس كده نظام دوم الفدراليه ده روح زي المهم بس you just you suck it up just suck it up whoever you lost your land is up to you وده federalism بديل الزول ده إذا كنا عارف even جبال في زول ده thank God زول ده شنو الجبال جي ترت الناس هناك قال شنو منو يا أخي ده
ده اسمه وول ده نفس الشخص اللي جاب سلطان بطنطا ده جاشوا داون ألدو أجو we need to upload that audio so people can hear it الخطابات تاع الزول اسمه جاشوا داود خطير جدا يعني كلاماته كلامات بوري هم really عندهم هدف تدمير إيكواتوريا السيطرة علينا we will definitely broadcast it soon.
imagine قبل كلاماته قاعد يقول ده قال كان واحد من opposition parties أبو إيكواتوريين ده كان هناك ده كان جماعة ده كان قونا ده كان إنما ده دينكا ده كان جماعة ده كتو I will go back home get a ticket I will arm myself شيلو سيلاتاي وكتو سونكي فوقو I will go and storm جوبا يعني إنت عندك برنامج ياكي يعني أصلا كان زول دي جا هنا قال أنا دار مثلا زول داك ده ولا كان لقبان ولا كان منو ولا زول كان مثلا قول أنا ما دار دينكا داك أنا دار زول داك ذات القول أنا ما دار دينكا ده لأنه he's in a liberation we want to liberate Equatoria أنا ذات بيفوت لزول ده consider Equatoria free يلا إتا بيجانا قال I'm going to attack Equatoria بدل إتا بيكين قال فادية سترة كده نرجع في بيت تاي let me go back home let me go back Bill it's time for me to turn back home and tomorrow somebody will not chase me but the mindset the mentality of these people you have to think about the mentality we're dealing with a people who are not capable to understand and will never understand until the amen zato the Egyptians the gods the Egyptians listen to them amen the sun god zato if they were resurrected zato doesn't ما بيفهم ناس ما بيفهم الديل كده. يعني في أفكار القال ناس كده رجع ورا في upper nile رابين و upper nile ده أفكار ده بيت من ناس ده. It's too far for them. They cannot even begin to fathom it. For them to go and resettle back among themselves and resettle their issues is too far. Yani they just want to mix the entire region. I mean the entire 3 regions. Up and down, up and down. خلي الناس كله سوا. أنا دي حق يا كان أقدر أكون pure Equatorian. I have the right. Equatorians have the right to be pure Equatorians over there. I'm not saying that, we cannot mix. But you have the right to have the majority of Equatoria as Equatorian because that's an Equatorian land. Why would somebody come from a different place and then happens be dictated from Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal? What makes them supreme? Shouldn't you special for them just to dictate for people that we must live together? We must لازم نخلي نفوسنا سوا. لازم by force we have to make federaliyah. Why they don't want our choice too? Since we are part of the the dominance too, we are part of the big region too. Equatoria is quite a big region and into big number. We can even go war against the entire country because we have a big number. And then nas get crippled, nas bes bekalam, ko if nas bekalam. Lazim Equatoria, lazim ay Equatoria kede salah gisim, ita lazim, you have to nazim nefsa taki kwais, ita lazim you train gisim taki kwais, Bada bes sibu gisim bes geni kida, you expecting a salvation coming from somewhere. No. Bezat ita Equatoria naltahed hinak de, ita you the one living over there. We are fighting all means over here. We are supporting, and we're ready to support in any ways and any means. Because it guide hinak. It at the moment, it the most vulnerable. It at the moment the first target. Mata fikir gal kante geni te kem ita beg bisibita. No. Kante reduce gisim dake kef bisibita. No. Kan gi work makan work manas da kan reja wara fi belet tatoman. Hagra work. The only thing I want you to say, to think about Equatorians, just fikir le nefsa takun. Fikir takun agul takun kwayis de abuhatana و umahatana ta zaman ta kokora. Kalam de kan ma wasul le daraja de ya jama. Lakin nas de alhaq kalam de sari. Yanda kun der ken gali nas de balitin. Umumkan ma ken gali mondero alliance ma Upper Nile. Ashan enna bi resolve gisim. Ashan badin enna bi jafferigu kan enna dar ferigu enna bi jafferigu. De kalam farik sakit. De kalam ta yal sogar. De kalam zatu kanta ulus lejena ta senarabo uma bisada kita fi kalam de. كل زمن إيكوتوريا دخلوا في any أجل منازل agreement منازل إيكوتوريانس ما ثبت وجودهم كويس. إيكوتوريانس ما قالي let's get into agreement and even since the war اسبل ده مفروض إن كان دخلوا في بلد ده كل زول راجع في بلد تطو يعني documents إن كل sign the 3 regions إن كل sign كل زول ماشي في بيته. لكن إيكوتوريانس ما قادر يثبت نفوسهم زي الرجال وما عملوا كلامات دل mun yandak hinak gaidin hinak manaskir mun magadir amul kalam de. So who dare are you to come and tell me gali this is my elder who sacrificed my people? Tom brother mu berjil yambi mu berjil keji mu berjil beleta fojuluka kwa munu nyangbara acholi mundari ita rozere ladi fi East Equatoria nas dinga nas munu kulu nas ajere nas lokoya nas munu watakulu mutomo ilnare up and down. These people are blood suckers. Yala gali odulomon respect come on, and they're still comfortable in their own skin up to today. They're sitting there, they're living there. Gali, these are our elders. Our elders, let us be sacrifice the elder, or let us be sacrifice the young one that have a future. An elder that is living comfortable, happy, eating day and night. Well, they're doing something. Well, I don't see what they're doing really. Because what I see is the young people gaining grounds all the time. And what I see the young elders, the young council of elders gaining ground, they are listing the entire of the whole entire Equatoria as their property, as the landlord of Equatoria. And then mungija in if Clubhouse gija terrorize nas. Mungija gija city nas get tala nas into Gabail, into Kalam Farik. And then you call yourself Gali, you have elders which are wise. Even in whispering, mas sotoman. Just in whispering, Tamas Soto whisper into his people, or into her people. Can Fizama sign peace agreement, quick to run into peace agreement. Barugi sign all the time peace agreement for the benefit of the Upper Nile and Bahar al-Ghazal. Again, I will say a person, اليوم تاني ما عنده any foundation في بلد تاتو. شنو بكوت أنا بوك مع زول ده ساي. أنا كان زول أقل كده كويس. زول أصلا عنده كلام بس لسان ساكت بكسمة ساكت. كان في رجال في ذاك الأبا نايل ده، كان أبا نايل ده ما طلع، ما كان ما برجل زره. كان في رجال في ذاك بحر الغزال، كان بحر الغزال ما برجل. وانا الاثنين ده بس كان ده دينكا يا قلقلوا من كان بيقلقل دينكا برجل دينكا في محلهم. And then if they need help then they would ask for help. لكن هم درجة دوموا ما دينكا كله ودر دوموا في راسنا كمان. The only people that I've seen within South Sudan my entire life that I studied the case, the only people that have been fighting so hard Dinka is Equatorian and Nuer. And I've always said that Nuer has been a victim of Dinka. And then they caught themselves up and ended up cutting up into, barbaricness of Dafa, Okay, I've got to pay back. I've got to pay back. And then they've been villainized because they caught up into the fight bigger. I have to pay back. And the other person is the Equatorian. If Equatorian fed up, or we decide, Gal Kalas, I want to separate myself away. These are the two people that are fighting hard against this system. Since from the beginning, but the rest of the people, kasma tomo bes gidugu gowi. Wallahi na kan diramu zade. Wallahi na kan amulu zade. Wallahi لو ندر نتفصل ما تتفصل يا أخي. ما تتفصل. في منو ناس قاعد يمسك يدنا قال ما تتفصل. اتفصل. إحنا جاهزين. نور دار يتفصل. إحنا جاهزين دار نتفصل. إنت تتفصل. ما تجيني يكو ناس ساكت بكلامات. The only two people who fight hard against this Dinka or the system, the Dinka is the Equatorial and the Nuer. They are Hagiga Algonusu. But the rest of the people, Mumbis Guru Genited height, Mungi take sides. I can Equatoria Guru Fassal, and Nakul bija against Equatoria. I can Guru Muluzere, Nakul Itamata give Rajal Lebetak. I give Rajal Lebetak. I give Rajal Lemaratak. Finas be dugu kasma tomangali mun nations, mun kingdom, lakino mak the road give the kingdom to the one. فيها kingdom بيردوا بيستتوه حتة وانت براجعني في exile وانت ما بتقدر fight للنفس تتاكي لبلد تاكي انت ما في king ما في kingdom ما في بلد بيقدر شكل لبلد تاني ما في king ولا kingdom ولا بلد تاني در fight for the sake of another nation. Every king fight for his people to free his people to prove his kingship. Equatoria have taken the lead to fight for their own kingdom. Let every man fight for their own kingdom. The only way, عشان بلدنا بيطلع بلد ده برا كله لازم we have to stretch this country. We have to break this country. This country might. I'm sorry, South Sudan must die. It must gone. I mean, sorry, it has to go to be gone. It really we have to let go of this South Sudan because it's toxic, really. Dema mahal nas begini fogo. Dema mahal beraba fogo iyal. And now that in the right last time in Clubhouse we had a room we ran. In the future, now that matter Juba tani mara to be the capital city to South Sudan. I mean sorry to Equatoria. Can I not become a dollar benefit that Juba must never be capital city anymore? Because we have suffered upon this Juba being the capital city so much. And Juba that is very small. More the entire of Juba, Inakulu is the capital city. The Bari people have suffered even enough. And then secondly, we must also allocate Zatu. Naskulu kedekun in the right way the capital city become this time. We need a new capital city. New generation, new life. Baramin trauma ta bloodshed, trauma ta nas munukan munu. Juba should remain just a historical. Yes, it was a capital city, but should remain a very important, a very big part of us, very special and very memorial place. That will still even generate, a lot of income, will generate a lot of tourism, it will still be delicate. But it should be it should be a memory to us that we shall never forget. We shall move forward with a new city that can combine us all together, whether east, west, and central. A new generation that will come forward and drive the nation of Equatoria ahead, you know, with the new architecture, you know, a place that, you know, is free for a new rebuilding, you know, of a nation. A capital city that will drive this nation to a different place, economical, you know, infrastructure, and in all aspects. Where our new generation will learn how to defend themselves, where our new generation will learn how to emerge themselves into this new technology and new society, where they will begin to receive healing and cleansing themselves from this barbaricness, the nightmare human experience. A capital city that will govern the entire nation of Equatoria equally, from every three of these states, you know, whether they the east, the west, the central, and Equatoria, whereby we can reunite ourselves and live in harmony, Tanimara, you know, where we can sit and mourn over our dead people, over our people that suffered and died in the camp, our people who died even on their way fleeing, our people who died, you know, when they're killed innocent, our people who are in the blue house, you know, where we can live to talk, where we can still go to Juba and we can still go sit there and remember things. And yet we still have a new city that will drive the nation ahead. That's the country that we want to live in. That's the harmony that we want to live. We want to bring our people together like never before. We want to experience a love that never before Equatoria have known. We want Equatoria to emerge. Imagine if we have done this long time ago, Equatoria would be one of the competing nations in the world. We would be even competing in science, even inventing, you know, medicine for corona and all these things. Even local medicine, that could have turned it into something. Jama, politics is a serious business. It's nothing other than a business. You run a business, you do bad business, it will run bankrupt, you lose. You'll be in debts and you lose. That's what politics is. And this is the generation we have today, the generation of SPLA keep putting us in debts. SPLA is one of the most cursed that has fallen upon Equatoria. Has confused Rasta Equatorians completely. Mafi Zola been in SPLA could able to think straight without Bahar al-Ghazal and Upper Nile. Mafi completely, tell me. Get me wrong, really. Mafi. 1 minute or be say something, the next minute or say something else different. SPLA was the most curse that has befallen us, really. Yes, sister, thank you so much. I mean, thank you, Brother James. I really wish that, you know, like what I wish really is how to get to our people really down there to listen, really. Especially Hajat Algi go down in the clubhouse. Another kana sanata Equatoria ta belet hina jog bondo de adil de kedo mona asma Hajat dal. Alzola listen the afkar galita unity kedo asma Hajat Algi go on hinagde. Gini threats Algi go on hinagde. Inna gije geni bukura fi belet al ite bilgon stakita gon sultanta zoltani. You're speaking in somebody's language. You're learning in somebody's language. You know, you're living to the next to Zolal, you know, has grabbed your land by force. Mafi hajitani bugulu federalism gal, you know, people are saying the most scary one that I hear, you know, they say, Gali, we want the federalism that John Garang has said, that, you know, you're an Equatorian, you should not be running as a governor in Equatoria, you should be governor in Upper Nile, for example, in Malakal. And what the heck? Why would I want to be a governor in Malakal when I can build my own place? Like, just the question here is why? Why? When we can all exist as who we are, as the regions that we are in, as the tribes that we are in our regions, you know. And then if we want to, we can continue to do business together, and we can go around, you know, you want to visit over there, you can visit. You want to come visit in Equatoria, you come and visit. But what is this eagerness of, I don't want to be a minister in my place, but I must be minister in Equatoria? دي أو حاجة زمان ناس داين وزرا قاعدين إنه مقتنع زي مقتنع وساكا. They're not thinking in, you know, in anything good at all. You know, the reason why they want to be minister here, you have to have a minister in Equatoria or governor in Equatoria from Upper Nile or Bahr al-Ghazal, because their plan is to move over. You see, they come in, they're not going. In 80s, they did the something, they're not going. They had to be forced out of there. And now they did the same thing, they're not going. Yeah, they did a run 3, come on. The run 3, Al-Gijada do this time, this is a domination combination of power of Upper Nile, Bahr al-Ghazal. You know, they're the one coming, and they're the one going to be in power. And they already in line themselves in power. The only thing that they want Equatorians to get these people out. They're telling the one Equatorians to drive Dinka out from Juba. And the only thing they're saying, they want Equatorian to go for demonstration out. Shanichi rusukum betalagat. Taban exile, alumun nas displacement, they're not enough. The killing that they've done on a genocide on Equatoria, not enough. The land occupation is not enough. Kanitu saalkun nifuskun Equatoria, domunia quest later. Who have a kind heart to you? Is it anyone from Bahr al-Ghazal? Is it anyone from Upper Nile? Ask yourself. Denas munu alfi dakhli Equatoria, the demanas min Upper Nile Bahr al-Ghazal? Dema dinka barao ya hina. Even though we don't mention other people, but we know some people who are sneaky down there. And they're all in this clubhouse here saying, I have watan hina, I have watan data. Go, oh, wahid zolda indi tnain watan fi dakhli Equatoria wala talata. ليه زول ده ما عنده وطن في بلد تو؟ دي حاجة أنا استغرب، ليه ما عنده وطن في بلد تو؟ ليه ما بينه وطن؟ So I would not take it. I think I almost forgot about the topic we have. I would just leave it here and say that Equatorians, how come zol bijamin bara bigali leta wandi watan wita mendo watan fi dakil bele taki? Arit kulu biu wata kula binu lade gondota juba kula binu gabata juba kula binu nasa kulindo outan hina. Tep leo omendo outan de fi dakil bele tomon yom de nendo topic de in quick. Topic de yom da fi bahar ajere fi ajere man na yamulu mun ya run the room. Okay, the opposition party. Gali, when we question about the capital city to be moved, nasta Bahar Ghazal nutu folk mon mader, nasta Upper Nile nutu folk mon mader, monzato mader the capital city to be moved to Remshel. They said that, oh, the sooner they spoke about the capital city to be relocated, quickly General Tanin del Jere, Mumbada Hajus, so you know, Hajus or Aradi fi hinak. And if we move the capital city from Juba to Bahr al Ghazal or the Upper Nile, the same land grabbing, the same land occupation, the same genocide, the same killing, the same raping, it will move there. They don't want it. Bingo, Equatoria, you got your answer. These people are in here just to destroy you. They don't want you, really. They don't want anything good for you. So Zol Zedena Seremendu Hadafi Hayatom and Aslan, they don't have any purpose in life. They don't have any purpose in nation building. So ita alamak mazol deshuno. Alamak mazol zedeshuno. Reject these people, please. Reject this ideology. Save yourself, save your family, save your people. That's the only thing I can leave here. Save Equatoria. Ma bikalli fita haja ashan to live in peace. Save yourself. Ma fi zol ba attack. Can weapon, we can get weapon. Can alliances, we can get alliances. In diplomatic relation, we can get. Life is all about give and take, yak. Naskirma, they are giving here and there. Hajaram is all about give and take. Why we cannot do this? We can do this, come on. Nobody should threaten you, Gali Munu BGB invade you. I'll just leave it here, and I will thank you guys so much. Odysseus, I really appreciate your time, and I just wanted you to know that I'm really proud of you for the words that you put in the clubhouse, and I'm a big fan of you, and I know I rebel with you all the time, you know. So yeah, but I'm a big fan of you, and I actually adore you, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. I'm humbled, but that was just I had to say what is right, because Zola was disrespectful to our women, and it's not new. We've seen all these, horrible people always trying to undermine our women, our children, our men, our community in general. Our women is our pride, our crown. So definitely, we have to stand for it. Rahina stood for our women. Then who's gonna stand for them? So we have to, you know. And I appreciate you too very much. You did a lot of great job. You work hard. You speak on behalf of Equatorians. I mean, even in the clubhouse, I see people are scared of us when we come up there. They don't want to challenge us. They always have to be ready to come up with something new just to intimidate or to bully. But they forgot you cannot bully the strong. Just that's one thing I want to tell these, what's their name? Those who think they can bully Equatorians. And now some people think like when we speak, oh, we talk too much. No, we don't. Trust me. We're talking for a purpose. Our voices now is loud because we want Equatoria to be known, to be recognized. And now you see a lot of foreigners begin to get interested to know about Equatorians. Even they support what we are calling for, our independence. They say, yeah, guys, you have the right. There's no question about it. Even they begin to, some of them, they begin to relate to our issues too. Like our brothers in Ethiopia, some of them in Nigeria, some in other countries, they begin to relate to it. Even in Middle East, I found out some people also are very much interested. Also, I found, and I will bring one of my Israeli brothers here soon. I just, unfortunately, the timing is the difficult thing. He also support us. The Israelis listening carefully to the Europeans, some of the West African countries and East African countries are listening carefully about what issues of Equatoria, and they begin to get interest. They have interest now on, trying to get away if they can help us. But this is another thing. I don't have to discuss it here, but just want to tell you, Equatorian, we're on the right track. Let's continue fighting for our land. Let's not give up. And also, we have to also contribute. Those who are able, please contribute because right now is the time. And we need to also kind of like make another rally soon. And I'm really calling for this. If people, we're gonna make a page so we can go and gather like how many people will come up again. At this time, we want to make rallies around the world, whatever country you are, in any embassy. You don't have to be in South Sudanese embassy, but we have to like in DC. I know we will definitely have this rally in DC, but I'm talking about countries like Australia, Europe, Africa. I mean, not I won't say Africa 'cause it's risky. Egypt is risky, so I won't let any Equatorian be out there in Egypt because we don't know. Right now, the SPLM is trying hard to make sure that our Equatorian brothers and sisters who are opposing the regime, who speak for independence of Equatoria, they'll be targeted. But if you're in the Western countries, you're safer. If you're in the Asian countries, you have to know what type of country, Asian country are they? Are they allied with South Sudan regime, or are they more friendly toward the people or toward human in international community? So you have to know, and you can contact us, guys, on Equatorial Free Forum. I know if we didn't respond to you, but we will respond for sure. Please just put your name and info so we can contact you back. So that way we can be able to um, communicate with you and help out and work things out of how we can bring the voices of Equatoria out there to the world, especially in wherever you live. I know some people live in Africa, Asia, and in Europe, and even South America. I have found some people live in South America, some Equatorians. See, we are around the world, and it's great. So let's continue our fight for our people, and of course the war. Today we have a battlefield. Our battlefield has changed. It used to be in the ground, but now our battlefield also in social media, in the books, is the battle of the mind, and that's the most dangerous and the most serious fight ever. Because if your minds are completely what do you call it? Completely unaware what's going on, and you're being manipulated easily by those foxes, you will find yourself to be the dinner for the fox the next evening. So we don't want to be dinners again. We have been dinner for the fox for so many times. If you remember, we joined the SPLM Equatorians blindly. After all what John Gering did, we joined the SPLM. A lot of our brothers and sisters joined. Some of them they joined because they were pressured, or they were victims of the SPLM, or they had a thought, some because they believed, from their friend that SPLM would make a change. But we knew SPLM was not. SPLM used our Equatorian brothers, elders, to the extent that they have, some of them are dead, some of them are alive, and they still living nightmare. And we always support them, our brothers and sisters of Great Equatorians, who have been veterans to this war, even though they have suffered for it. And we also know that some Equatorians they work with the North against the SPLM because they didn't trust SPLM, and also we give them support. But at the end, they divided us. Remember, the same like what IO and SPLM did to us recently after 2013. That's why we need to be very careful. We've been used and manipulated. The manipulation that is coming up from Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal is enough. And that's why I said there is no trust. I know it's hard. Some people were afraid to say it, but we will say it as like it is. Because even Malcolm has said that he said to the white man, we will say it like it is. And when he said that, he didn't hate them. But he said, if you're going to oppress my people, you're going to abuse them, you're going to stand against my people, I will speak the truth, and I will enlighten my people to wake up so they can fight for themselves, so they don't have to be always victims. And that's what we want. You know the way, you know the right way, my Equatorian brothers and sisters. Right now, what we need is to work together to make it happen, to make this dream, I won't say dream, to make this, miracle, or this vision of our ancestors, a nation of our own people. Remember the Israelis in the ancient time during Moses, when he came to Egypt, when he was chosen and all that stuff, and then later he came to the Egyptian Pharaoh and said, "Let my people go." Today, we are calling this South Sudan, let our people go, because we are no longer accepting to be part of South Sudan. They can laugh, they can mock, they can do whatever. You remember, the people of Israel did not have weapons, did not have great soldiers, but there is something powerful behind them. I'm not saying that we have to always be religious, but we have to know that what we're doing is for the sake of our people, and God is going to be with us. And I tell you this because we are not stealing from anyone a land. This is our ancestral land. We are not taking land from Upper Nile or Bahr Ghazal. We're taking our land back to us. We're trying to bring and return our people back to their territory, where our people can live like human beings, can find peace, can find humanity, can find potentials and prosperity for the next future. A promised land where we can be proud, the land of honey and milk that our ancestors left for us. So we cannot allow a bunch of thieves, Philistines, come in and take over, abuse us, rape us, and claim that we are all one people. We are not. If Israel and Palestine cannot live together as one people, why do we have to live among Palestinians? I say this again. Why we have to live among Palestinians? Our land called Equatoria, our Israel, our Jerusalem. Let's fight for it. And let every Equatorian who listen to us here, men and women, speak to your brothers and let them work hard, even if you save some money, to help the people who need the help, so we can make the difference. Let's be like Eritreans. Let's be like the Ethiopian when they were fighting for their independence. They collected money from around the world. Let's show our self-determination by working, by start being active, because we need each other to make it happen. And those who want to say that, we need to stop talking. Listen, we're speaking here like a preacher, like a prophet. Even the prophet Israel, when they were speaking, they were awakening the souls of the Israelis to wake up so they can do the right thing, so they don't have to fall for the destruction that is coming. The destruction is coming is that when we allow this tribalistic mindset of the regime who's trying to take over us, who are trying to abuse our women and children, to try to take our land by forcing themselves within our territories. So you know the drill, my friends. You know the drill, my brothers and sisters. We need to work hard to make it happen, but we are not giving up because we are in process. And I'm really appreciate everyone and women who are Equatorian nationalists. Let's from now on describe ourselves. If they ask you where you from, say I'm from Greater Equatoria. Let's dismiss something called South Sudan. Let's show the world that we are determined. Let's be more aggressive and more unapologetic, like the Eritreans, like the Somaliland, when they called for their nation. You know, because once we define that, trust me, those people will fear. They know we're not joking, and we know we're not joking. We are serious. You know, so let us continue fighting. Let's not put our name South Sudanese. And thank God we don't even have South Sudanese passport. Those who have South Sudanese passport, you better burn it and find. I know some people will not be able to because they live in Middle Eastern countries. They might have one passport, but all in all, you know, one day we'll have our own passport where we will issue it as Equatorians and not as South Sudanese. This Sudan first is not our name. South is not even our definition. Like to our identity. Our identity is Equatorian. People who live in the Equatorian Peninsula, tribes of Equatoria, those who are proud to be equal and to live in an egalitarian society. Egalitarian society is a society that is equal. No master, no servant, no majority, no minority. We are one people. That's the beautiful thing about us as Equatoria. And we are proud to be Equatorian. Let's be called Equatorians, not South Sudanese. You know, so thank you guys, because we have another topic later at 7 o'clock. I don't know if we can be broadcasting it here, but we will try. It's going to be about SPLA. And yep, if you have I have the old Sudanese passport too. That's actually interesting. I still carry that one. That's my favorite. You know, because we all, especially people who were born in Khartoum, I think most of us have the Sudanese passport. And that's actually good, you know. Just keep that one. At least prefer saying that Sudanese than South Sudanese. But I would not even call myself Sudanese. I would prefer calling myself Equatorian, because Sudan, even it was a name that was forced by Turkish Ottoman Empire on us. You know, mocking us like we are people of Sudanese, Sudanese, Sud. And then also they use the word now in Arabic, Zunuj. We're not Zunuj, because I really hate that word when I hear it. Some of the people who live too much with the North, they call Ehna Zunuj. No, we are not. Zunuj is the same definition to Negro. We are not Negroes. We are Hamites. We are Cushites. It's better to be defining yourself as a Cushite or a Hamite, because the Hamite and the Cushites are not Negroes, and they are not Arabs. Remind them that they are not Arabs. Those Arabs is a Turkish definition to those who have been enslaved by the Ottoman Turks when they were brought in there, and they call them Arab, because this word Arab does not exist in South in anywhere in Africa, which now some people try to define. Even the Arab, why they always have to unite themselves, called the Arab. Even the Middle East, when I was there, they have people who have languages. They are known as Aramaics. They call themselves the Aramean. They call themselves the Chaldeans, the Assyrians. You know, all these people who speak their own native, but they are forced to be called Arab, and they kind of submit to it. But for those in Africa, must not allow that word to come into their mouth. And the word Zunji must be destroyed. This word is not a beautiful word. Any person in Northeast Africa call himself Zunji and he speaks Arabic, he's really a foolish man or foolish woman, because this is the word or derogatory word, mean Negro. We are not Negro. We are Hamites or Cushites. That's the only way we can define. But at the end, Equatorians, we are proud to be Equatorians, because Equatoria is our destiny, our future. And like I said, our Equatoria, our land, our people, our power. You know, God bless you guys. Until later, we'll see you later. If you're around, try to call your friend, join us. Even we'd love to see you participate with us in questions or question and answer, Q&A. We would love to answer you anything you want, because we're flexible to listen to you, because we are Equatorian nationalists. We determined to be a nation, and your support and help will make it happen. And also, I'm sorry to say, but yes, we might need assistance, not in a much, whatever you can, so we can work together to make it happen, because Equatoria must depend on ourselves, you know, and this is the beginning. I used to not want to say that, but I will ask you, it's up to you. If you believe in Equatoria, let's work together so we can achieve this objective. Equatoria to get their whatever they need, even to help our people there and to work on this independent to be achieved, because we have a lot we want to say, but sometimes we have to hold out until the right time we can speak. But this rally مظاهرات اللي عنا عاوزين نقوم تاني جديد لازم يتحقق, and we will talk about it later. I will not tell you the day and time because في حاجات لسه احنا ما حكيناه with our team, but we just want to tell you it's going to happen, and we want to make it this year by any means necessary. This year to challenge the regime once and for all, and we will show you how we can do it. But at this moment, thank you, God bless you, and thank you, Didi, and thank you, Patricia, and thank you,
I just
Shiva.
wanted to interject
Yes.
here, sorry, before you close it down.
Yes.
The most craziest thing ever, like it's not really a big deal, but the most craziest thing ever that I've got messages from people now telling me that I think I was asked, they needed me to apologize. I don't know for what, for standing radically for Equatoria. I don't know.
Who said that?
I don't
Somebody
know.
asked you to
I
apologize?
just got flooded with messages been from Clubhouse that, you know, people telling me that don't apologize. Apologizing for what? What have we done?
Yeah, we don't, because I don't think we've done anything wrong as an
I
Equatorian
don't know.
nationalist.
Maybe I've
And I want to
insulted
also give
anyone
a shout out
accidentally and I
to
didn't remember.
Patricia too, because she's a fighter, you know.
But
This guy disrespect her even
the
like
things
it's
that
not.
we speak on, these are the things that the facts we tell on the facts things which are happening. And even for
Yeah.
Patricia, she just woke up saying that, you know, she just replies people
They
whatever.
dropped Auntie Patricia quickly because she was trying to object on what this guy. They want to force her to apologize just for
Exactly.
the sake of their satisfaction. And this is not the way how you ask apology. Even they dropped CJ when CJ tried to
I
say
think
something.
the room was
Yeah,
the room
it
is
was
very
controlled.
calculated, I think, to corner us, you know, because that's what I'm just thinking was just a you know, cornering us. So that was just a calculative move. So
Even I
because
was
of that,
interrupted.
you know,
Remember, I
they're
was
gonna
unable
conclude that
to.
they don't want us to come to their rooms because we are always challenging. So they don't know what to do with us. So
Yeah,
and
we got used to it.
Ochieng is there going, you know, talking, you know, the politics of division and separation is a division. He wants federalism because if he like in California, if he get tired of living where he is, he can just move to California and go and stay. If he tired, who's gonna move and live in Dinkaland in the Upper Nile without being slaughtered?
First of all, I'll be honest with you. I doubt Dinka have any territory in South Sudan. If it's in Upper Nile or Bahar Gaza, because the way how they are moving around claiming territories, and then they don't want to admit. Every day they come, and even now Abadang, they begin to call this belong to them, you know. And the same thing now they're doing in East Equatoria, Central Equatoria, West Equatoria, like especially in Madi area, you know. They are forcing themselves there, and then they want to also claim that the Namule Road is targeted by Equatorian targeting the Dinka there, like innocent Dinka. Are you
Oh, they
serious?
claim that is us. He said that's the job of the separatists.
Yeah,
They
it
said
said
that
first
we're
they
the
accuse us
terrorists.
we're the
Yeah,
one who doing it.
they say
Then
we're the
they
terrorists
you know,
and we work for NAS and stuff like that. We're the one who
yeah. So
responsible
these
for the
people they have
killing. But the
no
killing of the
any.
people happened I don't know how many years ago. So yeah.
I mean, they're just losing their plot. That's what it is, because they feel, and they are threatened. Even though they mark us every day, they're threatened by why Equatorial want to separate. Even the Jin Council, when they came in the club, they're talking about separation, about separatists. You know, if we were not that important, they would not even mention our names in there. But because we know what we're doing, and they don't like it, and even they're asking now, who's your leader? That's the biggest question now, the $1 million question. Who's your leader? I'm like, don't worry about our
They
leaders.
wind up with is like, okay, Didi and Etika did a big contributor of the separation, but who's your leader?
Our leader, you know, it doesn't matter. They will find it out when Equatorial become a nation. Even our leader will not be known. He's gonna be walking around in the street and just smile and say, at least now we are free, you know, as Equatorians. So God bless you guys, and you know, and we will make sure we will not even allow anybody to take you know, any judgment on us by say you know, we insulted anyone or hurt anyone, or because we're telling the truth about our people and our right. Yes, people get angry and they can say some word, but we always have to control ourselves. And I appreciate everyone who's speaking out as Equatorian, defending Equatoria, regardless if they're fighting in the ground or they are standing saying their words, even if they're passionate about what they're saying, and people misunderstand them by saying, oh, these people insult us. Well, I tell these people, you need to actually understand listen behind what they're saying. They're hurting because of the insults, because of the mockery, because our women, the greatest insult to us as Equatorian, coming from those who are now trying to accuse us, we are the one who contributing an insult, is when we see our women, when they know our women getting raped, and our men and children. That is the greatest insult. You know, that is the greatest insult to us as Equatorian, because how dare you come to me to tell me like you need to stop saying bad word to you when you're the one who are encouraging and even you're happy with what's happening to our people. The insult that is really horrible is when you are abusing my people physically, emotionally, and then you tell us to be quiet, even the way how they call Equatorian. You know, we have seen it all, but we don't worry because we wait for the right time. We will come back later. Didi has a topic, and we're gonna do the topic today. And then, of course, the biggest topic that we're going to actually talk and we're going to discuss it is about John Garang himself. Is he a hero or a villain? وانا بقول لكم صراحه في ناس تاجين كانسل ده كله يقوم على بكره ابيهم. They're crying right now. They don't like that word. Why you talk about it? You know, as John Garang is a hero. I'm like, no, he's not, and we're gonna prove why he's not a hero. The man is a criminal of war. He's a child offender. I would say child offender, not child molester. Child offender by mean he actually recruited children to fight in a war. This man has no dignity, no honor. And then they want to compare him to what's his name, Mandela, to Thomas Sankara, to what's that other guy, Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba. For God's sake, those guys are higher than John Garang by 1,000 and million times, because this man had a principle. John Garang had never had principle. John Garang he flipped his tactics, he flipped his words. You know, that's why he taught some of the South Sudanese today. They know how to switch their tongue. Today, kalam hina, bukram bghayru kalamat. So this is what they're doing. So we will continue, and then also I want to bring my friend. We remember Didi. We had this guy, John or Yasser. We have to bring him. He's from Oromo, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to be able. He's going to talk.
I think that.
Yes, from Ethiopia, and he's going to tell us about his history. He's mixed Ethiopian Somalian. He's going to tell us about the hardship. So it's similarity of what's going on in there with Equatorians, and they're very much resistant Abiy Ahmed rule, and they're fighting. Even though there is some conflict still going on, yet there is also negotiation. But we will ask him questions that he can enlighten us, and also we will see the similarity of what's happening in Ethiopia with Equatoria and South Sudan, because this is our thing. And also I want to remind you, we found out like about maybe 24 countries or 28 countries within Africa who are demanding to be a nation, if I'm not mistaken. And we will bring even some people from Yoruba. Not today, Sister Rose, not today. It's going to be, I'm going to schedule a day, either Sunday, if inshallah, Sunday, if God willing, we'll bring him, or Monday, this coming Monday, because we want to give him a full time so he can answer any question, and he can actually also enlighten us about what's going on within his homeland, because he can even tell you the history. He's going to narrate. هيوريكم قصص تاريخ اثيوبيين how ان هم عايشين في بعض. حتى الفدراليه ذاته كمان بيديك النبذه او a glimpse of federalيه that is just something that's not gonna work, because as a nation who يعني del القبائل زي بتاعنا ده, لكن imagine one will dominate like what is now happening in South Sudan. And Ethiopia has a history also. European had manipulated Ethiopia by putting ملك بتاعهم اسمه منلك ولا من اسمه ده هسه بتاع القاعدين نقول له حيل الثلاثي. This king also خطوه بطريقه كده, يعني European were behind him to be in leadership. والزول ده قدر يلعب دور في تدمير النسيج الاجتماعي بتاع Ethiopia in somehow. But we will hear from him because he knows better than me, and he will enlighten you guys a lot about what's going on in Ethiopia, and you will know. And I really appreciate his time. He said he's willing anytime, so I will confirm with him on Sunday or Monday. We will see the best time, and we will make it at the afternoon in US time, which is Eastern time. بكون في إفريقيا بكون مساء, and then in Middle Asian, I think in Australia, it will be at night time or early morning time. But we will bring him up to speak. يعني بكون الساعة 4 عندنا هنا مساء US Eastern time, بكون لكم صباح early صباح. نشكركم كثير الشكر, وربنا يكون معكم. and let God bless our people of Greater Equatoria, and also bless our fellow neighbors, that we still give them the respect and we wish them best luck. Let them know that in Greater Equatorian we decided, because they're going to be our neighbors sooner or later. أبناء على النيل وبحر غزال، لكنهم لازم يستعدوا لبناء أنفسهم كدولة أنفسهم، أو يبنوا حالهم كمجتمع لهم بيقدر يبنوها، لأنه ما فينا نقدر نحن نورد حالنا في وحدة اللي هو قاعد يجيب لنا مشاكل وبيدمر كاستوائية نهائيا، لأن الاستوائية هسه في خطر شديد. وبعدين حتى وحدتنا كاستوائية في جنوب السودان إحنا يا حندفع ديون بتاع الفشل، الديون الأخطاء اللي عملوها الحركة الشعبية، وبالعكس المجتمع الدينك كله. يعني أنا بقول ليه؟ لأنه في حتى هم الأقلية أو الأقلية من الدينك المسيطرين، لكن معظم القبائل الدينكا تحت هم مستفيدين، إن كان في احتلال الأراضي، إن كان في الحرية بتاعهم، بيقدر يخليهم يتحركوا زي ما عاوزين، يقدر يتعايشوا. حتى بيجيبون من مناطق تفيدانات، بيجيبون بيوطنون في أراضينا لأساس إن هم يسيطروا يبنوا مدينة جديد، وفي نفس الوقت بيعملوا لهم كوتات عشان يقدر يدوم يتقدموا. والإيكاتوريان بيهجروهم نهائيا من أراضينا إلى الدول الثاني الجيران بدون أي حماية، غير إحنا بنعيش هناك. مرات ناس بيموتوا هناك وإحنا شو ما ياما سمينا، عندنا حتى أهلنا ياما ماتوا، عندنا كلنا أي واحد مننا من إيكاتوريا have somehow family member who either died in within South Sudan or outside South Sudan because of the misery اللي حركة الشعبية القبلي وناجين council and the way how they build this country to destroy us. So شكرا لكم. Until next time guys, we will talk to you. ربنا يكون معكم. Thank you guys and good night. Let us put our favorite song, Equatoria. I know Didi you like this song, so let me put this song in Equatorian.
Yeah, it's a great song actually.
I know. I like this guy.
Oh,
we want to bring him up here.
Here. Patricia's down here.
Oh, okay. Jibo
He was, I can see, something here. Thank you. We
okay. I thought, yeah,
yes.
I really wanted her. Let me see if
I
she can come in.
I left the room. I left the room earlier, sis. And you did great that you didn't even apologize. Thank you.
Let me see if she can come in or anyone. Just give لي من خد أغنية إكواتوريا، لأنه جاي نرجع تاني يمكن بعدين كده الساعة 7:40 7:40 US على التوبيك تاع اللي انت عملته. فيك تذكرنا التوبيك ده؟ أو let me read it here because هنجيب those panelists speak on that. We have hold on a second, sorry guys. لو أي زول عنده chance يجي يكون great، لو ما في we will just play the music. And it's called Was SPLA meant to be an identity or liberation movement, and should SPLM be used as a gunpoint, gaslight and blackmail to Sudanese Equatorians, or does Equatorian need to have Equatorian not have the right to demand to live in peace? The historical ignorant who alter confusing for popularity. So definitely you're gonna narrate it.
And plus because there's no space, so people
yes,
will be wondering why there's no space to write stuff. So plus they what was it, the historical
yes brother OMG OMG كيف نشوفك بعدين OMG في الروم الثاني تيجي participate معنا عليك الله يكون great. I appreciate your contribution.
The historical confusion people other than us, this guy that is like creating the confusion here.
Jonah Cheng, yeah, it's okay. I'm Magdeshu into Hawa. So
just for popularity,
Yeah. بكره ما دينكا بكره ما ناس ابا نايل بكره برجع مع Equatoria.
He's making a threat again. He's going to expose a lot about Equatorians. He's making a threat, the guy. He's going to expose a lot about Equatorians and stuff like that.
And I'll be honest, did you ever buy the lie Luka Yahi? I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
No.
I will not buy that lie.
It doesn't mean it. When a person apologizes,
he meant what he said.
You don't look. If a person sincerely is like apologizing, you don't look for excuses. You don't say
please join us, Auntie Patricia, if you can.
I have done anything wrong,
the link down there. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't say to somebody that, look, I'm sorry if I done something wrong, or if I say anything. You don't say these things like that. You just acknowledge and say that, look, I'm sorry, I fall short, I have wronged you. This is a sincere apology. You just say, look, I'm sorry. That's a sincere apology. You cannot say stuff like, if I have done anything wrong. So you're not convinced that you're wrong.
He was denying it. First of all, he didn't even
Yeah.
want to say anything until هنا ده أنا بشكر sister Pam came in and spoke. يلا بقوا في حس بخجل. يلا قال قال okay. He didn't even say he said it, but he said قال I don't remember. You know كيف أنت فكرت كيفكم؟
تمام كيف؟
أنا كويسين والله.
وجيت شويت مين؟
Thank you.
I know ناس زي شفت مجرمين ده قبالك كيف؟
The hero walks away as the winner.
Yeah, مجرمين ده قبل مودر قال كده أنا apologize في شنو؟ مون ما أعرف قال نازل يا بدل لنا مون كده روح لأميرة أول أميرة كده apologize internationally, you know?
Exactly.
And then plus ناس جماعتهم اليومين ده cockroaches من الفي أجري ده الفي Clubhouse. Yeah, it's not gonna begin with us, you know? So ita ndo lisa mati mukalam tu wale zole jara na falta.
ده حركاتهم. قطعوني قبل عدة مرات ذاته عشان نقدر نرد لجونا تشانغ. They don't want me. أنا قلت لهم مشكلة ده طبعا أنا ضيف هناك. إحنا ما فينا نقدر push ourselves. So I'm a guest. I just accept that.
متى نزول الستوبي دايما وبيفكر قالوا يا خلاص on Clubhouse. زو نسيتوا قال في نيتا كمان بيفاتا Clubhouse. أنا كمان بيفاتا Clubhouse. And then we can respond, you know, and we respond back. So anyway, kalam tu monta apology da, wallahi ma shagal. Anna ma ba apologize le dinga
يوم ده روم ده جاب حوا. إنك كان في روم تاني بس أنا جي فليب وأنا جرا backward forward. إنك كان في الراس ويزل جرا forward ويزل رجع backward قال روم ده رود النار كان.
Yeah, room ده يوم ده والله say it. You know what?
ناس هنا ممكن يرتنوا الروتان يا جماعه. انتوا خليتوا ناس يرتنوا الروتان بتاعهم. ادمتوا
ما ده كلام.
نعم بيفتحوا روم سيكريت بروتان. كانت كمان ديكات بلادهم بينزلوك تحت.
I think room تالي ده room جاب now against إن I think ناس جي try corner إن to apologize يلا كده stop bonus حاجات أنا going sabat Equatoria. I think that's what they meant.
We cannot apologize to Equatoria.
They want me even to apologize. They want me to apologize. They want everybody to apologize.
Wow, lakini taarif bagina sarindel ay taarif ochanga tagala nagi kele musore ochanga magidu bubongu zol de zol gasur bubongu karo sakran kalas bubongu de gija fata Clubhouse. So we don't have time to even I don't mind this man apologize le ujono changa na to bra apologize na separatist na apologize shinu na man la shinu we are calling for for separation, okay?
That's true.
Yeah, the separation is not a crime like Sister Rose Kativina, it's not a crime. So نازدر كتني زمو ما رشيشن ويتعرف كلامته من كله بس separatists ويتعرف لاحظوا من room لروم بس separatists nationalists separatists. I think you know we give them headache. والله لازم.
قالنا radical. They say we're radical and we're terrorized. We're terrorism. I mean we're terrorizing people. Well, we're terrorists. We're terrorizing people. As a girl, you know they don't want radical views. Tanna dalda anymore. Ochangal, he's gonna make room. And he's going to expose a lot of Equatoria things and Munu and he's just going to insult Equatorians, I think.
Let him go. Let him move forward. And ma fadilo Jono Chang biga maruf. Dinka za total against utang mas mazole gibel galo bishiru sila. O burata etiro bro duru bochang. Ochang magi fahim.
Allah side. عندنا like couple of minutes, so هيكفي لكن هاخد موسيقى ده. Okay. Later you join us in the Clubhouse there. 7 o'clock, 7:40, I think. Did in the topic. So we talk there. And also OMG, you're welcome, brother. لأنه جاي نعمل analysis on the SPLM ده لأن ناس كمان كل يوم تقدر تسمع لغة بتاعهم. يا أخي ده ما نحن ده SPL عشان لما تيجي تقول له SPL قال لا SPL دي جنوب السودان. زي يوم داك زول تاجين كونسل بتاعهم ده ذاته. He was talking about the SPLM is part of يعني بدون SPL جنوب السودان ما بكون. So جنوب السودان and SPLA is one. Like imagine.
الناس عندنا الكونغوس في SPLA ده يعني SPLA ده identity ولا ده شنو ولا ده؟
ما يا سؤال هنا. بس كده بعدين you're gonna open it up to talk on this.
Exactly. إتانو ناس زمان very confused. كنا جاهبشوا SPLA قالوا دين كنا كان جاهبشوا سلفاكير موجي كورة وق قاصدوا دين كنا جي كلام جي كاسل of elders برضو أسفي كلام تنا separation دين كبرضو يا جماعة ما أعرف. أنا ما أعرف أنا فعلا نجيت أعمل مع بشر ولا قاعدين نتعامل بحيوانات.
بس خليك كده ما تولى لمنا راسا.
We are somewhere in the jungle that we are dealing with some animals that don't understand. At least تيجي الكويس تيجي البفاهم. Yeah, thank you. كنتوا قلنا ده.
Yeah, kutu guna de yala kena robe hnak. Yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, like madam mafia around kalam to babu.
No, they block him. They block him.
And I know around what they Clubhouse.
They block Cookie.
I'm
They block
okay.
Cookie.
Lano judge the dangerous.
Yeah, they block Cookie. I'm a low report. I might kalam.
Yeah, lakini ogalo bidaka lobe obi biu new sim card ya lobi fata obi biu telephone tane obi fata hinade tane be email tane jedid. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Rose. Thank you, Mr. Sylvia Hakim. I hope I don't know if it's female or male, but thank you, and Brother Riley, Michael, OMG, and all the others. Also Sheba. Thank you, Sister Sheba. Everyone who's here. I don't. There's a lot of people. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys later. Inshallah, we can be able to broadcast it. And of course, you know, the fight continues. All right.
Okay. Struggle continue. Yeah.
Yes.
Bye. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Anina iko tori Nasawa Anina iko tori Bele dwahe Anina iko tori Anena Anina iko tori Oh yeah Kanita miniambio Kanita mintori Weleta minjuba Yeah Anina iko tori Keresia sama kesi malena We strong, we stand together Kanina gulu wahi Ikotori ya biraba Ya bigwa pijama Asan bele na biraba So give us pen, don't give us guns Give us ibana gule Anina ikotori Nasawa, Anina ikotori Bele dwahe, Anina ikotori Anena, Anina ikotori Oh yeah Kanita zande, Kanita mai Au kukuye, Anina ikotori Kelene na hivyo fusina Kebilia kede maferiganina Salam wa sahaba Behaja derino Hasan bele na biraba Arif mabisaido So give us pen, don't give us guns Give us ipanabule Anina ikotori Nasawa, Anina ikotori Bele dwahe, Anina ikotori Anena, Anina ikotori
Nina kulu sawa jama So mapel pananangala I love my people and I'm the voice
Acholi ya buka ya baka Kuni ya balanda mare Kamu wakini kukuku Lango lungo ya Acholi Kukusa mulu Abuka ya mare Mundare Nyambara Kutumu kari makutulo Lubara bunga ya lobe Lulu Kukusa
Mondo
Nare
Anina kulu nasi sawa Mami hata bigesi manena Siasa ma bigesi manena Anina wahi
All right, and then those guys, we'll see you. Be blessed and see you later. Thank you.